Ella and the Billionaire's Ball, a clean billionaire fairy tale romance, Once Upon a Billionaire. Written by Catelyn Meadows, narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya. Chapter 1. Ella Embers wasn't sure how anyone had ever survived without earbuds. She'd thought it over 100 times as she emptied garbage cans she hadn't filled, vacuumed bits of popcorn and paper she hadn't spilled, or cleaned bathrooms she'd never used. She'd never make it through such menial tasks without music or a decent podcast. Cleaning had to be done before Ever After Sweet Shop's business hours blinked awake, before consultants and marketing gurus, accountants, and who knew else worked here decided to trudge more dirt on the carpet for her to take care of the next day. Not seen, not heard, just clean. That was the company's motto, coined by Stina, Ella's ever-diligent stepmother, who also happened to own the company hired by Ever After to keep its corporate offices clean. The motto didn't always apply, not when many times she and the others on the crew had varying schedules, and some ended up staying until closer to lunchtime to finish their tasks. Usually, Ella didn't mind that she was nothing more than a glorified maid. She got paid better than a maid. That was a perk. Money and earbuds made this otherwise tedious occupation tolerable. Ella sang in time to Blue Christmas as Michael Bublé crooned straight into her ears. She didn't care about being overheard, not at such an early hour, and not in Hawk Danielson's office. He wasn't likely to be there before noon. Plenty of time for her to clean what she needed to and duck out. Situated on the top level of his billion-dollar corporate office building, Mr. Danielson's suite was more like a hotel suite than a stuffy workplace. Her entire apartment could fit into the main area, where she was pretty sure no one needed that much space to sit and stare at a computer screen. Another room adjoined, complete with a futon and a closet stuffed with clothes, in case Mr. Danielson decided he loved work so much he didn't want to go home. And the bathroom could accommodate enough cots to provide living quarters for an entire family. Still, she was the only one up here, and she belted out Bublé in her jazziest impersonation as she dipped her mop into the sudsy water, then pulled the handle on the yellow bucket's squeegee and wrung the extra water from the mop's stringy head. Just as Ella was ready to swab the already sparklingly clean bathroom tile, her earbud was unceremoniously plucked from her ear. Ella spun, losing her grip on the mop handle. The wood smacked against the mirror, and she jerked a look of panic toward the glass. That was all she needed to break the billionaire's mirror. The appearance of Pris, her stepsister, had all the effect of a dozen Red Bulls on her concentration. "Clumsy, aren't we?" Pris said, tossing the loose earbud in Ella's direction. It hit her cheek. Ella removed the other earbud in exasperation. "Did you need something?" Pris folded her arms over her matching gray jumpsuit with her mother's company logo on the breast pocket. Malice Custodial Management. She'd swept her dark hair into a ponytail. "Mom sent me to tell you to hurry up. She wants everyone to finish early today." "She does? Why?" Pris rolled her eyes. "I've already delivered the message. I guess you'll find out with the rest of us, assuming you don't break anything in the meantime." Pris skewered a glare at the mop bucket, as though it had caused her some personal offense, before adding, "And keep it down, would you? You're as bad as Charlotte. I heard you all the way in shipping." Charlotte, Pris's other real sister, tended to crow her own rendition of whatever song had just played on the radio whenever she felt like it. Maybe that was when Ella had started wearing earbuds. Somehow, Pris managed to swagger even in her baggy jumpsuit and sneakers, as though she wore elegant heels and a businessy pencil skirt and top instead, as she sashayed from the room. "Glad we had that little chat," Ella said in her stepsister's wake. They'd never gotten along from the time Pris's mom had married Ella's dad. But the whole mess with Derek, a friend Ella had been seeing 2 years before, had really put Ella on Pris's hit list. No matter what her stepsister thought, Ella hadn't done anything to encourage Derek's attention. And she'd broken it off with him for Pris. What more did she want? Ella finished mopping the luxurious bathroom, set the mop in the bucket, and braced the handle to roll the entire contraption from tile to carpet. She took care in double-checking areas, ensuring no rags or spare garbage bags had been left behind, before heading toward the set of light switches by the door. A patch of dust on the shelf caught her eye. Ella moved the picture frame aside, swiped the dust with the cloth dangling from her pocket, and allowed herself a few fleeting moments to gaze at the luscious billionaire's company photo contained in the frame. His dark suit offset his blue eyes and dreamy features. One hand was propped along the banister behind him. Ella was already warm in her jumpsuit, but the sight of his photo set a match to her blood. Hawk Danielson. Yeesh, he was good-looking. He gave a whole new meaning to the words Candyman. Come on, she breathed, returning the photo to its place. Better get down there before Stina sends someone else after me. The sun rising over Westville, Vermont was visible through wide glass windows on the way to the elevator. It cast splashes of orange to counterbalance the sparkling white snow below. Ella wheeled the bucket to the custodial closet on the 12th floor, emptied its contents, spilling water into her shoe and saturating her sock in the process, and hung the damp mop to dry over the floor sink before locking the closet behind her. She descended to the lowest level in the building, where the main custodial break room was located. The other employees roosted on the long wooden bench in front of a line of lockers, where Ella and the others secured their belongings. Pris and Charlotte were already settled beside a few of the others. Their mother, Stina, was the only one of the crew not decked out in the oh-so-fashionable gray jumpsuits. Instead, she wore a white blouse with black, flowy pants, heels, and her usual sneer of dissatisfaction at the sight of Ella. "There you are." She didn't add the word, but finally was evident in her tone. Stina began to pace before the crew. Arms folded, heels clacking, she paraded her position as custodial company owner with pride. Malice Custodial Management was her baby. "I've gotten a report from Hawk Danielson. It isn't often the owner of the company contacts me directly, but there have been reports of missing office supplies. As the only ones in this building, besides security, who carry keys that can access any room, naturally, they are suspecting the thief to be one of you." The tension in the room strung tighter than last year's jeans. "But we don't all have access to every key," Charlotte argued. "We're assigned keys for the day depending on which area we're cleaning." A few others nodded their agreement. Ella's foot began to jiggle under the accusation. "Have they checked surveillance of the areas where things went missing from?" "They have," Stina said. "But it seems the feed has been deleted. An odd thing, definitely. They're still trying to figure out who's been accessing the cameras." "What's missing?" Charlotte asked. "Reams of paper," Stina said, "along with print cartridges, and a few tablets that were purchased for employee use. A new order was delivered, and the packaging was opened before management had even noticed. That means someone was in distribution. Someone with access others don't have." "We'll keep an eye out," Ella assured her, hoping to end this lecture sooner rather than later. She liked the idea of being suspected for something she didn't do about as much as a bout of the flu. This made her feel just as nauseous. Stina's heels stopped clacking right in front of her. Ella's entire body clenched. She hated it when Stina singled her out in front of everyone. If only she could melt into the lockers behind her. "See that you do," Stina said in a too-sweet voice. "I'd hate for your job to be at risk." Ella's gut twisted. Why did that sound like a threat? Slowly, Ella gathered enough courage to lift her gaze to her stepmother's. Stina's eyes narrowed in a way she was all too familiar with. She couldn't possibly think Ella would stoop low enough to steal anything, let alone office supplies. And to compromise a camera feed? She was a seamstress, not a criminal mastermind. Speaking of which, Ella glanced at the clock. 8:30 a.m. was looming nearer by the second. Ella was meeting with one of Ever After Sweet Shop's secretaries, Samantha Holbrook, about some fabric donations for the kids at the Children's Hospital first thing that morning. Samantha had heard about her project for the hospital and happened to have some extra material on hand she wanted to contribute to the cause. Stina skulked back to her desk. Done for the day, crew members began zipping out of their jumpsuits, slipping them off to reveal their everyday clothes beneath and stuffing them into their lockers. Ella started to do the same when Stina called her name. That sound had the effect of hearing a fire engine and realizing it was headed to her house. Ella zipped her jumpsuit up once more, steeled herself, and approached Stina's desk. "You called?" "Yes, just one more thing. We've gotten a request from Highland Heights Apartments. They want to have their units ready to show Christmas Day." Since Stina's independently owned company also provided custodial services for other establishments, apart from Ever After Sweet Shop, being assigned to clean other places wasn't that unusual. This pronouncement, however, made time tick louder in her ears. "Christmas Day?" "It's part of their promo to get people moving in right after the holidays. They've hired a light service and want each of their units spick and span. I told them we could accommodate their needs." By working on Christmas? That meant she'd have to start working by at least midnight for the units to be ready to be shown in the morning. "You have somewhere better to be?" Stina crooked a single brow. Ella swallowed. Stupidly, she'd been hoping for an invitation to the family's Christmas lunch, the way Stina used to do before the whole Pris and Derek fallout. But she hadn't been included in any family gatherings since that had happened. Just as well, she supposed, especially if Stina was expecting her to work. Even if she finished cleaning the units in time, she wouldn't be able to rest and ready herself for their fancy event. If her mom was still alive, her dad would never have stood for this. Ella wanted to brush her hair back, straighten her shoulders, and stand up to Stina, to tell her where to go and how fast to get there. But she couldn't bring herself to say the words. Stina was the master at wielding the weapon of sarcasm. Her quips came faster, whereas Ella could only think of what to say after the matter was finished, after it was too late. "Are Charlotte and Pris coming too?" Ella asked, though she already knew the answer. "What do you think?" Stina gave a pointed, sassy smirk before stalking out. "Sorry I asked," Ella said to the once again empty break room. 2 years. She hadn't been invited to celebrate Christmas at her dad's house for 2 years. She couldn't believe her stepsister still blamed Ella for her breakup with Derek. Sure, Ella had dated him after he'd ended things with Pris, but that hadn't been planned, nor had it lasted long. From the way Pris acted, anyone would have thought Ella had gotten between Pris and Derek while they'd still been dating, which wasn't the case at all. Ella attempted to brush it off. Grandma Larson, her late mother's mom, had caught wind of it last year. She'd invited Ella to celebrate Christmas with her. Hopefully Grammy would again. "I'd rather spend it with her anyway," Ella told herself as she removed her sneakers, unzipped and stepped out of the jumpsuit. Knowing she should fold it nicely, she wadded it into a lump instead. She had to take her frustration out on something. Might as well be something that couldn't feel. Ella wished she'd had the forethought to pack a dry pair of socks with her as well, but who would have guessed she'd spill water all over her foot? Ignoring it as best she could, she adjusted her black undershirt and retrieved the red blouse hanging in her locker. Ordinarily, she wore pajamas beneath her jumpsuit, but she had to look half decent if she was going to be meeting Samantha to get that fabric. Changing quickly into nice jeans and the button-up red blouse, Ella slipped her arms into the sleeves of her winter coat. She dusted powder on her cheeks, whipped on some mascara and eyeliner, fluffed her hair, and grabbed her purse before popping back up to the 3rd floor. The meetup didn't take long. Samantha had the bag ready and waiting by her office door. Ella thanked her and made her way back to the elevator. This was perfect. With this donation, she wouldn't have to beeline to the store for anything else before Christmas. The kids in the hospital would each have a colorful new pillowcase Christmas morning. Stitches for Sierra, Ella's nonprofit charity organization, was the one thing that brought her true happiness, especially at this time of year. She needed this after Stina's stingy displeasure. Carrying the heavy fabric, Ella struggled toward the elevator across from the stairs. A man in a suit stepped into it before she reached it. Ella quickened her pace. "Hold the elevator!" she called. His hand shot out, stopping it from closing. Ella dashed inside, only to find herself face to face with the man she'd been ogling not an hour before. She'd never met Ever After Sweet Shop's owner, but wowee, was he better looking in person. The picture captured his tan and the blaze of crystal blue in his eyes. But now, seeing those eyes up close and personal had a sugary spiked effect on her blood pressure. They had the full force of a storm, unavoidable and impossible not to feel once she was submersed in it. She was being doused by a downpour, and it pooled all the way into her shoes. Oh, wait, that was her wet sock. Still, his direct glance did something to her. Ella's cheeks blazed as though she stood beneath stage lights. She couldn't believe it. She'd just stepped into the elevator with Hawk Danielson. Chapter 2. Work was busy enough without adding theft into the mix. Ever After Sweet Shop had become a national brand in just a few decades. Hawk had never been one to eat much candy himself, but his father had hailed back to the Willy Wonka-style sweet shops, where kids could pause for an hour with their friends and sit at a bar to order their favorite taffy or ice cream sundae, where various confections were offered in vending style, filled by the bagful at the customer's behest and sold by the pound. His marketing team was talking about commercializing, going big, packaging the brand to be sold in the big box stores across the country. But Hawk liked the idea of his father's boutique stores, of them being something not quite so mainstream. He'd branched out, setting up shops all across the eastern seaboard and throughout the southern United States as well. Everything Ever After Sweet Shop offered, toffee, peanut brittle, divinity, were old family recipes that his father had streamlined for mass production. The shops were now well-known secrets that had made appearances in magazines and been featured on Food Network for their charm and personal hometown feel. While that had been pretty amazing, and had certainly helped with sales and exposure, his marketing team had it in their heads that more exposure was the way to go. Hawk knew they had a point. Hershey had done it. He'd distributed in stores all over the world. He'd even established a town where his factory made the very air chocolate-scented. Hawk wasn't sure he wanted a chocolate-scented town. He worried it would destroy the cozy, ma and pa kind of feel people got from his boutique candy shops. When customers stumbled across one of his charming stores, they felt like they'd discovered a hidden trove of delicious things that had been packaged and designed just for them. He settled onto the cushy wheeled chair behind his desk and rested his head in his hands. What would happen with this expansion endeavor if word about not one, but 2 thefts began to spread? Publicity was good if it shed the right light on the company. But negative publicity could alter things so much more, from the safety concerns already swimming among his staff to the smudge this would put on his reputation. The last thing he needed was to start losing employees over this, or for them to feel they and their belongings weren't safe. Never mind the fact that stealing was just wrong. The items weren't that expensive and could all be replaced. But Hawk never thought anyone on his staff would stoop that low, let alone at Christmas. Then again, that was just it, wasn't it? Money was tight for a lot of people. Whoever it was had probably already sold the stolen items.
"We'll get to the bottom of this, sir,"
Ethan, his head of security, had assured when he'd first apprised Hawk of the situation. Trusting Ethan and his staff, Hawk had passed the reassurance on to others, encouraging them to take care by locking up their personal items.
"See that you don't leave anything important where someone can get a hold of it,"
Hawk's last company-wide email had said.
"We'll keep a close eye on the feed and ensure this doesn't happen again."
Or so he hoped. Hawk exhaled a puff of air. Ethan was thorough. They'd get to the bottom of this. He'd already contacted the head of Malice Custodial Management, the company they hired out, in an attempt to cover their bases. Stina Malice's personal correspondence was always cordial and helpful, but where this wasn't so much an issue of cleaning quality, Hawk had sent her a direct message about it, instead of deferring the matter to his assistant. Someone was stealing from him. Someone within his own company. Someone with keys and access to areas other employees didn't have. He didn't need to deal with this now, not when he was already worrying over expanding exponentially, and not when marketing was fighting his order for Harmony Children's. Hawk's candy donation to the local hospital was one of the few things he got excited about this time of year, and marketing was trying to make their agenda his. A notification chimed on his phone. It was almost time for his breakfast date. He'd come in earlier just to make sure he wouldn't miss it. Tossing his overcoat across his arm, Hawk ambled from his office out into the hall. He stopped by the third floor to address another associate's concerns about scheduling, and didn't realize he was in the elevator again until a voice called, jolting him back to awareness. In a swift motion, Hawk jutted out his hand to stop the door just in time for a timid, brunette woman to enter. Gripping the purse strung over her shoulder, she huddled in the elevator's opposite corner and stared at the ceiling. She was attractive, with wide brown eyes and a small rosebud mouth that had just the right amount of pout. Freckles dusted across her cheeks and nose, which was endearing for some reason. She peered at him through her periphery and then went rigid. Eyes wide, the slightest blush painting her cheeks, she stared at him as though she'd unexpectedly bumped into her favorite celebrity. Hawk cleared his throat. He was used to women's reactions to him, especially in his corporate offices. Usually he kept to himself, directing them to Clary, his assistant, or allowing whoever else was in the room to take the lead. But this was just the two of them. The elevator ride would last only a matter of seconds. Hawk rarely talked to people he was on the elevator with. Why, then, did he want to strike up a conversation with her? From her professional red blouse and the dressy shoes with well-fitted jeans, he guessed she was in one of his departments, out for coffee like he was. She held a shopping bag in one hand, filled with what looked like clothes, and she gripped the strap of a burgundy purse as she stuffed her ever-after sweet shop employee badge into it. So she did work for him.
"Hey there,"
he said.
"Merry Christmas."
Her cheeks flushed. She kept peering at him from the corners of her eyes, as though uncertain he was actually there. "Thanks, Mr. Danielson. Same to you." He inched in. Just a shift. Enough for her festive and fiery scent of pomegranates, spiked with cinnamon, to wash over him. His skin flushed, and something fluttered in his chest. He hadn't had this reaction to a woman since he'd dated Amelia from production, and the attraction for her had built over time. This was instant, and that was startling enough. Or was it? Had he already met the woman? He would have remembered the flecks of gold in her eyes and the way her mouth curved at the corners.
"You know who I am?"
he said.
"I'm afraid I don't remember meeting you."
"Probably because we've never met." She gave him a sweet smile. Alrighty then. At least he wasn't losing it. I've seen your picture once or twice, she added. Soft traces of red bloomed in her cheeks. That, coupled with the freckles, made her all the more interesting. She cleared her throat and shuffled, closer to him.
I'm afraid you have the advantage over me.
He allowed his words to hang off in hopeful expectation of her name and maybe even her number before they reached the lobby. There wasn't much time. According to the little lit-up circles indicating each floor, they were nearing it now. She tossed her hair, sending tantalizing streaks of pomegranate in his direction, and opened her mouth when the elevator's lights flickered. Once, twice, too soon, they blacked out completely. The car shuddered. Then, with a lurch, the elevator stopped altogether. Hawk staggered in her direction. She toppled toward him. He felt her hand on his chest as she gripped his lapel for support. "Oh!" she squeaked, pressing into his side. Instinctively, Hawk's arm went around her, encircling her tiny waist. She pushed against his chest as her scent drifted toward him. "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry."
Don't be,
he said, bracing himself with a hand on the wall. "Totally cliché. I can't believe I just did that. Please don't think I just threw myself at you." Though he couldn't see her in the blackness, he could imagine the adorable shade humiliation had brought to her skin right then. He glanced in her direction, wishing he could see her, and trying to ignore how good she felt against him. The darkness between them was thick. He may as well be blind.
Throw yourself at me any time.
Oh, did he seriously just say that? She let out a nervous chuckle. That's a dangerous invitation to give to someone you just met. What happened, anyway?
I don't know,
he said, releasing her as she righted herself.
But I believe we're stuck.
A light appeared from her direction. She held her phone up, using its flashlight to find the intercom button. She pushed it in and waited. Hawk's pulse began to escalate. Elevators were bad enough in the short time it took to get from one floor to another. Having one halt during its descent? Foolish though it was, his temperature rose, and unease began to overtake him. He swallowed. Elevator assistance wasn't responding.
Hang on,
he said, pulling his phone out. Fortunately, the service wasn't completely unreachable. His assistant's name was at the top of his recent calls list.
Clary? Yeah, it's Hawk. The south elevator is stuck.
With you on it?
Yes.
His companion's gaze was tangible. It sickened his throat and caused him to tug on his collar. Anxiety was starting to kick in. His head felt light. His lungs pumped faster. His heart banged against his sternum. This couldn't be happening. The last time he'd had a panic attack had been during his flight to Louisiana to meet with suppliers. The woman was on her phone, apologizing softly to someone on the other end for needing to postpone. He should probably call Faye and do the same, but he would do what he could to get them out of this mess first.
Yes,
Hawk repeated.
A woman and I are both trapped here. Can you please call maintenance and have them on this immediately?
Will do, sir. Hang tight. The phrase knotted his stomach. He squeezed his eyes closed.
Not helpful advice.
What? I thought it was better than don't drop. He heard the smile in Clary's tone.
Not any better, Clary.
She laughed. Just a joke, sir. Hawk gripped his phone, sank to the floor, and slid to the back of the elevator. His face was hot. His vision blanked out, or would have if he could see much beyond the woman's silhouette, which was illuminated from the light of his screen. Claustrophobia settled in swift and fast. He didn't know much about elevators. Were they just dangling there? He knew it wasn't likely, but the image of the cables snapping and plummeting to their sudden and imminent deaths flashed in his mind like an explicit lyric in a song. Unexpected and unwanted. Are you okay? The woman asked, bringing herself to the floor in front of him. Hawk opened his eyes to find her analyzing him with concern. The phone in her hand provided enough light to cast shadows around them. She really was pretty, with tendrils of hair dangling on either side of her face. If only he had a drink of water, something to wet his mouth. A trickle of sweat trailed down his spine.
Yes, sorry. Closed spaces and I don't go well together.
I'm sorry to hear that, she said, and her compassionate tone said she meant it. Is there anything I can do?
Distract me?
He suggested. Light from his phone sprayed a single beam upward, casting shadows to the ceiling. The woman chewed her bottom lip and fiddled with the buckles on her purse. I get that way with shots sometimes, at the doctor's office, you know? I have to have someone talk to me to keep me distracted then, too. He breathed, inhaling long and slow. It only seemed to make his heart pound faster.
How do they distract you?
He asked with effort.
Does it work?
It does if people tell me stories, she said. The walls were closing in. His panic escalated. He grimaced, digging his heels into the elevator floor.
Okay then. Got any good stories?
He attempted to keep his voice level. He needed to stay calm. Stories? No. But I am trying to sew 57 pillowcases before Christmas Eve. Hawk laughed. Her admission was random enough to pull his thoughts from his cranking heartbeat. He managed to open his eyes.
Any particular reason?
She placed her phone on the floor beside her bag so its light beamed upward, twined her hair around one shoulder, and crouched in front of him with such a delectable smirk on her face, he found himself that much more drawn in. I run a group called Stitches for Sierra, she said. We like to do crafty kinds of things for people in need.
There's plenty of people who fit that category this time of year,
he said, thinking of Faye. Was she already waiting for him in the lobby? He glanced at his phone. Still nothing from Clary. What was taking so long? He didn't want to worry Faye or to cancel on her. He'd give it a few more minutes. Yeah, the woman said. One of my neighbors had a daughter who was at Harmony Children's with leukemia, and it sort of brought my attention there, you know? The kids would love to wake up to something new and different Christmas morning. They go through plenty of white pillowcases from day to day.
Why not make them something colorful for Christmas, then, I take it?
Exactly, she said.
Sounds like they're going to love that.
He thought of the order for candy he'd wanted to have filled, but it only brought another swell of pressure. He closed his eyes, breathing through it. Need another distraction? She suggested.
That one was working pretty good.
He couldn't bear to open his eyes. The visual reminder of the enclosed space didn't help. Where was Clary? What are your Christmas traditions? The woman's tone implied it was a suggestion, and he didn't have to answer. Hawk attempted to thrust the heavier thoughts aside.
My parents usually fly the family out somewhere. Last year they took all the siblings and grandkids on a Disney cruise.
Her voice animated. Seriously? That sounds amazing. Where are they going this year?
This year they've bought everyone a gift instead of a trip. I'm excited to see what it is.
You mean you don't know? He popped a single eye open. She sat closer to him now, cross-legged, and stared at him. His throat closed.
It isn't Christmas yet,
he said. She released a soft chuckle. The sound loosened his joints in that satisfying way of knowing he was the reason for her laughter. His shoulders relaxed. Before my mom died, we all got together on Christmas Eve for a big dinner with my grandparents, she said. My grandma still invites us over, though my dad and step-family don't come. I have to work on Christmas this year, but I'll probably do something with my grandma anyway. This was definitely distracting. He opened both eyes to find her fiddling with the buttons on her gray wool coat.
I thought we were closed through the holidays. Which department do you work for?
She scooted back, away from him. His phone chirped, interrupting her. Here he'd been antsy to hear from Clary, and now he cursed the interruption. He answered it.
Hey, Clary, any news?
The freckled woman readjusted to kneel on her knees. She rested her hands on her legs and watched him expectantly. Whether she realized it or not, her knee brushed against his ankle. Hawk was so absorbed by her movements, he nearly missed Clary's reply. They should be fixing it now, sir. Relief stole over him.
That's great news. Thanks, Clary.
He covered the base of his phone to relay the update to his striking fellow passenger when someone came through on the elevator's intercom.
Mr. Danielson?
He let his head fall back. There wasn't time to wonder why this associate hadn't answered the first time they'd paged him.
That's me,
Hawk said, resting a hand on the wall as he returned to his feet.
We're working through this now, sir, said the male voice. We should have you out of there in no time. Thank you,
Hawk said. He offered a hand to the woman as the lights flicked on once more. Gripping her purse, she righted herself, brushing a hand against her pants.
You sure you don't want to throw yourself at me again? He said. No better time. This ride's almost over.
Her eyes sparkled with amusement. That's an intriguing idea, isn't it? The elevator jolted. His companion let out a squeak of surprise. Hawk was vaguely reminded of the one and only time his family had convinced him to ride the Tower of Terror ride at Disney World during their cruise a few years back. That had been akin to pure torture. The possibility of reliving something similar now didn't help. The elevator's jarring movement jerked for several more seconds, giving Hawk an unpleasant lurch in his stomach, until it steadied again and began to glide down at its usual pace. Wiping a palm across her cheek, the woman stood. What a relief, she said.
Yeah.
He stood beside her.
Looks like we're bound to survive this after all.
There was that smile again, soft and sweet, and somehow managing to string through his veins and imprint itself in the underside of his ribs.
So you never did tell me which department you work for,
he said. She stared straight ahead. Why do you want to know? He shrugged.
If they're making you work on Christmas, I'd like to have a word with them.
He offered what he hoped was a teasing smirk. She lowered her head. Oh no, that's not necessary. The elevator dinged, opening to the familiar lobby. The oddest sense of stubbornness clenched inside of him. Though an elevator was usually his least favorite place, especially after getting stuck in this one, he didn't want to leave. Not until he got this woman's name and phone number. He gestured, swooping a hand toward the open door. The woman exited first. Hawk trotted after, hoping to stall her long enough to finish their conversation, but she scurried at a quicker pace than he anticipated. See you later, Mr. Danielson, she said over her shoulder.
Yeah, see you,
he said with defeat. She was already out of earshot. That had been unexpected. To not only get stuck on a busted elevator, but to do so with an extraordinarily kind, gorgeous woman who, amazingly enough, hadn't given him a hard time for acting like such a nutcase in the enclosed space. Anyone else, he was sure, would have written him off as an idiot. But she had helped him. She'd been soothing and distracting. He should have asked her name. Why hadn't he asked her name?
Oh well,
Hawk said, strutting toward the abstract statue in the lobby's center. It was of a pair of steel bars twining upward to the vaulted ceiling.
I'll have to see if I can't find out another way.
Her identity wasn't the only thing hanging him up. Why on earth was her department working on Christmas? He'd have to see which one it was and set things straight, and hopefully find out the woman's name in the meantime. Chapter 3. Hawk approached the fountain at the statue's base and slipped into his overcoat. He was more than eager to keep this particular coffee date. It was with a woman he'd loved for as long as he could remember. A woman who'd been a part of his life even longer than he could remember. Faye stood beside the fountain in the center of the lobby, running her fingers through the chlorinated water as though she was considering reaching for some of the loose change floating around in the bottom level of the pool. Hawk wouldn't put it past her, he thought with a smile. His godmother had always had a childish quirk about her. He often saw her doing things normal people either didn't think to do or had outgrown after the age of 12.
Faye,
he said, causing her to stiffen and let her hand hang over the water. Small beads of water dripped from her wrinkled fingers. Her face bloomed into a lined smile that had always made him squirm a little inside. "How's my favorite godson?" she said in her tired but good-natured voice, turning to him.
aren't I your only godson?
"So far," she said with a shrug.
You sound like you're expecting to be asked for the honor again sometime soon.
"Anything can happen," she said. "Are you ready? It's cold outside. I need my coffee." He acquiesced.
Where's it going to be today?
She slipped her gnarled hand onto his elbow, and he deliberately slowed his pace so she could keep up.
Debbie's?
"We go there every time."
When we meet for breakfast, I suppose,
Hawk said.
though we've mostly been meeting for lunches lately.
Today was a special occasion for Faye. One of her grandkids had a birthday party later that afternoon. Hawk suggested breakfast, and here they were. "Then we'd better stop in at Debbie's," Faye said. "Don't want them to forget us."
We definitely wouldn't want that,
Hawk said with a chuckle as he held the door open for her. A brush of frigid air greeted him, along with flurries of snow. The sky was gray, the perfect shade for sleigh bells and snowball fights. "You know, you're the highlight of my week," Faye said. "Might as well be everyone else's."
You're mine too, Faye,
he said.
But that doesn't mean everyone remembers us when we go into their establishments.
"Oh, you might be surprised." She tucked her chin into her purple coat. Hawk stroked her hand, wishing he could help her stay warm. Faye always insisted they walk to their destinations, since his office was central to several restaurant options and she wanted her exercise. Maybe he should get her a pair of gloves for Christmas this year. She claimed staying fit was harder to do at her age. Hawk wasn't sure what that number was exactly. He valued his hide far too much to ask outright, so he figured indulging her request to walk was the best option. Today, Hawk would have loved to drive her somewhere. The hazy fog made a lace skirt on the street. Snow spun around them, chilling his nostrils and ears. He shivered.
Hey, how about La Comida Buena for one of their breakfast burritos?
Hawk suggested.
It's closer.
He expected her to protest, but instead she agreed. "Let's do it." Guiding her across the crosswalk, which was hidden somewhere beneath the slush, he knew he wasn't alone in being relieved to pass the handful of shops and step into La Comida Buena's heated serving area. A glass pane displaying the company's logo and backed by colored lights and bubbles welcomed them. Hawk knew the menu by heart, and he suspected Faye did too by now. She let go of him and hobbled across the black mat, which was collecting the snow from their shoes, and toward the line of people waiting to order. Christmas music played overhead. Hawk trudged along behind her. After watching employees assemble their burrito and prepare their coffee, he paid for their breakfast.
How have things been?
Hawk set the tray of food on the rack in front of the drink dispensers. "I'm getting by," Faye said. "Though I have to say, Social Security isn't what it's cracked up to be." He retrieved a few napkins and placed them on the tray.
What's happening?
He picked up the tray and led the way to the nearest vacant table.
I thought you said things were going well financially.
Faye unbuttoned her coat and placed it on the back of the chair before sitting. Once the tray was before her, she busied herself assembling her silver foil bowl and his, along with their utensils. The smell of eggs, sausage, and cheese drifted straight to his stomach. Hawk was eager to dig in. It's got to be this dadgum Christmas season, Faye said, cutting into her breakfast burrito. Don't get me wrong. I love the lights and music and celebration as much as anyone else. But things get tight when you've got higher heating bills and more presents to buy than usual. Faye had 13 grandchildren, some adults, some teenagers, and one toddler, all of whom she loved to spoil. Hawk knew her retirement was spent divvying her time up between them and himself, and that nothing made her happier.
You don't have to spend a lot on them,
he said, taking a bite of his overstuffed burrito.
And don't bother getting me anything.
Are you kidding? They're my grandbabies. I've got to get them something. And as for you, even billionaires need Christmas presents. A blush hit his cheeks. He glanced around, hoping no one heard her reference to his financial status.
It isn't that, Faye.
He lowered his voice.
I don't want you putting yourself out for my sake.
I'm not, she said. I'm doing it for mine. I'm the grandma and the godmother. It's part of the job description. She gave him a wrinkly smile.
Not for me, it isn't,
he argued.
You know your grandkids also love you with or without gifts.
A shrug. Even so, hockey boy, it's Christmas. He stared at his food.
That it is. Seems like someone is reminding me of that every hour.
She lowered her utensils and speared him with an unswerving glare. What's happening with you?
Too much. I don't want to bore you.
Faye's pointed look deepened. Hawk laughed. Fighting her was no use, though he decided not to mention the recent theft. Knowing Faye, she'd try to track the culprit down herself and demand the stolen items be returned that instant.
It's nothing. Typical work stuff. Then the elevator getting stuck.
The elevator got stuck? With you on it? When did this happen?
Just before I met up with you, actually. And the woman I was on it with.
Faye perked up. If she wasn't interested before, she undoubtedly was now. She'd been egging him on for months to start dating again, after ending things with Amelia Solis. Faye scooted her chair closer to him. You were stuck on it with a woman? Tell me everything. There was that pesky blush again, heating his cheeks with unwanted vigor. He was a grown man, for goodness sake. If Faye hoped for a story of some romantic escapade with the beautiful stranger, she'd be mistaken. Maybe if he hadn't lost total control of his senses, something like that could have happened. The woman had said throwing herself at him again was intriguing. His mind began to fill with all kinds of possible meanings of that particular word.
There's nothing to tell,
he said, digging into his burrito.
Unless you count my slight panic attack and her sweet attempts to help me stay calm.
Yes, you always did have a time with tight spaces. Hawk thought about his back surgery a few years ago. He'd had an incredibly difficult time just getting the MRI. Logically, he knew nothing would happen to him while in the machine, but his brain didn't seem to grasp as much when the walls were too close. So, who was she? Faye asked, scooping a forkful of rice into her mouth.
An employee in my building. That's all I know, he said, though she mentioned having to work on Christmas.
But you are not open on Christmas, Faye argued.
I know. In any case, I've invited most of the departments to my annual Christmas Eve ball. Maybe she'll be there.
He secretly hoped she would. He took another bite of his burrito. The blend of sausage, egg, and cheese melted across his tongue. Most of your departments? Faye said. That staff of yours works hard. I keep telling you to include them all. Clary had insisted on the same thing, but he'd gone back and forth with her on it dozens of times. He pitched the same argument to Faye.
Inviting all my staff is a nice gesture, but do you know how many people that is?
He'd already invited several out-of-town friends to visit and attend the ball. Hawk made a mental note to check in with Adrian about that. It had been a few months since they'd talked about Adrian and his wife, Gabby, joining in. That was only a few extras, though. Faye was talking more in the hundreds extra range. Last year, the ball was crowded as it was, and they'd only included half the departments. He supposed they could change the location to accommodate more people. Pulling out his phone, he shot a text to Clary. "How do you decide, then?" Faye asked. "Do you rotate to make sure they all feel appreciated?" Hawk thought it over as he chewed and swallowed another bite.
I suppose it would be a good thing to invite the entirety of my staff.
"All departments." Faye tapped her fork in the air. "Just so you make sure you see this mystery girl of yours again."
All departments,
he agreed aloud, texting the same information to Clary.
Make sure they're all invited, please, and find a larger location.
Hawk felt a little guilty for asking this of her so late in the game, but if anyone could handle the change in locale, it was Clary. She could probably organize it right here at corporate, maybe in the conference rooms below. "You got it, boss," she replied.
What about you?
Hawk asked. He returned his phone to his jacket pocket.
What can I do to help you?
Faye's features narrowed with suspicion. "You know not to go there, Hawky boy. No offering me money." He lifted his hands.
I know I wasn't going to. But is there anything else I can do? Offer you a position, maybe. I know you're retired, but my candy shop in downtown Westville could use a festive holiday greeter.
She straightened, which for her was saying something. "A greeter, you say?"
Sure. You'd probably get your fair share of samples as well by offering them to holiday shoppers.
"Well, now." Her rosy smile rounded her face that much more. "If you're sure." Hawk sniggered inside. He knew he could convince her with candy.
I'm sure. Won't be a problem. And it'll be a part-time position that will end at the end of the holidays. I'll get in touch with the store's manager.
She patted his hand and took a bite of her rice. "That's mighty sweet of you, Hawky boy. Mighty sweet."
Anything for my Faye girl,
he said, going back to the cutesy names they'd used for each other since he was a boy. Faye had been his mother's best friend. The two had met during a European choir tour years ago, and his parents had insisted she take the role of his godmother when he was born. Even now, Faye still busied herself with gossip and greeting cards at every family event, from his birthday to holidays to his mother's monthly book club. It was almost as though he had two mothers, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Hence the reason he'd kept the mention of the theft to himself. Faye had enough on her mind with her own financial situation. Now all he needed was for Clary to get back to him regarding the list of invited staff. He had to make sure the mysterious woman from the elevator received an invitation. Chapter 3. Hawk approached the fountain at the statue's base and slipped into his overcoat. He was more than eager to keep this particular coffee date. It was with a woman he'd loved for as long as he could remember. A woman who'd been a part of his life even longer than he could remember. Faye stood beside the fountain in the center of the lobby, running her fingers through the chlorinated water as though she was considering reaching for some of the loose change floating around in the bottom level of the pool. Hawk wouldn't put it past her, he thought with a smile. His godmother had always had a childish quirk about her. He often saw her doing things normal people either didn't think to do or had outgrown after the age of 12.
Faye,
he said, causing her to stiffen and let her hand hang over the water. Small beads of water dripped from her wrinkled fingers. Her face bloomed into a lined smile that had always made him squirm a little inside. "How's my favorite godson?" she said in her tired but good-natured voice, turning to him.
Aren't I your only godson?
"So far," she said with a shrug.
You sound like you're expecting to be asked for the honor again sometime soon.
"Anything can happen," she said. "Are you ready? It's cold outside. I need my coffee." he acquiesced.
Where's it going to be today?
She slipped her gnarled hand onto his elbow, and he deliberately slowed his pace so she could keep up.
Debbie's?
We go there every time.
When we meet for breakfast, I suppose,
Hawk said.
though we've mostly been meeting for lunches lately.
Today was a special occasion for Faye. One of her grandkids had a birthday party later that afternoon. Hawk suggested breakfast, and here they were. Then we'd better stop in at Debbie's, Faye said. Don't want them to forget us.
We definitely wouldn't want that,
Hawk said with a chuckle as he held the door open for her. A brush of frigid air greeted him, along with flurries of snow. The sky was gray, the perfect shade for sleigh bells and snowball fights. You know, you're the highlight of my week, Faye said. Might as well be everyone else's.
You're mine too, Faye,
he said.
but that doesn't mean everyone remembers us when we go into their establishments.
Oh, you might be surprised. She tucked her chin into her purple coat. Hawk stroked her hand, wishing he could help her stay warm. Faye always insisted they walk to their destinations, since his office was central to several restaurant options and she wanted her exercise. Maybe he should get her a pair of gloves for Christmas this year. She claimed staying fit was harder to do at her age. Hawk wasn't sure what that number was exactly. He valued his hide far too much to ask outright, so he figured indulging her request to walk was the best option. Today, Hawk would have loved to drive her somewhere. The hazy fog made a lace skirt on the street. Snow spun around them, chilling his nostrils and ears. He shivered.
Hey, how about La Comida Buena for one of their breakfast burritos?
Hawk suggested.
It's closer.
He expected her to protest, but instead she agreed. Let's do it. Guiding her across the crosswalk, which was hidden somewhere beneath the slush, he knew he wasn't alone in being relieved to pass the handful of shops and step into La Comida Buena's heated serving area. A glass pane displaying the company's logo and backed by colored lights and bubbles welcomed them. Hawk knew the menu by heart, and he suspected Faye did too by now. She let go of him and hobbled across the black mat, which was collecting the snow from their shoes, and toward the line of people waiting to order. Christmas music played overhead. Hawk trudged along behind her. After watching employees assemble their burrito and prepare their coffee, he paid for their breakfast.
How have things been?
Hawk set the tray of food on the rack in front of the drink dispensers. I'm getting by, Faye said. Though I have to say, Social Security isn't what it's cracked up to be. He retrieved a few napkins and placed them on the tray.
What's happening?
He picked up the tray and led the way to the nearest vacant table.
I thought you said things were going well financially.
Faye unbuttoned her coat and placed it on the back of the chair before sitting. Once the tray was before her, she busied herself assembling her silver foil bowl and his, along with their utensils. The smell of eggs, sausage, and cheese drifted straight to his stomach. Hawk was eager to dig in. It's got to be this dadgum Christmas season, Faye said, cutting into her breakfast burrito. Don't get me wrong. I love the lights and music and celebration as much as anyone else. But things get tight when you've got higher heating bills and more presents to buy than usual. Faye had 13 grandchildren, some adults, some teenagers, and one toddler, all of whom she loved to spoil. Hawk knew her retirement was spent divvying her time up between them and himself, and that nothing made her happier.
You don't have to spend a lot on them,
he said, taking a bite of his overstuffed burrito.
And don't bother getting me anything.
Are you kidding? They're my grandbabies. I've got to get them something. And as for you, even billionaires need Christmas presents. A blush hit his cheeks. He glanced around, hoping no one heard her reference to his financial status.
It isn't that, Faye.
He lowered his voice.
I don't want you putting yourself out for my sake.
I'm not, she said. I'm doing it for mine. I'm the grandma and the godmother. It's part of the job description. She gave him a wrinkly smile.
Not for me, it isn't.
he argued.
You know your grandkids also love you with or without gifts.
A shrug. Even so, hockey boy, it's Christmas. He stared at his food.
That it is. Seems like someone is reminding me of that every hour.
She lowered her utensils and speared him with an unswerving glare. What's happening with you?
Too much. I don't want to bore you.
Faye's pointed look deepened. Hawk laughed. Fighting her was no use, though he decided not to mention the recent theft. Knowing Faye, she'd try to track the culprit down herself and demand the stolen items be returned that instant.
It's nothing. Typical work stuff. Then the elevator getting stuck.
The elevator got stuck? With you on it? When did this happen?
Just before I met up with you, actually. And the woman I was on it with.
Faye perked up. If she wasn't interested before, she undoubtedly was now. She'd been egging him on for months to start dating again, after ending things with Amelia Solis. Faye scooted her chair closer to him. You were stuck on it with a woman? Tell me everything. There was that pesky blush again, heating his cheeks with unwanted vigor. He was a grown man, for goodness sake. If Faye hoped for a story of some romantic escapade with the beautiful stranger, she'd be mistaken. Maybe if he hadn't lost total control of his senses, something like that could have happened. The woman had said throwing herself at him again was intriguing. His mind began to fill with all kinds of possible meanings of that particular word.
There's nothing to tell,
he said, digging into his burrito.
Unless you count my slight panic attack and her sweet attempts to help me stay calm.
Yes, you always did have a time with tight spaces. Hawk thought about his back surgery a few years ago. He'd had an incredibly difficult time just getting the MRI. Logically, he knew nothing would happen to him while in the machine, but his brain didn't seem to grasp as much when the walls were too close. So, who was she? Faye asked, scooping a forkful of rice into her mouth.
An employee in my building. That's all I know, he said, though she mentioned having to work on Christmas.
But you are not open on Christmas, Faye argued.
I know. In any case, I've invited most of the departments to my annual Christmas Eve ball. Maybe she'll be there.
He secretly hoped she would. He took another bite of his burrito. The blend of sausage, egg, and cheese melted across his tongue. Most of your departments? Faye said. That staff of yours works hard. I keep telling you to include them all. Clary had insisted on the same thing, but he'd gone back and forth with her on it dozens of times. He pitched the same argument to Faye.
Inviting all my staff is a nice gesture, but do you know how many people that is?
He'd already invited several out-of-town friends to visit and attend the ball. Hawk made a mental note to check in with Adrian about that. It had been a few months since they'd talked about Adrian and his wife, Gabby, joining in. That was only a few extras, though. Faye was talking more in the hundreds extra range. Last year, the ball was crowded as it was, and they'd only included half the departments. He supposed they could change the location to accommodate more people. Pulling out his phone, he shot a text to Clary. How do you decide, then? Faye asked. Do you rotate to make sure they all feel appreciated? Hawk thought it over as he chewed and swallowed another bite.
I suppose it would be a good thing to invite the entirety of my staff.
All departments. Faye tapped her fork in the air. Just so you make sure you see this mystery girl of yours again.
All departments,
he agreed aloud, texting the same information to Clary.
Make sure they're all invited, please, and find a larger location.
Hawk felt a little guilty for asking this of her so late in the game, but if anyone could handle the change in locale, it was Clary. She could probably organize it right here at corporate, maybe in the conference rooms below. You got it, boss, she replied.
What about you?
Hawk asked. He returned his phone to his jacket pocket.
What can I do to help you?
Faye's features narrowed with suspicion. You know not to go there, hockey boy. No offering me money. He lifted his hands.
I know I wasn't going to. But is there anything else I can do? Offer you a position, maybe. I know you're retired, but my candy shop in downtown Westville could use a festive holiday greeter.
She straightened, which for her was saying something. A greeter, you say?
Sure. You'd probably get your fair share of samples as well by offering them to holiday shoppers.
Well now. Her rosy smile rounded her face that much more. If you're sure. Hawk sniggered inside. He knew he could convince her with candy.
I'm sure. Won't be a problem. And it'll be a part-time position that will end at the end of the holidays. I'll get in touch with the store's manager.
She patted his hand and took a bite of her rice. That's mighty sweet of you, hockey boy. Mighty sweet.
Anything for my Faye girl,
he said, going back to the cutesy names they'd used for each other since he was a boy. Faye had been his mother's best friend. The two had met during a European choir tour years ago, and his parents had insisted she take the role of his godmother when he was born. Even now, Faye still busied herself with gossip and greeting cards at every family event, from his birthday to holidays to his mother's monthly book club. It was almost as though he had two mothers, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Hence the reason he'd kept the mention of the theft to himself. Faye had enough on her mind with her own financial situation. Now all he needed was for Clary to get back to him regarding the list of invited staff. He had to make sure the mysterious woman from the elevator received an invitation. Chapter 4. Ella lined up the pinned fabric with the 3/4 marking on her sewing machine, pushed the pedal with her foot, and fed the material through as the needle began inching up and down, up and down. Beside her, her roommate, Chloe, worked at her own machine. Its whirring thrum added white noise in their momentary silence. Their friend Brandy had also come over to help. They still had several pillowcases left to make before Ella's too early bedtime. Ella had founded Stitches for Sierra 3 years ago, when Sierra, a little girl in her apartment complex, was dying of leukemia. Ella rounded up as many women with even the tiniest sewing ability to help assemble a quilt in record time for Sierra before she passed away. Brandy and Chloe had been the only two to continue the organization with her, eager for new ways to help people in need. Their projects mainly benefited kids at Harmony Children's, though occasionally a neighbor or a different need surfaced, and the crew of ladies worked together to create whatever was needed. Ella's mom had made all of Ella's clothes while she was growing up. Sewing had been a staple at the Embers household. Quilts for cousins, new dresses for Easter. There was something about the way Eileen Embers did things that felt old-fashioned and yet so perfect all at the same time. Ella missed her mom, and so she'd kept up with Stitches for Sierra, not only to help kids in need, but to honor her mother, too. This Christmas, their project was Christmas pillowcases for all the kids in Harmony Children's. Ella had relished perusing bolt after bolt of colorful, festive fabrics, vibrant reds and greens covered with elves, reindeer, or Santa Claus, sparkling blues and purples with glittering snowflakes. There was something about coordinating colors together that was more satisfying than getting the last piece of pie. That should do it, she said, snipping through the thread on her machine. She then turned the fabric right side out, pleased to find the rectangular edging blending perfectly with the pink pillowcase body, which was covered with gingerbread men. Some little girl is going to freak out over that one, said Brandy, pausing over her own machine on the opposite end of Ella's kitchen table. Brandy called herself huggable, with dark skin and hair and the most gorgeous eyelashes Ella had ever seen. I know, right? I wish I could see their faces when their pillows are brought in that morning, and they're not covered in boring white fabric, but spangled in Christmas perfection. The plan was to deliver them a day or two before, so the staff had time to prepare a pillow for each child. "It really is a great idea," Chloe added, speaking from over her shoulder. Her blue, train and wreath-covered pillowcase fabric hung from the edge of the desk near the window. Chloe was of Asian descent, with dark hair, slanted eyes, and stunning cheekbones. "Giving is something my mom always did for people." Ella shrugged off their praise. Admiration wasn't why she did this. Having had an incredibly disheartening experience at the hospital with her own mother before she'd died, Ella knew how lonely hours at a hospital could be, especially during the holidays. While the last 10 years without her mom had been a struggle, Ella always found it hardest at Christmas time. Stina could be cordial enough on the surface, but deep down Ella knew the woman disliked her. Her stepmother had been over the moon when Ella had graduated from high school and finally moved out, at Stina's request. If Ella told the truth, she'd been relieved at the separation too. At least her dad was happy with Stina. That was what mattered, she told herself. What did she care that he'd gradually allowed Stina to push Ella out of his life? At least she still had her health. Ella was nothing if not optimistic in the face of opposition. A pinging email alert sounded from her cell. Ella rifled through piles of fabric. She lifted the pre-cut stacks and the scraps she'd just received from Samantha at Ever After Sweet Shop, as well as those fresh from the store, before finally locating her phone below a red and black combination. She swiped to see a little number on the icon. The email's sender was Ever After Sweet Shop. Unlike the other emails she occasionally got, announcing promotions or discounts in their boutique shops, this was from corporate. "That's weird," Ella muttered. Brandy spoke without looking up from her sewing machine. "What?" "I don't usually get emails from corporate Ever After. Usually they're from Stina or just ads." "Must be pretty important then," said Brandy. The whir of her machine began again. The subject line read, "An invitation especially for you." Curious, Ella tapped on the email and read, "Dear Ms. Embers, Christmas is a wonderful season of celebration, and one of the best ways we honor this beloved holiday here at Ever After Sweet Shop is by hosting an annual Christmas ball. We delight in gathering our employees who work so hard the rest of the year together for one harmonious celebration, to thank them for all they do to keep Ever After Sweet Shop thriving all year round. As a member of Ever After Sweet Shop's exclusive custodial staff, via Malice Custodial Management, you often slip through unseen. We at Human Resources believe your contribution is as vital as anyone else's in the company, and are pleased to extend an invitation to you to attend Mr. Danielson's honorary Christmas ball, to thank you for your hours of quiet, consistent service. It will be held on Christmas Eve, December 24th, from 8 p.m. to midnight at Ever After's corporate office. As this is a formal event, come ready to paint the night in your finest formal attire. Refreshments will be served during the event. Please feel free to bring a single guest with you. We hope to see you at the ball. Sincerely, Deanna Hunt, Human Resource Manager. One phrase stuck out more than any other as Ella finished reading the email aloud. Mr. Danielson's honorary Christmas ball. He'd held this ball for years now. She knew it. Good grief, she'd had to clean up after it. In all that time, the custodial staff had never once been included. They didn't do enough, not like his other departments. Or that was always Stina's argument whenever a complaint was voiced from one of her crew members. Why was Hawk Danielson including them now? Did it have something to do with the recent robbery accusations he'd pitted against the entire custodial staff? Considering Stina's warning to the custodial staff earlier, he'd made it clear they were on rocky ground. She was sure he'd seen right through her on the elevator. She'd stuffed her employee badge into her purse as quickly as she could. But then he'd been cool and flirtatious, even in the midst of his bout of anxiety. He hadn't seemed to notice her badge at all. All his talk of thrusting herself on him, she hadn't been sure how to reply. It wasn't often that men flirted with her, let alone men who looked like him. He hadn't known who she was. How horrifying it would have been if he had, to be trapped in there with him and have him passing judgment for her custodial status. Or worse, thinking her a pickpocket the entire time. Both Brandy and Chloe gaped at her. "A ball? You know you're bringing me as your single guest, right?" Brandy said. Ella lowered her phone. "You say that like I'm going." Chloe jutted her head forward. Why wouldn't you?" Even if she went, she wasn't sure she'd bring Brandy along. While they'd been friends for a few years now, and Ella loved her company in smaller settings, Brandy was an extrovert who insisted Ella be one too. It would be disarming enough at the ball around Hawk Danielson. She didn't need Brandy there trying to drag her onto the dance floor. "It seems a little condescending, don't you think? They've never invited any of us before. Look at the date. The ball is in 2 days. It's like they've only just now realized we're a part of the corporation, too. Sure, custodial isn't the most glamorous thing to do, but it's a job. And even Mr. Danielson said this morning how—" Brandy cut her off. "Wait, you met him?" She and Chloe exchanged a look. "You failed to mention that." "Yeah, it was kind of embarrassing, actually," Ella said. "After work, I met with Samantha, when she gave me that fabric. Anyway, I ended up getting stuck in an elevator with him." Both machines stopped whirring. Chloe and Brandy stabbed their shocked gazes into her. "You got stuck in an elevator with him?" Chloe said. "Is it just me, or does that sound completely romantic?" "Please tell me you took the chance to swoon into his arms," Brandy said. The pit of her stomach coiled. Ella had fantasized about that very thing all through lunch, and even now while watching the needle on her machine zigzag up and down. How easy it would have been to play the bumbling idiot, to tumble against him, take advantage of the secluded darkness and the moment's spontaneity, and kiss a complete stranger. He'd said he wanted a distraction. She certainly could have distracted him with a few harmless kisses. Truth be told, she hadn't had to pull away from his embrace. He'd been so mesmerizing, and he hadn't seemed to mind her proximity in the least. What would have happened if she'd tried something like that? It was useless to even imagine. She felt stupid even considering it. Things like that only happened in movies, not in real life. Not between all-out gazillionaires and lowly custodians. "It was anything but romantic," Ella said, deciding not to mention his phobia of tight spaces. She wouldn't want her problems brandished all over the place. In fact, it made her respect him that much more for not being as perfect as he appeared in pictures. "So, tell us!" Brandy scooted away from her sewing machine and placed the half-sewn pillowcase on her lap. "What's he like?" Ella attempted to act indifferent. She turned her attention to the cluttered stacks of papers beside the TV, trying to ignore the irony. She cleaned by profession, and yet her house grew messier by the day. She hadn't seen the surfaces of anything in here since she'd moved in. "Why do you care?" "You can't be this impartial," Brandy said. "Especially not if you saw him. He's scrumptious." Ella lifted her chin. "I hadn't noticed." Chloe belted out a laugh. As Ella's roommate, she knew her better than most people would. "That's the biggest chunk of baloney I've ever heard. Seriously, what was he like?" Ella's body temperature ticked up a few notches at the memory of being held by him, either from embarrassment or at how considerate and then outright flirty he'd been. That whole hindsight being 20/20 wasn't fair. Why couldn't she have foreseen the effect he'd have over her at the time? Would she have done anything differently? He's nice. He told me a little of his Christmas traditions and kept his cool under duress. He even... What? Whoops, too much. Nothing, Ella said. He held the door as I left, that's all. But that wasn't all. She couldn't stop thinking about how he'd continued asking about her even once the elevator started moving again. As though he'd been genuinely interested in her. She'd wanted to stay too, to keep talking to him and answer his questions. But she couldn't let him know who she really was. It shouldn't matter, but even without the thievery accusations, admitting she was nothing more than a custodian who scrubbed toilets, cleaned floors, and picked gum off the underside of desks to someone as influential as Hawk Danielson seemed like the definition of undignified. Is Mr. Danielson going to be attending his honorary ball? Chloe asked. Ella's face heated all over again. I don't know. Would you stop acting completely uninterested in this guy? The pink in your cheeks is totally giving you away. Ella flattened her hands over her face. Will you guys give me a break about it? Brandy and Chloe exchanged grins. Someone's touchy. I thought you said nothing happened with him. Nothing did. Yet, Brandy added with an eyebrow quirk. And nothing will. You'll never know, Chloe teased, reaching over and tapping a finger against Ella's phone. Unless you go to his fancy ball. Ella lowered the piles of paper she was sifting through and glared at her friends. You guys are crazy. Christmas Eve is in 2 days. You know how many pillowcases we have to finish before then. Why would pillowcases hold you back? Brandy leaned against the table, resting her cheek on her fist. Because, Chloe said, folding her arms, knowing our girl Ella, if she goes to a ball, she's going to insist on making her own dress. And she doesn't have the time if she's got to sew pillowcases. She'd hit the spot. It was just Ella's way. She liked the experimentation, the design of things. Outdated as it was, Project Runway was one of her favorite shows. She would even attempt to do some of their challenges, giving herself the same parameters and time frame. It was one reason she was what her friends called fabric poor. You're making this into a bigger deal than it actually is. Ella folded the pillowcase she'd just finished and moseyed over to add it to the stack. There were 57 children in that hospital ward. 57 kids who had to spend Christmas in the hospital. And she wasn't about to let a single one of them down just so she could make an exquisite gown that might not even be anywhere near suitable for the caliber of this ball. No, she didn't need to go. It was one more thing to add to her to-do list. The thought of him unhinged her enough as it was. She didn't need the complete derailing seeing him again would bring, let alone dancing with him. She'd just have to push aside all thoughts of Hawk Danielson. And his indigo eyes, amazing hair, and stimulating consideration of her, aside. Chapter 5. Hawk stared at the list. HR finally emailed him the lineup of employees in each of Ever After Sweet Shop's departments, including each person's mugshot. He didn't care if Cynthia down in staffing thought it was an odd request. The only way he could connect a face to a name was with a picture. He hadn't been able to stop thinking about that woman since their chance encounter in the elevator. And he hoped a single headshot would be enough to jog his memory. She'd been so calm, so kind and patient, as she tried to distract him and keep him from hyperventilating. He scrolled through screen after screen. Marketing, accounting, sales, human resources, production. He browsed through each quickly, eagerly, anxious for the woman he'd met to jump out at him. Several times a brunette woman with brown eyes caught his attention, but something held him back every time. One was too old, one had a mole near her upper lip. One woman had audacious bangs and a prominent nose. None of them completely fit the image from the woman he'd spent a handful of minutes in an elevator with. None of them matched the face he continued seeing even in his eyelids. Who was she? She'd implied several times she worked in his building. The name tag she'd stuffed into her bag implied that she did, anyway. Her talk about working Christmas Day still threw him. None of his departments would be open. Which one did she work in? He had had a complete breakdown right along with the elevator. Maybe she'd mentioned the department during his minor panic attack and he'd missed it. Who could she be? He sent a text to Deanna.
Did the emails get sent out?
They did, sir. Your entire staff has been invited. The entire staff. That was a relief. Hawk supposed he could skim over the line of recipients, but that was a little too obsessive for his liking. Besides, what good would it do if he didn't know her name? The invitations had been extended. Hopefully, the mysterious woman would be attending the ball. It would be completely normal for him to seek her out then, to ask for a dance. Wouldn't it? Ella dragged her feet. 3:30 a.m. came too soon on a summer day, but add snow, below-zero temperatures, and wind chill? With her apartment's radiator on the fritz in the early morning hours, she was just plain cold. She blew warm air onto her hands, keeping as quiet as she could to avoid waking Chloe. The two had shared an apartment since starting Stitches for Sierra. Chloe was such a heavy sleeper she usually didn't notice the floor creaks or the accidental cupboard door slams as Ella attempted to retrieve her usual Cliff Bar and banana breakfast. Solitude in these early morning hours was a catalyst for deep thinking and personal reflection. Maybe it was the darkness. Maybe it was the stillness of being alone. Maybe it was the lonely ache in her heart. But for whatever reason, Ella thought about Hawk Danielson. A man like that would probably never think twice about a woman like her. What did she care? Still, it made her feel the slightest bit of shame for her chosen employment. A custodial company was the perfect job for someone like Stina Malice. Stina liked to be the boss, to make others clean up messes, to give orders, have someone else do the work, and then reap the benefits herself. Knowing Stina's stuffy, controlling personality, and seeing the way she kept her own house so completely pristine, where not even dust dared to descend, a custodial company seemed below her as well. Stina always wore it like some kind of brand, however, like something that was owed to her. Then again, that was how Stina treated everyone and everything. Why should her company be any different? It brought in the bacon, and that was all Stina cared about. As for Ella, Stina had offered her a position after she'd graduated high school, and after she'd basically booted Ella out of the house. It had been an incentive to soothe the impact of being uninvited from her home. With the prospect of paying rent, Ella had been forced to find a job and decided to save herself the hassle of interviewing somewhere else. Ella had intended on going to college at the time, and custodial had been the best job she could find that would help her be able to juggle both school and work, seeing as how her custodial hours started so much earlier than her classes would have. But reality had hit with the force of a sledgehammer. Working such early, long hours left her too exhausted for classes. Survival mode kicked in, and she'd had to drop out. Like always, Ella had done her best to find the positive in the situation. Postponing school was for the best, she told herself. She needed time to build her portfolio before applying for the fashion design program at Garson's School of Fashion Design in New York. Sure, Custodial meant having zero social life because of how prematurely she had to go to bed, but it left her afternoons open for stitches for Sierra. Work was bad enough. She much preferred getting it over first thing in the morning, even if it did mean cleaning toilets. For the first time in a long time, the concept of something more absorbed her. Something different. Something where she could see daylight hours, where her evenings would be open for a dinner date, or otherwise date, with a good-looking, one-of-a-kind guy like Hawk Danielson. Ella stuffed her feet into her boots with more force than was necessary. What was her problem? It wasn't like he'd even asked her out or anything. She paused with the zipper halfway up her calf and couldn't help wondering, what if he had asked her out? What would she have said? Sorry, I have to go to bed by 8? It was the main reason she didn't bother trying to date anyone. Well, that and the disastrous end to her very brief relationship with Derek Cummins, her stepsister's ex-boyfriend. Dating was of no use. Ella didn't want a relationship. She didn't want Stina interfering the way she did last time. Ella didn't want to lay blame at Stina's door for that, but what else was she supposed to believe? Stina had known Ella was out of town. She'd invited Derek over anyway. It had been no secret how jealous Pris had been of Ella's relationship with him. At least Ella lived in her own place. She just wished she had the courage to tell Stina no in the employment arena, too. But Stina was her only connection to her father these days, and Ella got the feeling he wouldn't be too pleased if she quit either. Slipping into her coat, beanie, and gloves, Ella stepped outside and locked her apartment door behind her. She thought about Stina all the way through town, driving slowly and carefully as snowplows were still pushing clear the fresh snow which had fallen the night before. Within minutes, she pulled into Ever After Corporate's monstrous facility. Smoke rose from the dual pipes, and shadows pooled over the back entrance. Ella parked and exited her car, pausing in the morning's stillness. Westville was beautiful. She'd give the town that much. The slow-rising fog, the white hush in the air, the smell of crisp, stark cold. She took a moment to breathe it in and bask in the icicles tipping every tree and the edges of Ever After's rooftop. This is what people who are sleeping right now miss, she said to the quiet air. This was absolutely stunning. Her own personal snow globe. What a wonder, to be the first to leave a footprint, to have a conversation with the stars and snowflakes as they drifted lazily down. Ella's coworker, Janice, strolled through the snow from her car a few feet over, meeting Ella at the door. "Morning," Ella told her. She could barely hear Janice's muffled response through the scarf covering her face. Clearly, she wasn't as mesmerized by the morning's weather as Ella was. Together, they entered the back of the building, kicked the snow from their boots, and found Stina waiting at the desk in the break room with her arms folded in distaste. Pris and Charlotte chatted in their corner, and a few of the others sat on the bench, retying their shoes after donning their jumpsuits. "What did we do now?" Ella whispered to Janice as she turned the key to enter her locker and removed her freshly wadded jumpsuit. Whoops. She really should have folded it nicely. Other members of the crew seemed to harbor the same unease. The room was as solemn as a tomb. "Who knows?" Janice said, zipping her jumpsuit over her clothes. "She's always got something to grill us about." Ella stiffened. Had something else gone missing? The tense mood continued while the rest of the sleepy crew trickled in. Emmett, with his short-cropped curls, saluted Ella and Janice with 2 fingers at his temple. Stina sat at her almighty chair, arms folded, mouth pinched, until Ella and the crew stood in their gray jumpsuits, ready for keys and the day's assignments. Ella suddenly felt as though she were in the army rather than on a janitorial staff. Officer Stina gave a noisy sniff. Her chair creaked, and she rose and stood before them like for all the world she was a drill sergeant.
Mr. Danielson is getting suspicious, Stina began. How many of you received an email with an invitation to the ball yesterday?
Ella traded a confused glance with Janice. She received a snooty glare from Pris and a surprised squint from Charlotte. One by one, each member of the crew raised his or her hands. Was there something wrong with having been invited?
So did I, Stina said. To have him extend this invitation so soon after accusing one of us of theft?
Innocent until proven guilty, Charlotte suggested. Her mother ignored her.
That means he's noticing us. That means we're either doing something very right or very wrong. Let's make sure it's the former, people. Make sure you're double and triple checking your work. Every garbage can, every hallway, every stair. Make sure your work is impeccable. And if you know anything about the missing office supplies, be sure to report it immediately.
Ella's stomach twisted. You still don't know who's been taking things? Isn't it always the guilty one who speaks up first? Pris sneered at Ella across the room. I didn't do it. Ella offered her hands in unnecessary surrender. I'm just surprised they haven't found out who it was.
It's a sneaky thing to do, Stina said, stalking toward Ella.
Her heels smacked the cement. While Ella stood her ground and maintained eye contact, inside her stomach retreated.
Especially at Christmas time, Stina continued. I'm sure they're doubling down on surveillance, so let's make sure we do our best work. I'd hate for Ever After Suites to search for different custodial management because someone on my staff has been dishonest.
Stina's words stung. She hadn't directed them at Ella. She hadn't even been looking at her. But from the way Charlotte and Pris sniggered beneath their hands, from the way their mother pursed her lips at them, Ella got the feeling the threat was targeted at her. Chapter 6. Ella pushed the large, wheeled garbage can along the hallway, stopping to wipe the glass display near the elevator with the employee names and their room numbers. Earbuds in place, she drowned out her worries with a podcast on fashion design. The featured speaker that morning discussed streamlining a formal gown to be a cross between a full, flowing princess skirt and a more contemporary bodice. From there, the conversation drifted into more of the marketing side of things. Having designs noticed by magazines, getting a photo op on a front cover. Ella wished she could stop to take notes, but as it was, she did her best to mentally catalog the tips being given. Fingerprints removed from the glass display case, she now rotated. The podcaster paused long enough for sounds of a squeaky-wheeled mop bucket to trail from down the hall. Charlotte gave Ella a small wave. She'd always been the nicer of her two stepsisters. Ella peeked at the clock over the stairs. It was nearly 9. Time to return cleaning tools to their coordinating closets on every floor and close things up for the day. Hand in her keys, get home, and take a few minutes to scratch out the new design dominating her thoughts. Charlotte wheeled in closer. Did you see this? She offered her phone in Ella's direction. What are you doing here? Ella asked. I thought you were on the 7th floor. Mom reassigned me. Check this out. These gowns are going for amazing prices. Ella examined the screen, impressed by the designs. Gold ball gowns, indigo, strapless dresses, black and sequined that reached only to the thigh. Each display joined with a little yellow sale tag. The prices were actually decent. Where is this? Ella asked. Circle of Elegance, downtown, Charlotte said. They're lovely, Ella said. She rested her cloth against its place on the garbage cart when her pulse kicked dirt like a runaway horse. Hawk Danielson turned the corner and made his way to the stairs, to where she and Charlotte stood. Ella was painfully aware of her rumpled jumpsuit from her dingy locker down in the basement. She panicked. He couldn't see her like this. Her hands were sticky thanks to something that had clung to the garbage bag she'd emptied. Her hair was falling loose from its bun. The last time he'd seen her, she was dressed half decent. But this? Besides, he'd put the pieces together about where she worked. The custodial closet taunted her from down the hall, too far to make a mad dash without being completely obvious. Heat pooled in her cheeks. Hawk drew closer, looking razor-sharp and dressed to kill in a pinstriped suit, his blonde hair swooping up in that oh-so-casual way that bespoke of rumpled roll-out-of-bed mornings made better by hair gel. "Hey there," Charlotte said as he approached. On impulse, Ella yanked the dust cloth from her pocket, dropped it to the floor, and crouched for it just in time to hide behind the garbage can like a total coward.
"Good morning,"
Hawk responded. Ella imagined his gaze making the briefest sweep toward her direction. She moved farther to the side, hoping he couldn't see her, or worse, that he wouldn't roll the garbage can away. While he was blocked from her view, Ella could see Charlotte staring at him like a befuddled schoolgirl. Silence ensued. Ella imagined Hawk blinking several times as if questioning her mental state.
"Have a good one,"
Hawk finally said, casting a final look toward the garbage can before giving Charlotte an acknowledging nod and swaggering to the stairs. The stairs! Ella almost laughed. Of course he wouldn't take the elevator again, not after what happened to him the last time. Ella exhaled the minute he was out of sight, rolling the garbage can away just enough to regain her posture once more. A mixture of relief and shame filled her. What was her problem? Would it really have been so bad to just talk to him? "Did you see that? He said hi to me," Charlotte said, fanning herself. "Oh my gosh! Who knew the Candyman was such a hottie?" Ella decided to feign ignorance. She bobbed her chin in the direction Hawk headed. "Who was that?" Charlotte scoffed. "Only the owner of this entire building. Come on, you can't tell me you haven't seen him around." "I haven't really paid attention," Ella bluffed, bending for her yellow dust rag. Turns out she'd left it on the floor after all. Charlotte licked her upper lip, still ogling the stairs. "You know, I'm suddenly looking forward to this Christmas Eve ball." Rag in hand, Ella wheeled the large gray can the rest of the way down the hall and into the custodial closet. She pushed it back to make room for Charlotte to empty her mop water into the floor tub. The garbage wasn't full enough to empty, so Ella left it for tomorrow. "You're going?" Ella asked. Charlotte shrugged. "Why not? Mom's party is during the afternoon. We'll have the evening to ourselves. She's cleared everything so we can go." We? Had Charlotte just included Ella in that? Ella's excitement grew. "I hadn't heard. She said she had me scheduled to clean Highland Heights." Charlotte hung the mop on its peg and dusted her hands. "On Christmas Eve? Please! Mom isn't that heartless. Anyway, I can't believe some of these dress prices. I'm going to head over and see if I can't get in on this sale. You should come." Ella was stunned. "You're seriously inviting me?" "Shouldn't I?" She narrowed her eyes. While Charlotte may have been the nicer of her two stepsisters, she'd never invited Ella anywhere. Charlotte seemed to read the question in Ella's gaze. She fiddled with the zipper on her jumpsuit, as though just as nervous about all this as Ella was. "It's Christmas. We should go shopping together." Ella couldn't help the unease passing through her. Plenty of Christmases had come and gone in the 10 years since their parents had married. What made this one any different, especially with how closed off Stina and Pris were? She shook her head. "Thanks, but I don't know if I'm going. I have to check with Stina." "Check with her then," Charlotte said, shrugging and heading into the hall. Ella locked the closet door and shuffled to the elevator, pushing LL for the building's lower level. Much as she wanted to believe Charlotte's sudden offer, why was she buddying up to her now? Ella was tempted. How would it be to dress up in a stunning gown, to show up at the festive ball and feel like a princess for one night? She thought of her podcast, though, of the designs they'd been discussing. One had been swimming through her brain, and it continued teasing her mind even now. Her fingers prickled to get a hold of a pencil, to transfer what was in her brain onto paper. However, if she went to the ball, she didn't want to go in someone else's gown, in something picked off the rack. She wanted to go in something she'd designed, in something she had sewn with her own 2 hands, something she could waltz into that room in and have the pride of knowing it was all her own. The elevator arrived, and Ella quickened her pace down the hall, eagerness tripping through her. While Charlotte had been many things, Ella had never pegged her as a liar. Too often in their younger days, it had seemed like a contest between Ella and Pris, a contest where Charlotte was the middleman, torn because she couldn't be friends with one of them without making it look like she was taking sides. If this was her way of reaching out, Ella knew she needed to let Charlotte know she was open to that, to friendship. When referring to Christmas Eve and Christmas Day plans, Charlotte had said, "we." Did that include Ella? Was she actually going to be invited to Christmas lunch with her dad and have the holiday off? It was too much to hope for, and yet hope bloomed in her chest like a newly inflated balloon. Ella entered the break room. Charlotte, Pris, Wade, and Liam trailed behind her one by one, inserting their time cards into the machine and heading out. Charlotte and Pris gabbed the whole way down the hall after begging their mom for a wad of cash to buy dresses. Stina lingered, sitting at her desk and scrolling through what Ella assumed was her email. Ella hesitated. She'd been down this road before, thinking Stina was in a pleasant mood, only to make her request and be shot down. But Charlotte had said it. It was Christmas. Fingers interlocked in front of her, Ella took a tentative step toward the desk. "So, what time is the Christmas Eve party?" Ella asked, handing Stina her keys.
Party?
Stina's confusion was evident in her tone and in the crease between her brows. She took the keys and inserted them into the drawer before locking it tight. Ella gripped her purse strap. Had she said something wrong? It was December 23rd. That meant the following day was Christmas Eve. "Yeah, your Christmas lunch tomorrow, with my dad. I thought—"
"You're not invited,"
she said with a laugh. The words, their mocking tone, were a slap. Ella chafed at the instant rejection, skin smarting as surely as if she'd been struck. She wanted to dash from the room, to scurry away and hide and pretend she'd never said a word. But she felt the need to clarify. "What do you mean? Charlotte was just saying—" Stina pushed away from the desk with manicured hands.
"Charlotte isn't making 1,000 pillowcases for charity. That's your first priority, isn't it?"
"It is a priority, but—" Stina's bottom lip pouted in false pity.
"Ella, sweetie, I know you'll want to come, but it just isn't going to happen. There's too much for you to do with this Sierra project of yours. I didn't want to put any additional pressure on you. It's a busy time, especially if you're wanting to finish in time for the ball."
It sounded like Stina was being considerate of her, that she was being helpful. Ella knew what a lie it was. She knew this would happen. She knew better than to put her heart and her hopes on the line around this woman. Still, hope wasn't getting the hint. Ella pressed on. "So Charlotte was right. You've canceled working at Highland Heights?"
"Of course not. You'll just have to leave the ball early to make it to work in time."
Leave the ball early. Forget that it would be Christmas Eve. Forget that Ella hadn't been a welcomed guest at her father's home for 2 years. Forget she was just as much a member of the family as Charlotte or Pris. Well, all right then, she thought sarcastically. Who needed to spend Christmas lunch there anyway? Or Christmas morning, for that matter. She had Grandma Larson. Somehow, the consolation wasn't as soothing as she wanted it to be.
This is your job, Ella, Stina went on. And like it or not, I am your manager. So until you find work elsewhere, you go where I schedule you.
How she must love this, lording over Ella like she was her own personal servant. Ella wanted to retort. There was so much she wanted to say, but what good would it do? Stina was right. This was her job. She swallowed her pride and pushed back the tears threatening at her eyes. What time do I need to be there? Stella lifted her chin, smirking in silent, smug victory. She nodded, as if stamping her approval on Ella's continued doormat status.
I told them midnight, she said. That should give you time to enjoy a little of the ball before dashing off. Then you can work and be back for presents with whoever you celebrate Christmas with.
No sympathy or remorse came from Stina at being the cause of exclusion from Ella's own father's home. Stina waved this last part out as though it was nothing more than an afterthought, and began sorting through papers on her desk. Ella had tried pleading with her dad after the whole debacle with Derek Cummins had happened, but he'd taken his wife's side. Granted, he had to live with the woman, but still, they'd all made unfair accusations about Ella stealing Derek right out from under Pris's nose. Truth be told, Derek had shared with Ella how manipulative Pris was while they'd been dating. How he loved being around Ella because she didn't belittle him or make him feel incompetent just so he'd stay with her. After he and Pris had broken up, he'd gone to Ella as a friend because he'd needed someone to talk to. Then, after spending a few afternoons together, sparks had flown between them. He'd kissed her, asked her out on a few dates. Of course, it had looked like she'd been his rebound. Ella could still hear the shrieks and nasty things Pris had said to her once Pris had found out. She and Derek had tried to continue dating after that, to show Pris and Stina the pair had no control over their lives. But after things continued going downhill, Derek and Ella had agreed to end it, for both of their sakes. And then Ella had been denied entrance into her childhood home altogether.
I'm sure you have somewhere else you'd rather be than with the rest of us,
Stina had snarled from the half-opened front door one year on Christmas Day when Ella arrived for the family gathering. Ella had spotted the Christmas tree behind her. Music had wafted from the open door, along with the smells of cinnamon rolls and ham. Then Stina had left her on the doorstep like a traveling salesman. Stina had a sniveling way of turning things around, of making it sound like she was trying to be considerate of Ella. But there was always something underlying, something that sounded and felt not quite right. Even now, Stina didn't have to schedule her, or anyone, on Christmas Eve. She could have said no to whoever this owner at Highland Heights was. With a sigh, Ella tried looking at things from the positive. The only person she could control was herself. Her mother had always insisted as much. At least Stina was letting her go to the ball. There was that. I still haven't decided if I'm going or not, Ella said. Stina paused, as if just realizing Ella was still standing there. Her tone shifted from honey to vinegar in an instant. She rose from her chair and jabbed a finger in Ella's direction. You'd better not miss this. You're my reliable one. I need you there on that job. Ella lifted her hands, realizing too late how it had sounded. Stina, I was talking about the ball. Her stepmother sniffed, seeming to comprehend the slip-up. I don't care whether you go to that ball or not, Stina said. But I expect you to go to the Highland job, or you'll be hunting for a new one. Chapter 7. 2 more days until Christmas. Hawk was definitely pushing it. He should have had the candy delivery to Harmony Children's planned out before now. But dealing with financial advisors arguing with him about costs, with the expansion into commercial stores, not to mention other matters concerning the ball, he'd let it slip through the cracks. His financial advisor's insistence clamored through his brain even now. Donating candy to the children's hospital was too much, an unnecessary hassle. Hawk refused to believe it. Not only was a charitable donation good for tax purposes, but candy for these kids wouldn't cut into that many costs. He needed production to get on this order as quickly as possible, or they'd be out of time. Chances were, however, it was already too late for that. He wouldn't let that stop him. If he had to, Hawk would pay out of pocket for the gift bags and the confections to fill them. The notion sparked something inside of him. Hawk paused in his chair, resting his hands against the edge of his desk.
You know,
he said to his empty office, to the Christmas tree in the corner. Light from the window glinted off the bright red and gold bulbs.
That's not a bad idea.
In a flash, he was up, buttoning his suit coat and texting Clary to stop by any of his shops and pick out an assortment of goodie bags. None of this waiting for approval business. This was his gift to the hospital. And the old adage rang true. He wanted something done, so he was doing it himself. How many? Clary asked. Hawk did a mental calculation of the hospital's youthful residents. As far as he knew, there were over 50 children currently receiving treatment. The woman on the elevator had stated a number close to that. The hospital staff might like a Christmas treat too, though.
Better make it 200,
he answered. Hopefully that would be enough. Will do, sir. Hawk's steps were lighter than they'd been in days. What with the stress he'd been under lately, it felt good to be doing something for someone else. He'd already gotten gifts for Faye, his parents, and the designated sibling from his family's annual gift rotation. But ordering candy for these kids seemed different somehow. It was the woman in the elevator. In some roundabout way, he felt as though he was doing this for her. How are you planning on delivering these to the hospital? Clary texted. Would you like me to do it? Everyone was taking the day off tomorrow, and then again Christmas Day. This really should have been put into motion sooner, but with the other demands he'd been dealing with, it had slipped his mind.
No thanks, I'll handle it,
Hawk replied. He wanted this to be a personal gesture. His candy was nothing short of charming. It was what made the goods unique, special, and what had made him a billionaire in the first place. His boutique stores speckled the East Coast, but it wasn't like these kids could venture out to one, no matter how close it might have been. Too bad he couldn't bring an ever-after sweet shop to them.
Unless,
he said, pausing mid-step as a new idea began to form. What if he did just that? He didn't know exactly what health condition each child was battling, but so many of them had probably been a resident for a while. They probably missed their homes, missed little things most people took for granted, like shopping. Pausing just before reaching his office door, he pulled out his phone. There wasn't much time to get this going.
Clary,
he said when she answered.
What's your favorite part about going into an ever-after sweet shop?
If his assistant was confused by his question, she didn't evidence it. She was used to his antics, random as they sometimes were. The candy is amazing, sir, but it's even more appealing on site. It reminds me of Honeydukes when we went to Harry Potter World last summer. Except you have a bit wider selection with your Italian soda bar. This was exactly what Hawk was thinking. It was one thing to order something from a store online, but going there? Experiencing the atmosphere of a store? Of seeing something on a shelf and having the satisfaction of picking it out for himself? That was what he wanted to give these kids.
Delivering candy to these kids is all well and good,
he said.
But I thought we should bring the sweet shop to them.
What? How? Energy whirred inside of him the more he spoke.
We could set it up in the hospital waiting room, bring the kids out and let them pick whatever they wanted. Can you imagine how amazing that would be for them?
Clary didn't respond with the enthusiasm he was hoping for. "Don't take this the wrong way," she said. "But why go through all the trouble? We have our hands full with preparations for the ball. You're going to need extra hands with this. Who are you going to find to help out? Everyone has taken the holidays off. Some have already left town, and a number of your staff are knee-deep in—"
"I get it,"
Hawk said, settling into one of his leather chairs and trying not to let defeat settle in.
"You're absolutely right. Why don't you let me worry about finding help? I know you've got your hands full."
"Thanks, boss," she said, too quickly. "It's not that I don't want to, it's just—" He rested his head on his free hand.
"A lot all at once. I get it. Don't worry about anything else, Clary. You know how much I appreciate you."
"Thanks. Talk to you later." Hawk ended the call and ran his hands through his hair. Clary was right. He couldn't add one more thing to her plate on such short notice. His friend, Adrian Bear, still hadn't responded affirmatively to the official invitation Hawk sent to him and his wife, Gabby. They had discussed the two of them coming a few months ago, and the Bears had seemed more than excited to attend. But apparently Gabby was expecting a baby, and morning sickness was making travel difficult. Hawk was happy for them, but it was too bad they couldn't make it. He was sure Adrian and Gabby would have helped with this. After several ticks went by, he dialed the next person who darted into his mind. His sister Gemma answered after the third ring. "Hawk?" He rose from his chair and began to pace the rug.
"Hey, Gemma, I have a last-minute idea, and I'm wondering if you can help me pull it off."
Gemma ran a prestigious party planning company and organized everything from high-end wedding receptions to 12-year-old girls' debut parties. He explained his idea. "I don't know," Gemma said. "That's a lot to put on the hospital staff, especially this late. It's December 23rd. Have you called them about this? You need to get their approval."
"I will,"
Hawk assured her.
"But what do you think? Can you get everything set up for me?"
"What happened to Clary?"
"She's already doing enough,"
he said, resting a hand on his hip. "So naturally you thought of me," she said sarcastically.
"Come on, sis. Can you help me out?"
She hesitated. He clenched a fist, hanging onto her answer. "I'll try," she finally said. Hawk pumped his fist in the air while trying to mask his enthusiasm. "I'll stop by one of the stores on my way home, see what I can scrounge up."
"Thanks, you're a gem,"
he said, knowing exactly the reaction he'd get. "Ha ha, like I haven't heard that before." Animated with excitement, he hung up and dialed the hospital himself. He wasn't the heel-clicking type ordinarily, but in that moment he could sympathize with the urge to do something so over the top. This was a victory. This was really going to happen.
"It's time to work a Christmas miracle,"
he said while the hospital's ringback tone sounded. If only he could contact her somehow and let her know about it too. Chapter 8. Ella's last conversation with Stina tormented her the rest of the day. Stina's nasty words, her derisive tone, the insult of the whole situation was an uncomfortable echo hammering through her brain as she sorted and pinned fabric, as she sewed stitch after stitch. The perfect comebacks replayed at just the right points of the conversation, the way they hadn't done earlier. Shame was a barnacle on the inside of her sternum. She should have known not to give way to hope. Leopards couldn't change their spots, and Stina was as speckled as they came. If only she had the courage to find a new job, the courage to tell Stina off. What better way to do that than to quit? Then she could go to the ball. None of this midnight curfew madness. No working all night Christmas Eve, so she would be too tired to even celebrate her favorite holiday. That's just it. she said to her vacant, excessively messy, conjoined dining and kitchen area. Christmas is my favorite. I've let Stina push me around for far too long. She may have my father under her thumb, but not me. Not anymore. She could lose her job. But what if she was ready to lose it? She could find daytime work. Other people did it. Sleep during normal hours. Work while the sun shined. Enjoy life instead of living like a servant, always at Stina's beck and call. Her phone rang, interrupting her triumphal musings. With that one sound, the fleeting bravery that had taken root withered and died. At least it wasn't Stina's name on the screen. "Hey, Grammy," Ella said. Grandma Larson's voice chimed through, elderly and chipper. "How's my favorite granddaughter?" Ella smiled. The sound of her voice was enough to nudge Ella from the morning's melancholy. There was always something good to be found. You say that to whichever granddaughter you're talking to. What's up? I wanted to talk about Christmas morning. Why don't you stay the night at my place tomorrow? Several of your cousins will be here as well. It'll be a great chance for you girls to catch up with one another. Ella wasn't sure whether she should be flattered that Grammy remembered the fallout between her and her family, or hurt at the assumption that it was still the case. Flattered, definitely. How awesome of Grammy to think of her again this year. She had an idea which cousins Grammy was referring to. As children, Ella and Adelie had been the best of friends, chatting it up at family gatherings in Grandma's backyard, while her uncle grilled hamburgers and Grandpa Larson made homemade ice cream with fresh strawberries from his garden. They'd connected over books, over boys, over board games and jump rope. And then they'd grown up and grown apart. Happens to the best of us, Ella mused. She would actually love an afternoon with Adelie, to hear how her life was going. She'd always been so shy, so reserved. Though Adelie hadn't ever really dated anyone, Ella always hoped she'd find a good guy, someone who would support her, help her step out of her comfort zone just a little bit. Last she'd heard, Adelie was going to nursing school, which was completely amazing. Her heart sank as the fleeting dream she'd just savored made way for reality. There would be no seeing of cousins, no participating in festivities, only buckets and brooms. That would be great, Grammy, but I might already have plans. Oh? Yeah, there's this dance I want to go to tomorrow. It's supposed to be amazing, formal dress and everything. I'd like to take a shot at making my own gown. Sounds fabulous, Grammy said. Need any help? I was quite the seamstress in my day. Ella knew that well enough. No thanks. I'm going to get the pattern all finalized this afternoon. I hope. That's Christmas Eve, then. What about Christmas morning? Ella winced. She supposed it had to come out sometime. Stina scheduled me to work. What? It's okay, really. I'll get holiday pay. Don't put your bright side spin on this, Ella girl, Grandma interrupted. That woman takes advantage of you because of it. Ella didn't know what to say. Her mouth gaped open. Grammy went on. You need to find a new job. You need to get out from under that woman's thumb. It's not that easy, Ella argued. You should have heard her when she thought I told her I wasn't going. Ella! Grammy spoke her name like an exasperated exhale. She was right, but Ella couldn't just walk away. You have a point, though, Ella hurried on, plastering on a smile to keep the tears from stinging her eyes. Maybe if I wasn't so busy scrubbing up after everyone else, I'd have time to clean my own place. She added her most sparkling laugh, hoping Grandma would accept the light-hearted direction she was trying to take the conversation. Grammy muttered under her breath. Making you work on Christmas? What is that woman thinking? It's bad enough she's uninvited you from your own family home. "It'll be okay, Grandma," Ella said. "I'm going to a ball." A pause. Ella suspected her grandmother's blood was at boiling point. "It's your choice, Ella, but you don't owe that woman anything. You can find another job where they'll gobble up that perky attitude of yours, where they'll actually appreciate all your hard work. Just think about it, okay? All it takes is a text. Send that woman a message. Tell her you deserve to celebrate Christmas just like everyone else, and you'll be spending it with me." Ella swiped at her eyes. "I'll think about it." Grandma sighed. "Make that dress of yours. Go to the ball, and then start living your life for you instead of for Stina Malice. Just make sure you tell Stina first." Her lower lip trembled. She forced away the tightness in her throat. How did her grandma always manage to say exactly what she needed to hear, and exactly what she didn't want to hear all at once? "Thanks, Grammy. I'll keep you posted." Ella ended the call and thought of all the times she'd tried standing up to Stina. All the times she dreamed of telling her how she really felt. She'd like nothing more than a civil conversation over a job shift, the way she might have with any other employer. But nothing about Stina was civil. If only her mom was still here, she'd never have been in this mess. But her mom wasn't here. Start living your life for you instead of for Stina Malice. Ella didn't live for Stina. It was more like self-preservation, to do what Stina demanded in order to keep the status quo. But while she tried to look at the bright side of things, silver linings were few and far between these days. Suddenly, Ella knew why her grandmother's words struck her so deeply. They were what her mother would have said if she were here. Stina didn't care about her, but Ella knew, somewhere, wherever she was, her mother did. She got the sense that Mom was cheering her on, encouraging her in words similar to what Grandma Larson had used. Warmth drizzled through her entire body. Fueled by Grammy's words, it paired with determination. Ella set her mind to it. She would go to this ball and, hopefully, see Hawk there. And then she would stand up to Stina. But she wouldn't do it just for herself. She'd do it for her mother. Chapter 9. Ella pulled out her old sketchbook. She sharpened her drafting pencil, eager and disbelieving all at once that she finally had an excuse to use it again. To really use it. It had been too long since she'd allowed herself to get lost in the drafting process. Chloe and Brandy had delivered Stitches for Sierra's last set of pillowcases to Harmony Children's that morning, which not only cleared quite a bit of space in Ella's dining room/sewing room, but also freed her calendar to do nothing but sew. Energy zinged in her fingertips. She started with a single swoop, then another and another, until the lines blended together and formed a gown. She hadn't been imagining anything in particular. She'd just let the pencil do its work. Ella held the sketch back, taking in the full view. "This is going to take some work," she said, doing a mental calculation. Fabric dimensions, amounts, style. For the lace and satin, in the amounts she was figuring, this would be anything but cheap. How was she going to afford this? Stitches for Sierra had regular donations they used to buy the things they needed. Ella didn't exactly have a fund to provide cloth for herself. She did have savings, but that was for things like rainy days and emergencies. An exquisite, luxurious gown wasn't exactly an emergency. It wasn't like it could put food on the table. She supposed she could sell the dress when she was done. And if she was going to be quitting, she'd need the money to tide her over until she found a new job. "What the heck," she told herself. slipping into her boots and warm coat. She only lived once. She only got invitations to esteemed romantic gatherings once. Something inside her told her she only had one shot at dancing with Hawk, at showing him she was more than just a custodian who scrubbed toilets. She wanted to be able to answer his questions this time, to let him see her as she wished to be, strong, confident, and capable. Someone he might want to get to know better. Mallory Fabric and Textile on December 23rd was, in a word, a nightmare. Crowds packed along the streets all the way there. Lines snaked from the front of the store to the back. What typically took her maybe an hour had instead taken 4. This fabric, though, this was worth it. Ella created a brand new pile in the corner near her hand-me-down couch, relocating stacks of magazines and clothes waiting to be folded, to make room on the table to lay out the fabric. She wiped her table clean, dried it, and then fanned out the material, running her hands along the creases. Light played on the silver flecks swirling along the flowers embroidered into the lace. After working with the soft cotton from pillowcase after pillowcase, this lace, and the satin chiffon material for the underdress, was delicate and seemingly opinionated. It refused to stay where she put it. The yardage for a sweep train gown would have been expensive enough, but with the satin underdress and the lace flowing over it, she was essentially making 2 dresses. Ella pictured its trumpet shape, its dipping V-neck, which she would modestly cover with an additional swatch of glittering fabric, so it would leave just enough to the imagination. "It's going to be perfect," she informed the quiet room. She retrieved her ginghers from their cloth case and lost herself in the cutting. First, the large bolts for the skirt and train, then the bodice, and finally the long sleeves, which would be kept sheer. The motion, the concentration, the busyness was enough to keep her mind from wandering to conversations and should-have-saids. She thought of Hawk, of their brief but jam-packed interaction in the elevator, of how it had felt to be held by him, if only briefly, and of the chance she'd thrown away to get to know him. He'd tried. He'd asked her name, but she'd been so embarrassed at not knowing how to answer that she'd blown it. The air between them had sizzled. She had the feeling, even now, that he would have kissed her if he'd had the opportunity. This, though, this was a second chance. In this dress, she could be a different person. Or rather, the person she'd always wanted to be. The person she'd been before her mom died. Before her dad had written her off for a woman like Stina. She wasn't right-offable, Ella told herself. She was lovable. She deserved to be loved. Footsteps pounded up the stairs outside, and the door to her apartment busted open. Chloe hustled in, breathless and flushed, her cheeks red from going from severe cold to extreme warmth. "Ellie, we've got a problem! And oh my stars, is this your dress?" Ella smoothed a hand over the skirt piece. The anticipation of wearing it made her fingers prickle. "It will be once I finish." Chloe stroked the lace, pinching it between her fingers before shaking herself back into the moment. A few snowflakes drifted from her black hair. "This is so gorgeous! I shouldn't even tell you." Ella had heard this tone before. This had the knell of bad news. Chloe was planning on flying home to be with her family in Illinois in just a few hours. Maybe it was something to do with that. Snow had been blowing like crazy all over the Northeast. "What? What happened? Is it your flight?" Chloe pressed her lips. "There was an accident. The hospital misplaced the first pillowcases we brought over. You know that new nurse? She didn't put the box where she was supposed to. They think they've been thrown out." Relief and devastation duked it out inside her chest. When Chloe had said accident, her mind had flown to worst-case scenarios. Canceled flights, school shootings. At least it wasn't something drastic like that. But missing pillowcases? After all their hard work? How many are missing? 10, Chloe said. 10? Ella sank into the chair. 10 pillowcases. The day was already half over. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve. She couldn't feasibly finish her dress if she had 10 more pillowcases to make before tomorrow night. Do we have any material left? Chloe asked. Ella sniffed. No, we'll have to pick some up. With all the last-minute shoppers out there, that could take hours. Ella remembered just how long it had taken to get through the cutting line at the store for the pieces lying on her table. Traffic along the streets, crowds in the stores, malfunctioning cash registers, and cranky, impatient shoppers didn't help. Ironic how the happiest time of the year sometimes brought out the worst in people. Only when shopping, Ella supposed. She gave her unfinished gown a fleeting glance. The ball would have to wait. Those kids couldn't wake up with only a portion of them receiving pillowcases and not others. They all deserved a happy surprise on Christmas morning. I'll go buy fabric, Chloe said. My flight doesn't leave for a few more hours. Ella held out a hand. No, you can't miss that. It's okay. I'll go. Chloe glanced at the material. But your dress will still be here when I get back, Ella said with a smile. I'm sorry, Chloe said. I won't even be here to help you. Ella pushed aside the budding heartache and fastened on a smile. There was always a bright side. At least they still had time to finish the pillowcases, right? Don't be. This isn't your fault. It's not anyone's fault. It just happened. What matters is that we get those pillowcases done in time. Chloe pursed her lips. Maybe you can call Brandy. She might be able to come. Not happening, Ella said. You know how excited she was to go to that rockin' around the Christmas tree activity her family's been planning. It'll be fine. I have no plans. Not really. She tried her hardest to believe it as she said it. The ball didn't matter. It didn't. It just doesn't seem fair, Chloe said. You deserve a good Christmas with your family just like everyone else. Ella blinked, willing the tears away. Smiling helped with that. I'll be fine, she insisted. Go, get yourself to the airport. An argument lingered in Chloe's expression, but she sighed, releasing it. Fine. Here, give me a hug. Thanks for all your help with the other ones, Ella said, hoping to make sure Chloe left on the best note possible. I couldn't have done this without you. Merry Christmas, Ella, Chloe said, retrieving her suitcase and leaving the apartment. Once again alone, defeat began to rust inside her, tarnishing Ella's every attempt at finding something good in this. She had to face facts. She wouldn't have time to make her dress, which meant no ball. She might as well go to work on Christmas Eve. What else was there to do? Ella left the pieces she'd cut on the table, snatched her purse, coat, and hat, and scurried out into the cold. She supposed she could be brave. Take Grammy's advice. Call Stina. Tell her she was going to enjoy Christmas in whatever way she could, and take the risk of being fired or quitting outright. But she dialed a different number instead. Grandma, hey. How's that dress of yours coming? It's not, Ella said, determined to keep her chin up. Something came up and I've got to take a rain check. That means I'll miss seeing you on Christmas morning, too. I'm sorry, Grammy. Ella could bear her grandma's reprimands over Stina's harsh rebuttals. She knew what a coward that made her, but she could only handle so many setbacks at once. Maybe she was just destined to be alone. Grandma waited several seconds before answering. Ella guessed she was arguing with herself about whether or not to give Ella a hard time for this decision. Her soft side gave out. I'm sorry too, Ella girl. What about your dance? Ella sniffed again, crinkled her nose. Not happening. I don't have time to make my dress. Buy one, Grammy insisted. It'll be okay. It's just a ball. And you're a girl who's never been to anything like that before. I'm telling you, you should go. I already spent my life savings on fabric, she said with a downtrodden laugh. Who knows? Maybe I'll finish the dress after Christmas is over and sell it. I'll add it to my portfolio for school. Maybe then I'll have the guts to talk to Stina. That would be the time to do it, she told herself, once things started going right. You'd have your big start if you'd just take a chance at it, Grammy nagged in her pushy, loving way. Apparently, she couldn't hold herself back after all. You're too busy doing everything for everybody else. Let someone else do something for you for once. Ella couldn't hear any more. She was already battling sorrow as it was. Like it or not, this was the way things were, and she had to do what she could. Buying a dress, standing up to Stina, going to a handsome billionaire's ball, was no longer part of that, and she had to accept it. Why don't you let me help you? Grammy offered. I can sew the dress. Though Grammy couldn't see it, Ella shook her head anyway. She knew her grandma had some serious skills in her time, but she couldn't ask this of her. No, Grammy, it'll be okay. Say hi to Grandpa for me. Ella! Grammy's tone turned corrective. You know Grandpa would tell you the same thing. Something told her Grammy wasn't talking about the dress this time. Of course her grandfather would envelop her in his arms and speak comfort to her. He would encourage Ella to stand up for herself and stop pushing everyone away, too. For some reason, she couldn't hear it from him as well. And if she waited long enough, Grammy would pass the phone over to him so he could do just that. I know, Ella said through her tightened throat. I've got to go, Grammy, okay? Bye. Footsore and soul weary, Ella kicked her door closed and hauled the bags of cloth to her table. She'd had to estimate amounts while waiting in horrendous lines at Marjorie Fabric. The ticket counter ran out, and so the poor women at the cutting tables had to stop cutting in order to put refills in. The numbers got all out of order. Ella had been sure a fight would break out over who would be cutting their material next. It wasn't even grandmas. It was young moms. Everyone seemed to lose all sense of other people this time of year. Though she wanted nothing more than to curl up under the covers in her bed with a good book, Ella began digging out folded cuts of cloth from the gray plastic bag, and paused. Her table was cleared off. When did that happen? Where did the cuts for her dress go? She was losing her mind. Ella shook her head as if that would rattle her memory back into place. I must have forgotten I moved it, she said to herself, too frazzled to care. It'll turn up later. Time was ticking. She was already facing a long night as it was. Ella worked like the only honeybee in a hive, cutting, pinning, and sewing, cutting, pinning, and sewing. One pillowcase really took only about an hour to put together once everything was ready. Somehow she knew she would get all 10 pillowcases done. Even though she had the next morning off at Ever After, her body hadn't gotten the memo. Routine was too embedded in her, and her entire frame sensed when 8 o'clock struck. Morning comes too soon, she said, leaving her piles. She still had tomorrow. With Stina's scheduling, getting the new pillowcases finished and to the hospital in time, and her gown in pieces, Hawk Danielson's ball the following evening was becoming a distant, unreachable fantasy. Chapter 10. Ella's gown filled her dreams. She fantasized of showing up at Ever After Corporate, and making a grand entrance in her beautiful dress while its train swept the way behind her. She imagined capturing Hawk's attention, of him recognizing her as the woman in the elevator, of being swept into his arms and thoroughly kissed. The dream hung around her neck, whispering its invention even after she woke on December 24th. Even after she ate her puffed rice cereal and began pinning and sewing all over again. The morning passed quickly, thanks to being able to sleep in for the first time in years, and the noise of her sewing machine's needle chugging in time to Christmas music. Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas was always Ella's favorite. She loved the movie it originally premiered from, Meet Me in St. Louis. Memories surfaced of sewing with her mom and grandma as a child. They'd made quilts and clothes, all while playing old movies and musicals in Grammy's living room. Grammy had a designated sewing closet, built specifically as a space for her machine, fabric, patterns, and tools. Ella had played beneath quilt frames, watching needles being guided in and out of the fabric to create delicate lines and patterns. She'd run her fingers along the quilting, loving the feel of the cloth puffing out just enough alongside it, listening to the lighthearted laughter and intriguing conversation between her mom and grandma. It was a life she'd loved, a fortunate, priceless upbringing. Her mother was gone, which probably made her cherish the memories even more. Maybe she should have taken Grandma Larson up on her offer of help. Still, it was too late now. Ella sewed and sewed, stopping only for drinks and bathroom breaks. By 3 p.m., she hemmed the last pillowcase. "Done," she said, exasperated as she flopped back into her seat. Her back ached, her hands were tired, but at least she didn't have to stitch these by hand. That was a plus. In a rush, she folded each pillowcase, wrapped them carefully, individually, and then boxed them into a manageable container before making her way to the hospital. Ella was ragged at the edges by the time she made it back home. Loneliness pinched her chest. She couldn't let herself wallow, though. She had her health, which was more than she could say for the kids at Harmony Children's. After dropping her keys twice, she plugged them into the door and opened it, ready for darkness, for a lonely nap and some ramen noodles before she had to get to Stina's job. But her apartment was anything but lonely. The lights were on. The hallway from the door to the dining and kitchen area was cleared of clutter. A delicious aroma of ham and brown sugar mixed with cinnamon taunted her empty stomach. She hadn't stepped into a scene like this since her mom had been around. More memories triggered inside of her. Coming home from school, being greeted by her mom in an apron, descending the stairs Christmas morning to be greeted by a cluster of presents at the base of their tree, hugs and stories before bed, icing cookies to leave out for Santa with her mom, and singing as they cleaned up afterward. But this couldn't be her mom's doing. Female voices and high-pitched laughter greeted her ears, along with the soft sound of carols being played. Ella tugged on her scarf, removed her coat, and stared. Her living room and kitchen had all been cleaned. Surfaces wiped, floor swept. The lights on her tiny Christmas tree beamed just a little bit brighter. Ella trudged in enough to peer around the corner. Too near the surface the past few days, tears sprang to her eyes at the sight of Grandma Larson beside the stove. Chloe, Adelie, and Adelie's older sister, Susie, whom Ella hadn't spoken with in years outside of Facebook, also turned and greeted her from their positions around the cramped kitchen. "What's going on here?" "Surprise!" Grandma and Adelie said in unison, tossing up their arms. Ella gaped at the mop in Susie's hands. "You guys," Ella said, lost for words. "Chloe, what are you doing here? Your flight." "I delayed my flight," Chloe said with a grin. "Your grandma cooked this up." "She called us over too," Adelie added, grinning at her. Ella moved in a slow circle, taking everything in. There didn't seem to be an inch of her apartment they hadn't cleaned. A tear trickled down her cheek, and she hurried to dab it away. I can't believe you guys. And whatever that is, it smells amazing. That's not all we've been up to, Chloe said, exchanging a look with Grandma Larson. Grammy smeared her hands on her apron. You want to show her, or shall I? Chloe released a squeak and dashed down the hall and into her room, returning with something long and flowing. She held it aloft, displaying it on its hanger as though she worked in a clothing store. Check it out, she squealed. Ella's knees buckled. While it wasn't her dress Chloe cradled in the long gray bag, this gown was equally exquisite. Pink beaded lace, scalloped shoulder line. Ella reached a hand to stroke the visible ruched waistband that seemed to be made of satin through the bag's plastic. She sank against the counter, completely speechless. You bought me a dress? Chloe draped the gown on the cleared table, which was usually covered in material, and at least 2 sewing machines. Grandma Larson strolled over and plucked the zipper. Slowly, she guided it down, giving Ella a glimpse of the light peppering off the beads within the pink lace. I stopped by after our last phone call, Grammy said. Your roommate was still here, and we decided you needed a Christmas miracle. But, Ella girl, your notes were a mess. That was one complicated pattern, and I didn't have time to figure it out. I found one as similar to yours as I could. Grammy, Ella said, still staring at the gown. This must have cost a fortune. Good thing I've been working extra hours, Grandma said with a wink. Ella opened her mouth to protest when Grammy patted her cheek. It was nothing, my girl. Some place called Circle of Elegance was having a big holiday sale, and I snatched this gown the minute I saw it. The tears were streaming now. Ella didn't bother holding them back any longer. All the weariness, the stress, the heartache gushed down her cheeks in a waterfall of gratitude and disbelief. You're the reason my fabric went missing. Ella turned to Chloe, wiping her cheeks. Guilty, Chloe said. But don't worry, it's folded nicely and waiting for you to finish it when you have more time. Thank you. I know it's not enough, but I can't say it any other way. Chloe laughed. She tossed her arms around Ella, then made way for Grandma, Adelie, and Susie to all throw their arms around her until, somehow, they'd each managed to shuffle and converge into one group hug. Ella held her breath. Warmth streamed into her chest, along with comfort so strong she'd forgotten what it felt like. She floated, as though a heavy load that had been making her stumble had just been removed. An utter sense of calm emitted from her grandma, her friend, and her cousins, and Ella basked in it, not bothering to keep the tears at bay any longer. She longed to submerge herself in this feeling, this safety, this sense of wholeness that had been so fleeting for so long. This was what it meant to be loved. She'd forgotten. A reassuring peace rendered her joints suppler than melted chocolate. Everything was all right. It would be okay because she had these people in her life. I can't believe you did this, Ella said, once they'd all pulled away and settled themselves around her table. She couldn't manage to move, so she remained where she was in a total daze, wiping her cheeks with a tissue one of them had handed to her. Thank you. It's Christmas Eve, Grammy argued. Miracles happen on Christmas Eve, don't you know? Ella swiped a hand at her eyes. For some reason, that comment reignited the tears all over again. It brought up an ache so penetrating it gave her physical pain in her chest. I don't, actually. From the way things have been lately, all the miracles so far are ones I've had to make myself. An optimist could state the facts, after all. Look at all those pillowcases you sewed. You got them to the kids, didn't you? Yeah, I did. For a minute, she'd forgotten she'd told Grammy about them. Those kids won't ever have any clue how hard you worked on all those. But the pillowcases are miracles, Grammy said. Made with love. Miracles don't have to come at random. Sometimes they're on purpose, and those are the best ones. Ella shuffled over and collapsed into the vacant chair situated between her fridge and her dining table. You didn't have to do this for me, she said. She couldn't stop staring. At her clean apartment, at her dress. It was all too much to take in. Yes, we did, Adelie said. You do so much for others, and your dad and stepmom not inviting you home? Talk about pathetic. We wanted you to know you're important, Chloe added, scooting forward in her chair. Ella's lower lip trembled amid her racing pulse. One by one, she made her way around the table, hugging each of them, while sunlight shot a single ray straight to her. Her mother was in those words. In each of her cousins, Grandma's, and Chloe's hugs. They hadn't just brought Christmas into her home. They'd returned it to her heart. Chapter 11. Hawk stood before the mirror in his office, snapped the black suspenders over his white pleated tux shirt, and donned the coordinating white jacket. He couldn't pinpoint the last time he'd been this nervous, the last time he'd been so anxious to make a good impression. Maybe it had been during his college exams. The fate of his career had depended on their outcome. Although that had been years ago, this moment, tonight, felt similarly life-altering. He wasn't sure why, but in some way the direction of his life hung on whatever happened tonight. It's just a ball, he told himself. An annual ball. It happened every year. His plans for putting a makeshift ever-after sweet shop in Harmony Children's waiting room were taken care of. He'd told his parents he'd be over tomorrow afternoon, once the morning's excitement was over. It would probably take that long for the kids and their hospital visitors to do their shopping. Which meant he just had tonight. He had to find her, to spend more than a handful of anxious moments in an elevator with her. Hawk locked his office and took the dreaded elevator to the second level. The bright hallway welcomed him, adorned with swags of pine, set off by festive wreaths in the center and punctuated with holly berries. Each swag arrangement made an archway, a veritable, cheery forest of pine branches to wander through. The ball had been recently relocated here in his corporate office's adjoined conference rooms, after he'd decided to add more people to the invitation list. With the increased invites, his team and Clary had been good enough to make the necessary adjustments. The conference room exploded with a flurry of Christmas trees and fake snow. Tables that habitually occupied the room's center during meetings were only along the sides, offering festive refreshments. Clary had nixed the usual orchestra in favor of a DJ who would take up less space. The room was packed. Men in debonair tuxes guided women in gowns of every shade, from glittering red to deepest sapphire, across the floor to the sound of "I'll be home for Christmas." They'd started the ball without him, but that was all right. It wasn't as though he'd been on time. Hawk stalked past the refreshment tables, taking in the fountains dripping with melted chocolate and piles of fat strawberries just waiting to be dipped, the mouth-watering eclairs, the chocolate-covered pretzels, mini sandwiches, and drinks the color of cranberries. He released a low whistle even he couldn't hear. Clary had really gone all out for this. He spotted her near the DJ and speakers in a black dress with a clipboard under one arm and a finger pressed to her ear. Hawk strolled along the sidelines toward her. Her red hair was in an elegant bun on the back of her head.
Clary, you look wonderful, and you've done an incredible job with this tonight.
Thanks, boss, she said. So far, so good. You want to say a few words? He ran a hand along his neck and glanced across the gathered dancers.
Not now. In a bit.
You looking for someone?
Maybe,
he said with a sheepish grin. Clary nodded as if she understood, though he wasn't sure she did. He tucked a hand into his pocket and searched, as he'd done since he arrived, for the brunette who'd helped him survive a too long and yet not long enough spurt in an elevator. Uncertainty made a muddle of his thoughts. It was entirely possible the woman wasn't coming. Many people spent this time with their families. He began to curse himself for his foolish hope when his cell phone vibrated from within his suitcoat pocket. Hawk slipped out into the hall, out of range of the speakers and their festive music. He doubted he could have heard the caller otherwise.
"Hey, sis,"
he said, noting the name on the screen.
"What's up?"
"Sorry," Gemma said. "I know you're at your ball, but I wanted to give you an update." He didn't like the caution in her tone.
"Is everything okay for tomorrow?"
Gemma hesitated long enough to give him pause. "Do you want the good news first or the bad?"
"Always good,"
he said. She exhaled loudly. "All right, you're all set with the hospital. I got a few volunteers to set up tables, including shelves to display your goods, and a little cash register for the children to use to exchange their tokens for candy. Those kids are in for a serious treat when they wake up." Hawk's ribcage swelled at the news. This was exactly what he'd wished for.
"Perfect. It's so amazing of you to help me last minute like this. Thank you."
"You're welcome. Anything for my big brother."
"And the bad news?"
"I didn't find anyone to man the register, the counter, anything. Everyone has plans, Hawk. It's Christmas. You're on your own to handle your little transactions with the kids." The news wasn't as hard of a hit as he'd been expecting. Sure, it would be a challenge to help 50-something kids, some in wheelchairs, manage their way through his stash and to play store with them as they pretend paid for their goods. He couldn't help them navigate the shelves and make their little play purchases, though. He'd intended for this to be a totally immersive game, to make them feel as though they were in an actual ever-after sweet shop. Someone needed to work the register at the very least.
"It'll be all right,"
he told Gemma.
"You've already done enough, and on such short notice. I couldn't have asked for more."
"Plan better next year," she said with a smile in her voice.
"You're right about that."
"Merry Christmas, Hawk. I'm going to get the kids to bed before Santa kicks their butts for peeking." He chuckled. Her 3 small boys were wiggly and energetic.
"Thanks again, Gem. Merry Christmas to you guys, too. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow."
Hawk paced a small circle in the hall after he hung up. With the entirety of his staff, surely he could find someone who might manage to help. But Gemma had said it. He hadn't planned well. This was a complete last-minute idea, and to ask anyone now wouldn't be fair. Maybe some of the hospital staff could throw on an apron and play sales associates. But they already had enough to do. He didn't want to take anyone away from their regular duties, especially not when they were so important. Who else could he ask? Not Clary. She was usually his go-to, but he couldn't mention it now, not after all the work she'd done putting the ball together. She deserved the break she'd been looking forward to with her boyfriend and family. It was Christmas. He could make this work, even if he had to walk each child through his makeshift shop one by one himself. Resolving to it, he re-entered the conference ballroom. A final sweep through the guests told him enough. His elevator girl wasn't here. Might as well make his rounds and then head home for some rest. He'd need it once the morning came. Hawk signaled Clary. In seconds, she joined his side. "Speech time?" she asked.
"Might as well."
Clary tapped a finger to her ear, communicating with the DJ, who waited for the right time to add a transitional break in the music. Hawk approached the microphone.
"Merry Christmas,"
he told his employees.
"This is a special time of year, and I wanted to thank you all for spending it here."
He continued on, sharing his appreciation for their loyal service, thanking Clary and her team for such an immaculate event, and emphasizing how invaluable each and every one of his staff was. People applauded, but the looks on their faces said it all. Returned gratitude and appreciation radiated from every expression, filling him with pleasure. He'd always done his best to be a good boss, and moments like this made all the stress of the season worth it.
"Enjoy yourselves," he said. "Make sure to take full advantage of all the refreshments and have the best of holidays."
He held out a hand in salute for good measure and received another round of applause before the DJ kicked the music back into full gear. Speech delivered, Hawk traipsed toward the ballroom's main entrance while a mental list ticked through. His sisters had their own families to be with Christmas morning. He could ask his parents, but they'd be expecting company once the siblings' families held their personal celebrations and present opening. The entire Danielson crew would be gathering. He couldn't pull them from their preparations or their much-needed sleep. Hawk wondered about Faye. He'd gotten her a job in his shop on 17th for the season. She already had an apron and knew the ropes in describing products and helping customers make their decisions. Then again, she had all her grandkids, too. How could he pull her away from her family? He was so preoccupied with getting to the exit, he didn't notice the woman leaving the coat room until she rounded the corner and nearly crashed into him. She wore no coat, despite the winter wonderland that had settled all over Westville. Then again, she'd probably just emerged from hanging it up. Hawk couldn't say he minded. It would have lessened the effect of her slim figure in the elegant dress that embodied winter itself, with its off-the-shoulder neckline and soft pink lace that hugged her slender silhouette like a sheath. A thin band tied around her waist, emphasizing just how small it was. Her chestnut hair was coiffed and collected in waves over her right shoulder. The effect of her face was more startling than anything, though. He'd seen those chocolate eyes, that thin nose, and those pouty lips in his dreams for days. She may as well have appeared by magic.
"You're here,"
he said. Surprise flashed in her gaze. She shook the snow from her hair, displaying the briefest flash of silver heels, before lowering the train she'd hoisted in one hand to keep it from dragging on the floor. The dress created a pool around her feet. She dipped her head bashfully before noticing the direction he'd been headed in. "I am. And you? You're leaving?"
I was.
He felt like such an idiot. Why couldn't he seem to form any coherent words? He didn't have anxiety in a stalled elevator for an excuse this time. They paused, staring at one another in the empty hallway. Tinkling music wafted through, swirling around them. Lights were bright, as though some of the fairy tale of the dance hall had made its way out here. Or maybe it was just her. Hawk filled Ella's vision, with the darkened hall behind him, lit by glittering lights, and pine swag wreathing along the ceiling every several feet toward what she assumed was the ballroom. Everything else blurred. Her heart picked up speed. His tux was black and white. Black slacks, white suit coat and shirt, with a black bow tie. Hair slicked back, clean-shaven jawline, and blue eyes flashing. He was enough of a distraction to make her forget why she was standing there in too high heels, in a dress that swam over her like silk, or why her inner hot guy radar was going off the charts. He probably didn't recognize her. It wasn't like he remembered everyone he rode on elevators with. Usually she had it together, but in that moment she'd lose her own shoe if it wasn't on her foot.
"It's you, isn't it?"
he said again. "Me?" He took another step.
"From the elevator."
Oh, goodness. He did remember. Ella's throat closed. That had been such a singular instance. So brief, yet so recurring in her thoughts. She wanted to say something witty, something clever, something enchanting to keep him right here talking to her. In an age-old gesture, Hawk strode to her side, ratcheting her awareness, until he stopped at her side and offered her his arm.
"I think I'll stay a little longer," he said. if you'd like to dance with me.
Heat blazed in her cheeks. She was captured in the intensity of his expression. Without taking her eyes from his, she answered yes by slipping her arm through his. Ella felt like royalty as she glided through the tunnel of gleaming wreaths toward the ballroom. She'd never imagined this. Being met by Hawk at the door, having him accompany her, having him ask for a dance and imply that she was basically the reason he'd changed his mind. He was staying so he could dance with her. Chapter 12. Winter Wonderland was a complete cliché, but whoever had been in charge of decorations for this event had created a veritable North Pole of the ballroom. Ella couldn't fathom how much time it must have taken to create hills of snow along the room's edges, or to decorate the lavish trees. The DJ, the swirling dancers, and the sheer energy of the room spiked her blood. She drank in the sight until a different sense prickled along her skin. Tingling straight to her toes, Ella slid her glance upward to find Hawk admiring, not the surrounding area as she was, but her. Just her. A muscle jumped in his jaw. He lowered his arm, allowing his fingers to graze down her skin until they found hers. She was putty under that look, under his touch. How had she ever thought of not coming tonight? Hawk opened his mouth when a short woman with red hair and a flattering black dress approached. Her lips thinned, and she cast Ella an apologetic glance before interrupting. "Hey, boss," she said. "I'm sorry, but I wanted to run something past you before I headed home for the night." Hawk hesitated. He squeezed Ella's fingers.
"Save me that dance."
Disbelief continued to razz her. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be. But not only had he remembered her, he'd completely devoted his attention to her the instant they'd met in the hall, which meant their handful of moments in that elevator had had the same effect on him as it had had on her. Somehow her lips managed to respond, "You bet." Ella backed out of the line of dancers, opting to wait beside the refreshment table. Her living daydream didn't last. In an instant, someone jerked her by the elbow. "What do you think you're doing here?" Pris snarled. She dazzled in a red floor-length gown drenched with sequins. Her dark hair was sassy in a French twist, up away from her throat and leaving all the attention to her bare shoulders and pretty but petulant face. Ella attempted to yank free. She didn't want anyone to see her basically being assaulted by her stepsister, least of all Hawk. "I was invited," Ella said, "just like you were." Pris's grip on her bicep tightened, reminding Ella far too much of the way their mother used to do the same thing. Pris pushed Ella against the end of the refreshment table. Ella nearly tripped on her train's dress. Several dishes rattled at the impact. "You're kidding, right? Mom booked Highland Heights thinking you'd be there. I'd hate to think what she does to you when she finds out you've decided to come to a ball instead of doing your job." Ella's heart beat like a rabbit's under the heat of the confrontation. Whether she went to Stina's assignment or not was none of Pris's business. With fleeting hope, she glanced around, hoping Charlotte might be nearby. Maybe she could signal her for a distraction, for help. No Charlotte. Looked like she was on her own. "Stina said midnight," Ella said. "I don't have to leave yet." Pris's lip curled. "You think you can just show up here in a handmade dress and not have everyone see right through you?" Pris's insults were usually a well-aimed arrow, but this seemed like a pathetic attack. Anyone who saw the gown Ella wore would never have suspected it was homemade. It was clearly a lame attempt at an insult, and a false assumption to boot. What did Pris care if she was here or not? "Why?" Pris's brows proved they weren't stenciled on. "Why, what?" Ella straightened her shoulders. She wasn't sure where this audacity came from, but she was here, waiting for a dance with a handsome man who'd seemed starstruck by the very sight of her. She didn't need to deal with Pris's petty vindictiveness right now. "Why do you want me out of here so badly? Why do you want to keep me out of your family gatherings? Our family gatherings?" Pris lifted her chin. "I can't believe you still don't get it." "You can't be talking about Derek. That happened 2 years ago, Pris. We broke it off." "Yeah, after you stole him from me." "He made his choice." Pris rolled her eyes before her attention diverted to a good-looking man Ella recognized. Derek Cummins was in a tux, peering around the ballroom a few feet away. Ella thought back to the email invitation. It had said to bring a single guest if desired. She should have known who Pris would invite. She was only surprised Derek had agreed. Everything suddenly made sense. No wonder Pris was guarding the ball like a wounded killdeer. She didn't want Derek to see Ella there. The stepsisters clapped eyes on one another. Pris gritted out the words that screamed from her gaze. "I hate you. I've hated you since you stole him from me, and I'm not about to give you another shot." In their many, many misunderstandings, Pris had never said the actual words. While Ella had known her stepsister had disliked her from the start, hate was an open slit straight into her chest. Ella tried to force away the sting. She could tell Pris that she had no more interest in Derek, which was entirely true. But it hadn't convinced her in the past. Why would it now? Her attention veered to Hawk, who was nodding to the redhead before the two parted ways. He shot Ella a smile that had all the force of a lightning bolt. It kinked her insides. She couldn't leave. Not now. Not when she hadn't gotten her dance with him. Even if she ended up parting at midnight to work for Stina, she could enjoy a few dances at least. "Hate me all you want, but I've been invited tonight." She attempted to worm her way past Pris, to join Hawk's side before he approached and saw the unfortunate confrontation. But Pris pinched her arm again. Words seemed to be failing Pris. In a moment of fury, she reached behind Ella, retrieved a glass on the table, and pitched its cranberry-colored contents at Ella's face. The iced liquid made a frigid splash against her. Ella held her arms aloft, mortified at the red juice dripping from her hair, her lashes, her nose and lips, and down her neck. An ice cube slid down the front of her dress. All Ella could think of was Grammy, and how much she had sacrificed to get this dress for her, and how Pris wouldn't have cared even if she'd known. Pris returned the goblet to the table, unabashed. "Shame," she said. "Guess you'd better go home and get to cleaning where you belong." Humiliation pulsed in her skull. She managed to blink away the liquid enough to peer at the surrounding guests. Some were dancing, but others gaped at her and Pris, as if wondering whether or not they should intervene. Pris folded her arms, standing back with complete satisfaction. "Clock is ticking, Ella. You wouldn't want to be caught in the wrong place at the wrong time." All sense flew, making way for the sheer humiliation coursing through her. There was so much she wanted to say, but she couldn't even think. Tears welled in her eyes, rendering whatever was left of her makeup non-existent. She met Hawk's glance before whirling and dashing from the ballroom. Ella didn't stop running until she reached the elevator. She pushed the button over and over again, uncertain where she was going, just that she needed to get as far away as she could. A voice stilled her.
"You really want to climb in that thing again?"
Hawk. She knew he'd witnessed the humiliating event, but she never thought he'd follow her. Why? Why couldn't he have just stayed in the ballroom? She wanted to go home, to wash the sticky punch from her skin, get out of her dress, and ugly cry where no one could see. She plunged her face into her hands. Tears streamed along her cheeks. Undoubtedly, she had mascara and who knew what else running down her face.
You remember what happened last time?
He said. He was still behind her, still talking. She got the feeling he was giving her time to wipe her cheeks, so she did. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of white. A handkerchief. Hawk was offering a handkerchief to her. Who even carried one of those anymore? Thanks, she said, cleaning up her face. The fabric smelled musky and darkly rich, like Hawk. Her fingers trembled, and black smudges and smears of lipstick and wine-red liquid colored the cloth. And yes, I'm sure I want to get out of that ballroom.
Where are you going?
The elevator. It had been habit, she supposed, to head for the lower level of the building in order to leave. It didn't occur to her to return to the coat room, swap out her heels for the boots she'd worn on her trek here, and head home. She'd only thought to escape somewhere in the building where no one could see what a mess she was. His gaze was palpable, but she couldn't bring herself to meet it. I have to work. He slumped his tuxedoed, beautiful self against the wall.
That's right, you said as much. I still don't know which department would have you working right now. The building is shut down.
It's not here, she said with a sniff. She still couldn't bear to face him. Weariness and defeat settled in. Her skin was sticky where the juice had spilled. I really should go.
I wish you wouldn't. I don't even know your name.
After a sniffle, she finally lifted her eyes to meet his crystal snow blue ones. They were filled with sympathy, with admiration and invitation. How could they be? Did he not see what happened? The state of her dress, her messy face? Even so, his attention wasn't on the spilled liquid. His gaze connected with hers. It's Ella, she said.
No last name?
Nope. She couldn't figure out why, but she didn't want to tell him. It wasn't as though he would associate her with anyone if he knew it. She just wasn't ready for him to know. After a fleeting glance down her body, she took in the extent of the damage. Red had splotched the pink fabric. Never mind what it had taken for her grandma to get it. This stain was normal for her. She was ruined, blemished, a measly custodian who got pushed around by her family. Not good enough for anyone, least of all him. The elevator opened, gaping, waiting.
Ella,
Hawk said, peering toward the enclosed space before them.
I never thanked you properly for your help the last time we were in this thing.
She shook her head. It was nothing. I know what it's like to feel like the walls are closing in. Emotion lingered too near the surface. Her throat clamped, and she cursed herself for being so transparent. He folded his arms, resting against the open door.
Now we're talking about something else. Is everything okay? What happened in there? Who was that woman that did this to you?
All she could do was stare. He was clean-cut and elegant in his white tux jacket and black shirt, tie and slacks, and she was stained and spoiled. What was he doing? She couldn't give him an answer. Go into her whole pathetic family dynamic? Not a chance. The elevator made a screeching noise of protest. Hawk stepped forward, allowing it to close. Ella folded her arms, and then, remembering her dress, thought better of it. Hawk frowned, sizing her up as if seeking for a solution.
I hope this isn't too forward of me, but I have something you could change into, if you wanted.
Ella wasn't sure she heard him correctly. You're offering me clothes? He gave off an embarrassed laugh and ran a hand through his hair.
Yeah, I guess I am.
She well knew where they were kept. In his office, on the top floor, in what was essentially a bedroom. Temptation tingled in every one of her pores. She shouldn't agree. She should thank him for the invitation, bid him good night, and get home to where her own clothes awaited. But possibility capered through, pricking her like an appendage that had fallen asleep and was just receiving blood flow once more. Why not? She didn't want to go home, not really. She refused to return to that ballroom. And after the way Pris treated her, after her last horrible conversation with Stina, her conversation with Grammy earlier pealed like a bell. She didn't want to work for Stina, not anymore. She wanted as little to do with any of the Malice family as possible. "All right, then," she said. "But I draw the line at boxer shorts." Hawk laughed and punched the elevator button again. It gaped open instantly, and Ella stepped into the elevator with him for a second time. Chapter 13. Ella knew Hawk's office well, probably better than he did. She knew how difficult it was to vacuum around his ferns near the window. She knew the placement of every photo, award, and knick-knack on his shelves. And yes, she knew exactly where he kept the clothes he was about to offer her. But she couldn't exactly let on that she was privy to all those details. So she gave him her best first-time-in-here expressions of wonder and amazement, even adding comments on the office's size. Men seemed to like that kind of thing.
"In here,"
Hawk said, guiding her to the adjoined room beside the bathroom. An overstuffed futon draped with a blanket and a few throw pillows guarded the back wall. Across from it, a series of wall-length cabinets, a full-length mirror, and hooks holding a scarf and a blue coat waited. Several ties draped on the farthest hook. A large flat-screen TV was suspended on the neighboring wall. Ella circled the space, imagining him closing himself in here, settling in comfort after a long day of work when he didn't want to return home. She hadn't thought much about it in all the times she'd been here, but standing beside him now, her body sensing his proximity and taking in the futon, the space was filled with sudden intimacy. She was in his personal space, alone with him. Hawk made for the long cabinet beside the mirror.
"Here,"
he said, pulling it open to reveal a stack of drawers.
"I'm a sweats and t-shirt kind of guy when I come here to do expense reports or other tedious agendas. I promise they're clean."
He removed a perfectly folded pair of black pants and a gray t-shirt from the drawer. His fingers brushed hers as he handed them over.
"Better get out of that dress,"
he added, locked in her gaze. Heat splashed her skin. "Shouldn't you leave first?" His lips tugged upward.
"I should, shouldn't I?"
Ella slipped the stack of clothes and her hands from his grasp. She attempted to keep things casual, but the burning of him overrode her all too fast. "That sounds perfect," she said. His brow quirked.
"Undressing with me in here?"
"No, I mean—" She couldn't think. He was scrambling her every thought. "I meant the sweats." He strutted back a step, looking far too pleased with himself.
But,
I mean, are you sure you won't be jealous of me in comfy clothes while you're still all dressed up?" He lifted a shoulder.
"I could change too, if you want me to."
Good grief. They really needed to stop talking about undressing. "You'll miss the rest of your ball." She withdrew another step. She needed distance from him. This conversation was becoming far too interesting. He tugged the edge of his bow tie. It came loose and dangled from his collar. The single action held far too much sway over her. He really needed to get out of the room.
This could be our very own ball, he said. I still want to dance with you.
In sweats and t-shirts, she said.
Why not?
He moved to the open drawer. In a swift motion, he retrieved another set of sweats and shirt, holding them to his side.
I'll just change out here,
he said, gesturing with his head toward the door. Okay. Ella's face grew hotter. He sure wasn't moving very fast. He wasn't waiting for some kind of invitation, was he? She chewed her lip and stepped toward the door. Toward him. Hawk retreated. Another step. Another retreat. The closer she got to him, the more tension sizzled between them. Hawk's gaze was glued to hers, filled with tempting promises. Ella reached. He leaned closer in response. His husky scent wafted toward her, his nearness maddening, his eyes flicking to her mouth. Her hand found the doorknob beside him. I'll be out in a second, she said, allowing the door to roost him the rest of the way out. Ella folded her dress carefully. The red, speckled stains saddened her. But on the scale of damaged things, a damaged dress was better than, say, targeting her reputation. Yes, she'd probably be eating ramen noodles at every meal for the next month to make up for what she'd spent on the fabric of the other dress. But it had also purchased an evening with Hawk. She wouldn't have traded tonight for anything. His sweats bagged around her shorter legs. The t-shirt had an American flag on it, and it hung to her thighs. She didn't mind, not if he didn't. Ella placed her dress beside her silver heels on the floor and checked her hair and makeup in the mirror. The tears had washed off most of it, but her eyes were shining, her skin luminous. Anticipation made her entire body hum. She closed her eyes before the closed door and took in a few deliberate breaths. She was in Hawk's office with him. He was waiting out there to dance with her. Pinching oneself out of a dream seemed like a cheesy thing to do, but she was suddenly struck by the impulse. Ella shrugged her shoulders, rubbed her fingers against her palms, and touched her cheeks instead. Yep, this was really her. This was really happening. With a fortifying breath, she opened the door. She expected the lights to be their merriest bright, the way they'd been when Hawk had first turned them on. The only illumination now came from the upper lights above his desk, dimmed so the majority of the glow streamed from the immaculate Christmas tree in the corner. This was the first time she'd seen it lit. Stillness muted everything, leaving room for strains of soft music from hidden speakers. Hawk sat in one of the leather armchairs on the rug in the room's center, but at the sight of her, he arose. With his blonde hair swept messily to one side, his toned body drastically changed from dressy to casual, and the comfortable stance he took, he was attractive enough. Add a kickback grin, and it was enough to render her nothing more than joints and pulses.
Much better,
he said, his gaze raking over her. She hugged her torso. You too. Minecraft? He plucked the blue shirt with its multicolored blocks on the front.
I have an Xbox stashed in that room.
So you're a closet gamer? She said, amused.
That I am. If I hadn't promised you a dance, I might suggest a marathon.
She relaxed, loving the idea of Hawk hanging out on a couch with a game controller in his hands. He seemed so normal like this, so not billionaire. I've never played, she admitted. She didn't have much time for video games. In all honesty, she was surprised he did.
That we must remedy,
he said. But... He inched closer.
But right now, you and I have a previous engagement.
Ella moseyed toward him, her steps silent on the hardwood floor. Where are we dancing? He offered her a hand and guided her toward the tree. The shades over his windows were drawn, offering them additional privacy. Positioned before him, her nerve endings began to stir. She craved what was to come, to feel his hands around her. Hawk granted her unspoken desire. His hands slid to her waist, pulling her near. Ella's breath quickened, her knees slackening and growing weak. "This feels forbidden somehow," she said, allowing her hands to rove up to his shoulders.
Does it?
Mm-hmm. His hands closed at the small of her back, sending a shiver through her. She was too preoccupied to say anything else. It was so different seeing a person in a ballroom, surrounded by people, opposed to witnessing that same person in complete, casual seclusion. She'd been alone with him in the elevator, and they'd shared a brief, unexpected conversation, but that had been tense and uncertain. This was so different. This was a hidden castle, abandoned and then suddenly discovered, where she wanted to explore, to familiarize herself with every aspect of him. His hidden love of video games, his courteous offer for her to change her clothes so he could still spend time with her. Who was Hawk Danielson, really? She wasn't sure how to ask, and honestly, the way time had seemed to still, she knew she could find out, little by little. There was no rush. Her attention shifted to his tree. "That is a beautiful tree," she said.
I have my staff do a lot for me, but this is one thing I like to do for myself.
"Oh? You put up your own tree?" His lips quirked.
I did, yeah. Put it up, decorated it. I spend more time here than I do at home, so I like to have slices of home here as much as possible.
"Hence the sweats," she said, tugging at the pants he lent her.
They look great, by the way,
he said. "Ha ha, very funny."
I'm serious. Don't get me wrong, you were a stun gun in that getup you had earlier. But I like this look for you. Makes me wish we had time for more than a few dances.
Her brows drew together. What was he saying? She'd been ready to put everything on hold for this moment. What did he have to get to? A family gathering, maybe?
I need to be to the hospital in a few hours,
he said, answering her thoughts. She tensed. The hospital? Why? Is everything okay? Maybe he had someone he needed to visit. He couldn't have scheduled something for himself, could he?
Yeah, sure it is. Nothing like that. It's just that...
He dipped his head before lifting it again. The smoldering expression in his gaze knotted her stomach.
I'm playing Santa.
Not what she'd expected to hear. What? He chuckled, leading her in a circle beside the tree.
Every year I like to deliver candy to Harmony Children's, but after talking to you in the elevator, you gave me a different idea.
I did? What idea is that?
I'm taking an Ever After sweet shop to them. I know many of the kids can't leave, so I thought it might be a fun surprise for them to wake up to, along with their pillowcases, of course.
He winked. Ella was speechless. If she thought he was attractive before, it was nothing to hearing this. Maybe it was the soft spot she already had for those kids, but hearing someone like Hawk using his money to help others was nothing short of impressive. That is seriously amazing. They're going to love that. The song changed. Soft cellos began singing out Silent Night. Hawk whispered her closer. She rested her head against his chest, drifting to the rhythm of his heartbeat.
And you?
His voice resonated through his chest.
Are you going to tell me what happened?
She'd been enjoying the distraction from Pris's horrible words, from the hostile hatred she'd declared. But at the mention of it, she retreated from him.
I'm sorry,
he said.
I know it was really upsetting to you. I shouldn't have asked.
Ella stepped back, the magic of the moment dispelled. That was my stepsister.
Seriously? She works with you or something?
Animosity flowed through her at the mention of Pris. She wrapped a strand of hair around her finger and glanced around his office, at his desk, anywhere but at him. Yes, she works with me, and she was just giving me a reminder of my hours. His voice trailed from beside her.
Is she always that helpful?
If by helpful you mean pushy and obnoxious, then yes. Ella regretted the words. This wasn't her usual perky self. What was she doing? Hawk stood near the back of the armchair he'd been sitting in. He rested his hip against it and folded his arms.
If I knew what department she worked in, I could fire her for you.
Ella laughed. The tears that had plagued her earlier were still too near the surface. It's okay. She needs her job, and she has good reason to be angry with me.
Not angry enough to attack you like that. To do it in front of everyone at my ball.
His spiteful tone surprised her. If she didn't know better, she'd say he sounded protective of her. Though the clothes she wore were as comfortable as they could get, she suddenly felt tight. Truth threatened to leak from her lips, and she wasn't sure she wanted to hold it in. Ella focused on the tree behind Hawk. She thinks I stole her boyfriend a few years ago, and she's still pretty resentful about it. So she takes whatever chance she can get to rub it in. Hawk's attention was reflective. Ella brought herself to meet it and was surprised to find a glint of mirth rather than displeasure. He was amused by this?
Did you steal him?
Hawk asked. His enjoyment was contagious, lightening the tension inside of her. I'm no thief. She smirked, allowing her stiffness to dissipate. He raised his brows and exhaled.
If you looked at him the way you're looking at me now, I can see you stealing hearts.
She pivoted, keeping a hand on the back of the leather chair. His direct gaze arrested her, making movement impossible. It was all she could do to voice the question. And how am I looking at you? Gaze sultry, lips tugged upward at the corners. He inched closer to her.
Like you want to dance with me.
Chapter 14. The moment quietened. The music shifted to something more gentle and intimate. Without another word, Hawk slipped his hand around her waist once more.
May I have this dance?
She forced her reply. Now you're asking? He shrugged.
I figured it wouldn't hurt.
He pulled her close, securing her to him again and severing the connection of her brainstem to the rest of her body. They moved in a small circle, in soft, gentle time. Was this really happening? Christmas speckled the air around them via the soft music he had playing. It also permeated her attention, the way she saw only him, the way he gazed solely at her, and the way he held her, so carefully yet so deliberately.
You know,
Hawk said,
I haven't stopped thinking about you since we were in that elevator together.
Me neither, she said.
Won't you tell me your last name, or which of my departments you work for?
I never said I worked for you. Her grin was coy and flirtatious. A divot appeared between his brows.
But you were in my building just getting off from work, and you were at the ball, and I thought I saw you slip an employee badge in your purse.
It still doesn't mean I work for you. His head angled.
You become more and more of a mystery the longer we talk.
What is it that's such a mystery? She asked. She couldn't admit where she really worked. Not now. He lifted a hand, guiding her out in a turn before drawing her back to him.
You. Everything about you.
Ella burned under the heat of his attention. Not only the physical aspects of touch and sight, though those were enough to undo her, but his verbal interest, the sincerity in his statement. He wanted to know her. She sifted through her mind and picked the first random thing she could think of. "My birthday is in December," she said. "It makes Christmas hard, and it's been harder since my mom died."
I'm sorry to hear that. When did she die?
Ella cursed herself. She hadn't meant to share something so tragic. Then again, she had mentioned it in the elevator too, and Hawk didn't seem to mind. 10 years ago, when I was 15, my dad got remarried and—
Hence the stepsister.
2, actually, she said.
2's company. Look at us.
He beamed at her. "What about you?" she asked. "What makes Christmas for you?"
This is by far the best one I've had yet,
he said, stroking her spine with tender fingertips.
Stressful, but best, too.
"What has made it stressful?" He exhaled.
Trying to expand my company. Our fiscal year is the same as a regular one, so my department heads wanted to get things moving for the new year. It's been good, just really hectic.
"And what has made it the best?" she asked. His expression shifted to something playful and unruly.
Hasn't happened yet.
"Oh, is it something you've been wishing for?" His jaw ticked, his attention focused.
I didn't realize how much until this moment.
Intuition tickled up her spine. She put her hands on his chest. "Hawk Danielson, if you're referring to kissing me—" He grinned, tightening his hold, not letting her go.
I can't even return the chastising tone without knowing your last name.
"Embers," Ella said breathlessly, succumbing to the moment. "It's Embers."
Ella Embers,
he said, slowing so they stood flush with one another before the tree's glinting majesty. With the delayed motion and her name on his lips, the rest of the world disappeared. She pulsated, hyper-aware of her body, of him. She was safe with him, safe and whole, in a way she never wanted to end.
Are you inviting me to kiss you?
He asked. Her mouth went dry. His office, the tree, the floor, faded. "I don't know what to say to that. No one has ever asked me." He lured her closer.
I've never asked a woman before I kiss her either. I figure since you claim you're no thief, I thought I'd prove I wasn't either.
"If you wanted to kiss me, Hawk, you wouldn't have to steal one."
So you are inviting me to kiss you.
Feeling bolder than she ever had before, Ella pressed her chest to his. She tilted her chin upward just enough for his breath to stroke her skin. "Aren't stolen kisses the best kind?" She captured his gaze long enough to feel his heart pound against hers before detaching herself and turning away. Hawk didn't let her. He snared her hand and reeled her to him. "What are you doing?" she asked. His gaze flicked to her mouth.
Stealing a kiss.
His lips pressed to hers. His arms became the only security she would ever need. She allowed his kiss to soar through her like a snowstorm, blinding, diverting, causing her to slow and pay more attention to the swirl of disorientation and the rage of desire pulsing inside her. She could stay this way, warm and safe in his embrace, forever. He was flickering fires, cozy afternoons, and hot cocoa. He was the refuge and the storm.
I just had a thought,
he said after a few moments, stroking a thumb along her cheek. "I think I'm having more than one," Ella said with bated breath. He grinned, dipping in for another kiss as he continued guiding her in a small circle to the soft guitar music beside his tree.
Remember the project I mentioned?
He said against her lips.
Though I'm setting up a candy shop for the kids in the hospital in a few hours, I'm a little short-handed. Come help me."
He cradled her face, pleading with more than just his words. He wanted her, to be with her, to have her help. Ella was going to the hospital tomorrow anyway. She could do it. And after that kiss, she wanted as much time with Hawk as she could possibly snag. "What time?"
"Early,"
he said, pressing his lips to hers again.
"I'm headed over about 5 a.m.
She checked the time from the digital clock on his desk. It was already nearing midnight. She was pushing things as it was. She still hadn't talked to Stina. Hawk rubbed her arms.
Come on, you made the kids' pillowcases, right? You probably know them better than I do."
"I do, yeah. They're great, really great. And they are going to be so thrilled once they see what you've done." She wanted more than anything to be there and see the delight on their faces.
"Is it family?"
Hawk asked.
"I can understand. I know it's Christmas."
Unease washed the moment's heat from her. Family, yes, but not the happy circumstances he was probably assuming. What if it was, though? If her mom, her grandma, or even her dad asked the same thing Stina was demanding of her, she'd probably be far more inclined to work Christmas morning at their request. But Stina? A hard woman who cared only for herself and her daughters, who went out of her way to use Ella and intimidate her over and over again? Grammy was right. Ella didn't owe Stina anything. And after Pris's little stunt in the ballroom, she was even less inclined to go. Here was a man who was giving up his Christmas plans to spend them at the hospital. He had no one else to help him do this incredible thing for kids who deserved it. An affirmation of rightness exploded in her chest. This was what she wanted. What she really wanted. "Okay," she said.
"Really?"
His excitement stoked the fire in her all over again. "Yeah, I'd love to. Let me just send a text and then I'm all yours." He stroked his hands up and down her back.
"I like the sound of that."
"I meant I'm all yours to help you," she teased. Hawk chuckled and kissed her again. How could the same action have such a differing effect on her every time? This time his mouth coerced hers longer, tilting the room, making her blood spin. "I should probably go," she said, breaking away from him. "What time should I meet you at the hospital?"
"My sister has everything there," he said. "All we need to do is be there and make sure everything is set up and ready to go. Kids get up early on Christmas morning. Or I did, anyway."
"I did too," Ella said with a laugh. "I used to sit out and stare at our tree, waiting for my parents to wake up."
"Me too. So how about 4:45? Is that too early? That way we can be all set when they start to trickle out."
"You know," Ella said, "you're probably the most attractive man I've ever met." Hawk's belly laugh glimmered inside her. His generosity made him more appealing than anything.
"I'll take that as a yes," he said.
Ella gathered her belongings from his room, and Hawk held her hand all the way down the elevator into the coat room. The music had ended. Staff members were busily tearing down the lovely decorations along the halls. She was glad she'd opted to wear boots through the snow on the way here. Heels wouldn't have worked with his sweats. "Thanks again for letting me borrow some clothes," she said once she'd slipped into her coat.
"Happy to. It meant I got to spend the evening with you. I guess I'll see you in a few hours?"
"Yeah," she said. She waited expectantly, and he didn't disappoint her. Hawk's mouth found hers, filling her with renewed heat to keep her warm all the way to her car. Ella sauntered on starlight. She unlocked her door, slipped onto the chilled seat, and took a moment in the driver's seat to throw together a hasty text. "Hey, something came up and I'm not going to make it to that job after all. Merry Christmas." She tapped send before she lost her nerve. Her thoughts were jumbled as she drove. from the turn of the evening, her private ball with Hawk, dancing beside his Christmas tree, his stolen and not-so-stolen kisses, and the text she'd sent to Stina. Ella didn't realize until she was back in her apartment that she'd made it home with only one of her shoes. Hawk returned to his office in bewilderment. His hands still tingled from holding Ella. His mind still raced to solve the mystery of who she was. But he had a better sense after their conversation and their kisses. She'd been so hesitant about helping him at the hospital. What had made her change her mind? Hurriedly, he readied himself for bed, set his alarm, and settled onto the folded-down futon. The room still smelled like her, like cinnamon and pomegranates. It would have been all too easy to keep dancing with her, to forget the rest of the world and focus only on her. He was glad he hadn't, though. They did need to rest before meeting the kids at the hospital in a few hours. Something flickered in the darkness, catching on a rogue strand of moonlight. He pushed to his feet and lifted the single glittering shoe.
Ella Embers,
he said, running a finger along the thin heel. Thoughts of her stolen kisses made him whirl. She'd claimed she was no thief, but after an entire evening spent in her company, he wondered if she might be in line to take more than kisses from him. If he wasn't careful, she just might steal his heart. Chapter 15. Ella's brief midnight nap brimmed with visions of sugar plums and dances with a breathtaking billionaire. The instant her alarm sounded, her blood chugged with exhilaration. She'd done it! Not only had she stood up to Stina, but she was meeting Hawk in less than an hour. Maybe now Pris could get off her case about Derek. Maybe she'd see Ella had moved on, and Pris could get a life and allow Ella to do the same. As soon as she walked in, Ella had soaked her dress in the sink and slipped into a black, long-sleeved shirt and pants before crashing on her couch. Wide awake once more, Ella zipped calf-high boots over her pants and checked her appearance in the mirror. Her hair was still semi-decent, so she folded Hawk's clothes, grabbed a muffin, and headed out into the cold Christmas morning. As far as hospitals went, Harmony Children's was imaginative and welcoming. It catered to children, filled with colorful montages on the walls depicting superheroes and popular figurines, in full size, for kids to stop beside and snap a picture with. The facility was specialized, a place where children with severe or life-threatening conditions could stay to get the long-term care they needed. Ella pressed the call button and waited in the chilled winter air for the back door to be opened. To her surprise, Hawk appeared through the glass, answering it instead of a nurse as she expected.
Morning,
he said with a glimmer in his eyes. A black sweater hugged his torso and sculpted arms, blending in with his dark pants and shoes. He took in her equally black garb as she removed her coat and hung it on a hanger in the room just off from the door.
Looking good,
he said. I know, we could be ninjas. Hawk laughed and answered her with a kiss that steamed to her toes.
Even in all black, you look bright and chipper.
I feel bright and chipper, she said. I brought your clothes, by the way. She indicated the parking lot behind her where the clothes remained in her car. She hadn't been sure whether or not to bring them in.
Hold on to them,
he said, tilting in for another kiss. She could do just this and be perfectly content for the next several hours.
I'll get them from you the next time we go out.
Will there be a next time? He rested his forehead against hers.
I don't want things to end here. Do you?
She definitely needed more stolen kisses. Next time sounds perfect.
How about ice skating? Tomorrow night?
He suggested, threading his fingers through hers and leading her down the hall. An answer formed in her mind but didn't quite make it out as they stepped over the tiny colored tiles intermixed with the gray. She was too distracted by the setup in the hospital's waiting room. A bright scene of forest animals covered the far wall, as usual, but the chairs were pushed aside to make room for 2 long counters with bar stools standing in front of them. Several tall, wide shelves covered in cellophane bags filled to bursting with colorful candy stood waiting. Each bag was tied with sparkling ribbons of every color. Topping everything else off, a large banner swooped across the ceiling, carrying the Ever After Sweet Shop logo. "Oh, wow," Ella said, stopping alongside a pair of nurses in red scrubs. Ella had come to know several of the nurses by name after all of her many visits here. "Right?" Martha said. She had short blonde hair and a friendly persona. Her red scrubs were perfect for the season. "The kids are going to love this. I can't wait for them to wake up to their pillowcases. Add this to it, and they'll have the best Christmas anyone could hope for." Hawk strolled through the space, inspecting the goodie bags and wrapped packages beneath the sparkling tree in the corner by the cash register on its counter. Ella loved this. If she ever had money like he did, she'd want to use it to help others like this. He made his way back to her and handed her a pink apron set off with black and white striped edging. He'd already slipped his on over his head. "What's the plan?" she asked.
Each child has a stocking by his or her bed,
he said, tying his apron. Ella lifted hers on and tied it as well.
They've received redeemable tokens and can use them to buy anything they want here in their very own store.
"And the presents?" She pointed to the tree.
One for each of them and the staff. And for you.
Her mouth dropped. What? She hadn't even thought to get him a present. Then again, it wasn't as though she'd had oodles of time, or inclination that she'd be spending Christmas with him. "Hawk, He nudged her shoulder with his own.
It's okay. You'll find your name on it.
"When did you even have time to wrap a gift for me?" she mused.
I got here before you did, remember?
He leaned in. She thought he might kiss her again when his gaze flicked behind her.
"Ah," he said. "Here come our first customers."
Kids in pajamas began trickling out. Many had tubes dangling from their noses or taped to their hands while connected IVs rolled alongside them. Some walked in slippers, hugging stuffed animals or wore beanies to cover their heads. Others came in wheelchairs, wheeled in by family members. Every face was lit with delight. "Ella!" a boy named Jerome called from his wheelchair, waving energetically. A woman Ella didn't recognize stood behind him. She wondered if it was his mom. Smiling, he held the red and green striped pillow over his head. "That's the biggest grin I've ever seen," Ella said. "What have you got there?" "Santa brought these. They were on our pillows when we woke up this morning." Stepping forward, Hawk slid her a knowing look.
"Oh, he did. Very clever of him."
Ella wanted to jab her elbow into his side, but Jerome's smile was too contagious. She knelt by his wheelchair. "That's amazing," Ella said. "I'm so excited. I couldn't wait to show my mom. And now we have our very own store? This is the best Christmas ever!" Ella hugged him and went from child to child, friend to friend, chatting with each one, hearing of their excitement, of their joy in something so simple as a new covering for their pillows, or the toys and books their families had brought. Ella paused at the sight of a sweet little girl, Laura, standing beside one of the shelves in a complete stupor. The little girl was completely bald, her skin soft and smooth. She wore a snowman nightgown. "Everything okay, Laura?" Ella asked. "These look too pretty to eat," Laura said with a slight frown. Ella bent down to Laura's side, resting her hands on her thighs. "Which one are you going to choose?" Laura's smooth brow rose. "You mean I can pick one?" "Of course," Ella said with a chuckle. "This is your Christmas store." With excitement only a child can wield in her shining eyes, Laura reached carefully for the gift bag tied with a gold ribbon. "I like this one," she said with awe, cradling it to her chest. "Now what do I do?" Ella crouched at her side, resting her hand on Laura's shoulder. "You got tokens in your Christmas stocking this morning, right?" A nod. See that good-looking guy behind the register? Go give him one of your tokens, and it's all yours. With a grin as bright as diamonds, Laura skipped to Hawk and handed him her bag. Rather than remaining behind the register, Hawk stepped around the counter and knelt beside her, one arm around her shoulders as he answered her questions. Laura gave him an excited smile and bounced up and down, hugging him before he resumed his place behind the register. He proceeded with the transaction. The shared glee on every face, the sound of crinkling paper being opened, the shouts of happy surprise and laughter were beyond satisfying. This was worth every stressful hour of sewing and every hour of missed sleep the night before. To do something to bring a little happiness to these kids. Too bad Chloe and Brandy couldn't have seen it too. Being a part of the children's joy in any way was a blessing. But sharing this with Hawk and the other hospital staff who worked so hard to care for these kids made things even more worthwhile. Too soon, the phone in Ella's back pocket vibrated. She checked it, only to have the name on her cell screen douse her elation in an instant. Hawk was surrounded by kids, entertaining them as he made swooping motions with his arms. She wondered what story he was telling. Other kids were opening their gifts, pulling soft, squishable plush animals from boxes. Ella didn't want to answer Stina's call, but she needed to deal with this sooner or later. Might as well be sooner. She stepped into the adjacent hall and braced herself. Hey, Stina. Howard is rather disappointed his apartments didn't get the treatment he was hoping for last night. No other greeting, just a jump right into criticism. Yes, I can understand that, Ella said, regretting that she'd ever answered. I'm sorry, but it's Christmas, and I decided I was going to celebrate it. I'm sure he can wait, just like everyone else. She anticipated the backlash, for Stina to spout all the horrible reasons she was disappointed in Ella and to pronounce the end of her employment. Ella knew she'd never see her dad once that happened, but she rarely saw him as it was. I'll start job hunting, Ella began, attempting to ward her off. Why ever would you do that, and leave me short-handed again? Puzzlement crumpled Ella's forehead. I thought you'd be firing me. Stina laughed, a wicked, horrible sound. Why would I do that? I expect you to show up as always. After what you pulled last night, you owe me. That was something no one ever wanted to hear, not where Stina Malice was concerned. The woman held grudges as the dying clung to life. Did Stina think she was doing Ella some kind of favor by keeping her on? Ella knew this was her chance. She should speak up, state her intentions of finding a new job, and continue being brave. But her courage fled. It whiffled and deflated like a punctured ball. And Stina ended the call before Ella managed to utter a single word. Regret nudged its way in between her ribs. You owe me! Ella shook it off, refusing to let the worry settle. She wouldn't focus on that. She was having the most amazing Christmas of her life, and it was time she returned to it. Hawk stood with an elbow resting on the counter and a gift in the other hand. He straightened as she approached. There you are, he said. I was afraid you'd left before I could give you this. Pushing away the unease inside of her, she took the gift. I'm sorry, I didn't get you anything. Just open it. Ella tore the festive paper and pulled out a lovely knitted red scarf. Its yarn was thick and soft. Positive thoughts began to stream in, one at a time like droplets of water to fill a half-empty bucket. Time to turn that thing around. This was a half-full kind of moment. Who was she kidding? Hawk Danielson was with her. He'd kissed her, invited her to be here with him. He could have asked anyone, but he'd asked her. And he'd gotten her a gift. Her bucket was overflowing. She hugged the scarf. Hawk, I love it. Thank you. He took it and settled it onto her shoulders, brushing a hair away from her face in the process.
Merry Christmas, Ella. Thank you for coming to help me today.
I wouldn't have wanted to be anywhere else, she said. It was true. No matter what Stina threatened, she was glad she'd chosen this. Her heart skipped a beat as he inclined in, right there in the hospital waiting room, and pressed a tender kiss to her mouth. The kiss spun and coiled through her, zinging all the way to her toes. When she lifted her lids, it was like seeing everything for the first time. The blue of Hawk's eyes, the flash of delight on his lips, the possessive gleam that spoke of desire, that implied how much he wished they weren't in a public waiting room at that moment, but back in his office with only each other. And how badly she wished for that, too.
I'll see you tomorrow night,
he said. She cleared her throat. She had to kick her brain back into gear. Ice skating, with Hawk. Yes, I can't wait. She needed a nap in the worst way. But she wasn't sure the adrenaline charging through her blood from that kiss would let her sleep now. A nice, long nap, work the next morning, and then she'd be seeing him again. Hard as she tried to ease it, an apprehensive feeling still hovered over her. She still hadn't told him who she really was. What would he do once he found out she was on his custodial staff? Chapter 16. The day after Christmas, and already it was back to business as usual. Everything seemed to be in line for the production and manufacturing of commercial-sized bags. Hawk had worried the candy would lose its homemade quality, being packaged differently and in larger quantities, but his team assured him it wouldn't make a difference. The bag on his desk was proof of that. The divinity was still as divine, and his mouth watered with satisfaction. Reassurance shone at this decision. It wouldn't destroy the ma and pa feel of his stores after all, and having commercial candy available only increased interest in people coming to the actual, original sites. His financial advisor predicted it would double the profits. Hawk was trying to determine the best use for those funds, and his thoughts were turning again and again to the hospital. He thought of the children. Jerome, Laura, Harrison. Their sunny, eager gazes, the squeezable excitement in their cheeks. Their jokes, their smiles, the magic in their laughter. Those kids deserved help. Cures, college funds. He wanted to sponsor them somehow. His excitement began building. Even backing research foundations to help with curing their various ailments might be satisfying enough, but he wanted something personal as well. The intercom on his office phone droned, interrupting his musing.
Yeah?
Hawk said. Sorry to bother you, sir, Clary said. Her wary tones struck him. He stopped rocking in his chair. I just received a call from security, and they have something they think you should see. Concern drew his forehead down, but he pressed the button to respond.
I'll be right there.
Hawk signaled for Clary to join him. Together, they hurried with troubled anticipation to the surveillance room on the 3rd floor. Scenario after scenario shuffled through his mind as to what the threat might entail. A bomb scare? After a steadying glance from his assistant, Hawk buttoned his jacket and entered. Several guards Hawk recognized stood in response. Ethan's bald head shone beneath the dim light of the small room. He shook first Clary's hand, then Hawk's, before indicating the top left screen.
We thought you should see this. Remember the theft that was reported?
Suspicion made way for certainty. Hawk's attention zeroed in.
You caught someone on camera? Turns out the paper, ink cartridges, and tablets that went missing, the culprit struck again. This was captured Christmas Eve.
A brunette woman in a jumpsuit peered over her shoulder before shuffling past and stuffing things into her purse. Hawk leaned in, unable to believe it. He'd seen that purse during a too-long stint in an elevator. It was dark purple, with a roped handle and several buckles. It looked just like...
"Who is this?"
he asked, crouching in closer.
"Can you zoom in?" "We're trying, sir,"
Ethan said.
"It looks like someone on the custodial staff. See the uniform she's wearing?" Custodial?
He'd suspected as much, which was why he'd sent the notification to Stina Malice a few days ago. That wasn't what bothered him, though. With that one word, the confusion, the intrigue, the mystery of the woman he'd danced with Christmas Eve began to wither away, in place of clarity. No wonder he hadn't found Ella when he'd searched out his staff. Custodial was hired out by a completely different company. But they'd each received an invitation as well. A flashback struck him. The woman in the hall that day had seemed familiar, but she'd ducked behind the garbage can and had kept her face away so he couldn't get a good look. He hadn't wanted to linger or seem awkward, so he'd kept going. But he thought it had been Ella. The woman from the elevator. Ella Embers. No wonder she claimed she didn't work for him. It was because she didn't. Malice Custodial Management was a separate company.
"What would you like to do?"
Ethan asked. Hawk paced away on an exhale and rubbed frustration from his forehead. He couldn't let emotion cloud his judgment, not when decisions needed to be made.
"Did you find the missing supplies?"
he asked.
"No. It's one reason we haven't taken any action yet."
Finding the supplies would give them just cause for an interrogation. But wasn't the video feed proof enough now?
"What are the parameters for searching lockers?"
Ethan and the other guards swapped glances.
"If you have cause, then we can conduct a search, sir,"
Ethan said. Hawk thought it over. It was still morning. Chances were the custodial staff was still on duty.
"We need to get to the bottom of this. Page Stina Malice and have her keep the crew after their shift." "Will do, sir,"
Ethan said. Clary peeked up at him with concern. Hawk touched her arm, not entirely sure how to form the words. Was he glad she'd told him? Glad they'd finally obtained an indication of who the culprit was? Of course. It was always better to know. But he never would have suspected it would be her. Ella. The woman whose kisses unraveled him. The woman who'd branded herself into him. Unfortunately, now his focus was on her for a different reason. He felt so betrayed, so tattered. All that talk about stealing kisses, about thievery. Had she been trying to give him hints? Or just plain mocking him with the insinuations? Hawk thanked Ethan and the other guards and dismissed Clary before stepping out to a quiet corner in the hall. His thoughts were a tangle. Ella's smile, her charitable gifts, and sacrificed time for the kids at Harmony Children's. The jubilant interaction he'd witnessed of her with them completely contrasted the sneaky, over-the-shoulder glance and devious stuffing of stolen items into her bag. How could she be the same woman?
"She was a thief after all,"
he said. He couldn't believe he'd fallen for it. Ella's morning passed by in a blur. Excitement was a battle cry inside her. The usual menial chores, typically such drudgery day after day, became nothing more than rungs on a ladder that would lead her up to the glorious event that was an official date with Hawk Danielson. Finishing the last few touches on a pair of carpeted staircases, she roped up the vacuum cord and wheeled it to the main closet with a whistle. Even the sight of Pris and Charlotte speaking in hushed tones and darting devious glances in Ella's direction from the opposite end of the hall couldn't put a damper on her mood. The two continued on at her approach, making for the break room. Janice fell into step beside Ella with one hand on the large wheeled garbage can. Its wheels were anything but quiet. "What are you so happy about?" she asked. "Can't I be happy?" Ella smiled. Yeah, but you're never this energetic. It's the happiest time of year, Ella said with a shrug. That kiss, the one in the hospital waiting room, it had been clouds and illusion and all the things dreams boast about. It had wriggled its way into everything she did, everywhere she went, and everything she saw. She was definitely hoping for a replay later. Hawk was not what she thought a billionaire would be like. He was friendly, funny, and completely charming. Not stuffy or prideful. She never would have been able to guess his financial situation if it was just a chance meeting on the street. And seeing him around all those kids, talk about icing on the cake. She turned the corner only to be confronted by Pris. Ella instantly tensed, a coil ready to spring. After what Pris did to her at the ball, she never wanted to speak with her again. Yet Pris didn't seem to get the message. "I wouldn't look so happy if I were you," she said. She'd already slipped out of her jumpsuit and into her winter coat. The expression on her face somehow managed to be both derisive and gleeful all at once. "What's that supposed to mean?" Pris pursed her lips, staring at the wall with a smug, ridiculous smirk, before returning her gaze to her. "You know what, Ella? I've found that people get what they deserve, and it looks like you're about to get yours." Pris strolled past, knocking into Ella's shoulder with her own, and leaving fear pulsing in Ella's veins. What was she talking about? Stina strode behind them. Her nails were a vicious shade of red, and she folded her arms in an immaculate gesture, as if to display her claws.
Pris, hold up.
Pris paused, rounding back to Ella's side. Ella sidestepped away from her.
"I guess you two didn't get the memo," Stina said.
"What memo?" Pris said, one hand on her purse strap.
"They've insisted the custodial staff with Malice Custodial Management meet in the break room. There's been another theft."
Ella's astonishment was genuine. Who would be stupid enough to do it a second time? How could Hawk still think it was someone in custodial? "None of us would have done that," she said.
"I'm not so sure," Stina replied with concern. "They have video evidence this time, Ella. It really is unfortunate you weren't where you were supposed to be Christmas Eve."
Her words had too much undercurrent to be mistaken for anything but a jab. "I get it, okay? I let you down, but I didn't steal anything." Stina pursed her lips so tightly her dark lipstick gave the appearance of a miniature bow.
"I guess we'll see about that, won't we?"
Misgivings accompanied Ella into the break room. The space was crowded. Crew members, including Pris, Charlotte, and Janice, gathered together before the row of lockers. The customary light-hearted chatter, the relief at finishing another day, laughter at mishaps or discussing plans, were muted. Discomfited silence resided in every glance, every unspoken question. Stina lingered near the door like some sort of guard. A bald man in a dark suit had taken Stina's spot at the desk and pushed her computer aside to place his laptop in its stead. Beside him stood Hawk. Wonderful, charming Hawk, in a suit that made him look like $1,000,000, with arms folded across his chest and an expression devoid of the delight that had been there Christmas morning. Ella's stomach knotted. No, he couldn't see her here. He couldn't find out the truth this way. She should have just told him. Why hadn't she told him? His ice-blue eyes were cold and calculating. They trailed from person to person, widening just enough when they landed on her. The worst sort of glower passed from him. How could looks speak so much? Where once affection had lingered, now his regard held pain and unreserved disappointment. Chapter 17. Mortification came swiftly. Ella's entire frame dulled. She'd never answered his question about her job, but now he knew. She should have been straightforward with him from the beginning, but she hadn't been able to bring herself to do it. Hawk's glower harnessed so much more than disappointment in her deceit. She'd never even considered stealing anything from anyone. How could he think she would?
"Good morning," he began. "I know this is unorthodox, but we thought it would be best to address the situation up front with each of you. During the past few weeks, we've been getting reports about missing office supplies. A stolen printer, paper and ink cartridges, sticky notes, and packs of pens."
Beside her, Janice shifted. Ella swallowed.
"This morning, a few tablets came up missing in several offices. This time, these weren't the property of Ever After Sweets. They were the personal belongings of members of my marketing staff. In the past, when we've made inquiries, our security cameras have come up blank. But this time, one of you failed to cover her tracks."
With a nod from Hawk, the bald guard at the desk clicked an icon on his screen. He widened the video to full screen, and Ella watched with the rest of the crew as a woman darted glances behind her inside an office as she unceremoniously stuffed a tablet into her purse. Ella's entire body froze from head to foot. It was her. It was clearly her. But how could that be? She hadn't been anywhere near those offices on Christmas Eve. Not only that, but she never cleaned while carrying her purse. It always remained in her locker. Her discomfort grew as every gaze in the room gradually shifted to her. She wanted to speak up, to defend herself. But what could she say that would disprove this? "That looks like Ella," Pris said. Ella closed her eyes. This couldn't be happening. She couldn't speak. Her tongue refused to work.
"What do you think?"
Hawk asked Stina.
"You know your staff better than anyone."
Stina. Yes. Ella perked up. Stina knew Ella hadn't been cleaning offices recently. She'd been detailing halls, cleaning out the garbage, and sweeping, mopping, and vacuuming stairs. She hadn't had the keys to those offices. How could she have been caught in that feed? Though they'd had their differences, Stina wouldn't throw her under the bus for something like this. She would come to her defense. She had to. "It does fit her profile," Stina said with reluctance. "No!" Ella cried, finding her voice.
"Search the lockers,"
Hawk said. Stina provided the master key, and one by one, lockers were opened, their contents examined, until the guards arrived at Ella's. The door was jammed. The handle wouldn't budge. The guard jiggled it, pounding on the metal until it gave way and popped open. The missing printer tumbled out, hitting first the bench before crashing to the cement floor. Reams of paper, the missing tablets and sticky notes, everything that had been reported missing recently, had been stuffed in and spilled to the ground. Reaching deeper, the guard withdrew her purse and removed 2 more tablets from within. Ella had never seen them before. How did they even get in there? Horror struck her like an inferno. "I didn't," Ella said, praying they heard the plea in her voice. "I didn't steal those things!" Words were spoken. Hawk dismissed the other workers. Several offered sympathetic statements or glances. But Ella heard it all as if underwater. She was detached, devastated, disbelieving. She didn't hear Stina's words until her stepmother grasped her by the shoulders and shook her. "You're finished, do you hear me? This is humiliating, and I want nothing more to do with you inside or outside of work. You'll get no references from me, and I'll make sure your dad knows the truth about you." Ella's lower lip trembled as pieces began rattling back into place in her brain. She fisted her hands. "You've been waiting for something like this to happen for a long time." Her voice was quiet, but she pressed on. "But you were finished with me long before this." Stina rounded on her. What's that supposed to mean? Indignation made her throw caution to the wind. She had nothing else to lose now. The words gushed from her, tumbling like the bottled-up contents of her locker. Why else do you not invite me to my own family's Christmas lunch? And then you schedule me to work in the middle of the night on Christmas Eve? Yes, but you didn't work Christmas Eve. The flash of "take that" in her eyes was enough to provoke her. Ella caught sight of her stepsisters by the door. The room hadn't completely cleared after all. Charlotte appeared worried, but Pris was as haughty as ever. In a desperate attempt, Ella reached toward her. Pris knows this wasn't me. She handed out the keys. Pris, tell her. You gave me keys for the first-floor closet, not the offices on the 5th. I don't know what you're talking about. Suspicion trickled in with a wretched tang. Pris had given Ella her keys for months now. As manager beneath Stina, she was also the only other person who could have gotten into Ella's locker. If this is about Derek, nothing happened. Please, Pris, this could ruin my life. I guess you should have thought about that before you went around stealing things. She added an extra bite to the word before she and Charlotte strolled out, leaving Ella alone with Hawk, Stina, and the security guard. Or almost alone. Ella hadn't noticed Janice hang back until her supposed family left.
Did you need something?
Hawk asked. His arms were folded. Clearly he was trying to keep his cool. Janice's cheeks pinked. Her expression grew both serious and sorrowful. I'd just like to say that I've known Ella for a long time, and she wouldn't do something like this. Hawk's scowl deepened.
Thank you, but evidence has proven otherwise.
Then check it again, Janice said with more bite. Ella hasn't cleaned the 5th-floor offices all month. Her sister Pris was. Janice offered Ella a hang-in-there smile and ambled out. Confusion lined Hawk's forehead. His scowl crept to her for a moment before the guard at the desk invited her to sit. Somehow she convinced her knees to bend. She took the chair he offered.
Ella,
the guard said kindly.
My name is Ethan. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Dazed, shaking, she managed a nod.
Is that true, what your associate said? You were cleaning a different area?
She shook herself. Yes. I couldn't have accessed the 5th-floor offices without keys, and they haven't been assigned to me for weeks now. Ethan considered this before directing his next question to Stina behind her.
Is that true?
Here's the schedule, Stina said. It's true. Ella had no keys to access those offices. Ella blinked in shock. It almost sounded like Stina was defending her, but why? Why now when she could have earlier? And why now after snapping at how finished she was in front of everyone else? It was to make herself look good. Stina was nothing if not cooperative. The guard sniffed, returning his attention to the computer screen where Ella's image was frozen in an act she hadn't committed. She blinked, still baffled at how someone managed to superimpose her face into the feed. It looked exactly like her.
The time of this footage was just after midnight last night, Ethan began. Would you care to tell us where you were at that time Christmas Eve?
Ella thought back. She'd kissed Hawk at midnight. She'd been in such a stupor from its aftermath. But she'd gone directly home after that. I was in my car, Ella said. I was driving home after the ball.
The ball? Then you were in the building after all.
Her gaze shifted to Hawk's. Whether he wanted his security guard to know or not, she was going to tell the truth. Yes, but I left. I swear. Hawk, Mr. Danielson, saw me to the door. He saw me leave.
It's true, I did,
Hawk said. His arms were still folded. Ethan pointed to his laptop.
Then why is there footage of you using custodial keys to get into offices on the 5th floor?
I don't know, Ella said desperately. I was with Mr. Danielson on the 12th floor. I wasn't wearing the jumpsuit. I didn't even have my purse that night.
Is it possible you changed and returned after Mr. Danielson thought you left?
Does any of your other footage show me returning? She said, her voice rising. Closing her eyes, praying for patience, she caught herself and attempted to lower it again. I went home. I went to sleep. I swear that wasn't me.
How did these objects get to be in your locker?
Hawk asked from where he stood on the cement floor. The disgust in his tone sickened her. She wasn't sure how to explain her relationship with her stepfamily to him now, to make it sound believable, like she wasn't making excuses or relocating blame, especially not with Stina there. But truth had to triumph, didn't it? It had to be Pris, or Stina. They both have keys to all of our lockers.
Now, come on,
Stina said from behind her. Ethan silenced her. Stina straightened, but did as she was asked.
Why would they want to do that?
Hawk asked. I told you about her. Pris was the one who attacked me Christmas Eve, Ella said. They both hate me. They've hated me for years. It was satisfying to say it, to have Stina know that Ella knew, and to have a buffer in the room as she said so. It had been a long time coming. If there was anything good about this situation, it was that.
It's true we've had some animosity here and there, Stina said in a defensive manner. But I would never set her up like this. Ella, you can't really think I would do this. You can't think— Enough, Hawk said.
He paced away, running a finger along his eyebrow, before turning to the security guard.
Ethan, I'd like a minute with Miss Embers, please.
Ethan rested his hand on the edge of the desk.
Are you sure? Yes, just a minute. All right,
said the guard, taking his laptop with him. He paused at the door and turned back to Ella.
I'll take your testimony into account, Ella, he said. But it still doesn't change the fact that we have video feed of you in the act.
That feed is wrong. Ella's voice broke. I didn't do this, and you know it. The last part was directed at Stina, whose eyes shifted, refusing to meet Ella's.
I suggest you find a good lawyer, Miss Embers. Good day.
Tears stung her eyes, but she blinked them away. Hawk had to believe her. She didn't do this. With the room cleared, the ticking clock was the only sound between them for several long, agonizing moments. This wasn't how their next time alone together was supposed to be. They were supposed to go ice skating. They were supposed to snuggle up together on his couch, hold hands and talk, to get swept up in one another's arms and kiss until they were both dizzy. She never imagined she'd become the suspect of his interrogation. Hawk had one hand on his hip and the other on the back of his neck.
I can't believe you would do this to my company. You stole office supplies?
Ella rose to her feet, her heart shredded before him piece by piece. It wasn't me. Hawk, I swear. You heard my stepmother as she was leaving. They framed me. He simultaneously dipped his head and shook it.
All that about stealing kisses. I thought you were just being demure and romantic. You said you weren't a thief.
Ella circled to face him. She gripped his wrists, entreating him to look at her. I'm not. Hawk, I swear, I didn't steal these supplies.
Is that why you wouldn't tell me who you were? Because you were stealing from me?
Her voice went up in pitch. I promise it wasn't me!
I can't believe I've been daydreaming about a woman who could do something like this.
Hawk, please. He turned his back to her, speaking to the lockers and the collection of stolen items on the bench in front of them.
It's over. I'm not going to press charges, he said. But I never want to see you again.
He stalked out without another word, ripping her heart the rest of the way. Ella crumpled to the cement. Tears streamed down her cheeks as emotion, betrayal, heartbreak poured from her in waves. Helplessness crushed her with unforeseen force. It wasn't until the tears ceased, till she felt the strength, the will to stand, that she saw it. Lying beside the broken printer, the tablets and her purse, the shoe she'd accidentally left in Hawk's office. It sparkled on the bench beside the stolen goods, a painful reminder of everything she'd just lost. Chapter 18. Ella had worked early morning custodial for so long, her body was trained to wake up at 3:30 a.m. whether she had an alarm or not. The fact that she slept until 5:10 was laudable. She sat up in bed, but the usual pressure to dress and brave the cold to be on time to work extinguished. The instant memories of yesterday's events rushed in. A wedge in her chest grew heavier with every step. Nothing she did. Straightening her apartment, sewing pieces for a quilt she was making for the homeless shelter using leftover pillowcase scraps, wallowing on her bed after a tasteless lunch of bread and cheese, did anything to ease it. How could it? Not only had she been accused of theft, but she'd been publicly humiliated in front of the man she was falling in love with. He thought she was a crook, a scummy liar. A line from Pride and Prejudice haunted her. After her sister's scandal, Elizabeth Bennet lamented not only that she'd lost any chances of being with Mr. Darcy, but that he thought badly of her because of it. "I cannot bear to think that he is alive in the world and thinking ill of me," Lizzie had bemoaned. It perfectly described Ella's own regrets. It was one thing to be accused of such a horrific thing, but to have Hawk believe it of her? Hard as she tried, she couldn't manage to fill her lungs completely. Her reputation, her pride, had been completely destroyed. What could she do? She didn't have the first clue how she could prove her innocence. At least Chloe was still gone, so she didn't have to witness this. She'd managed to transfer her ticket and had flown out to Illinois Christmas afternoon instead. A knock interrupted her thoughts. Of all the people she thought it could be, Ella never expected to find her dad on the doorstep. The shame that had been eating at her since she woke redoubled its efforts, weakening her knees and compressing her throat. She hadn't seen him in so long. Why did he have to come see her now, with her wallowing in misery? Dad's thinning hair was graying more along his temples than it had been the last time she'd seen him. He wore glasses and a sweater over a collared shirt. Still, he was as handsome as she'd remembered. His looks must have been what had drawn Stina to him. "Dad, what are you doing here?"
Mind if I come in?
he asked.
Stina told me what happened.
Ella stiffened. "So you care about me now that I'm a potential criminal?" He gave a weak wince.
Be fair,
he said, entering and kicking snow from his shoes.
You knew you could come for Christmas if you wanted to.
She closed the door behind him, and without waiting or inviting him to follow, made her way back to the living room. The space was still clean, thanks to Grammy, Adelie, Susie, and Chloe. Dad's mention of Christmas hunched her shoulders that much more. How could he bring that up? Her stomach sickened as if she'd drunk poison. The old Ella would have brushed this off. She would have smiled and given her dad the benefit of the doubt. She was so done with benefiting doubt. Ella rotated to face him. He was standing beside her couch. "Your wife has made it clear how unwelcome I am, Dad. And frankly, you've done little to help me think otherwise."
Ella Belle,
he said in a pleading way.
Come on.
Pain climbed in her chest. "No, Dad, you've hurt me. Stina hurts me, so I've stayed away." She wasn't sure where this gumption was coming from. It was what she'd always dreamed of saying to him. Maybe now, with defeat coursing through her, she couldn't ruin anything worse than it already was.
"I thought, since you continued working for her, things were okay."
Ella released a pained laugh. She couldn't bring herself to sit, and her father hadn't either. They stood like opposite poles on a planet, each on one end of the room. "I work for her because I thought you wanted me to. I have spent all my time trying to please everyone else. Look where that's gotten me." Ribs squeezing with heartache, she gave in and sank onto her couch. Her father joined her, taking the cushion beside her. He reached for her hand, but she pulled away.
"Clearly, we've been miscommunicating here,"
he said, almost inwardly.
"Ella, I want you to come and visit me whenever you'd like to. And if you don't want to work for Stina, then don't."
She scrubbed at her nose. "It's a little late for that. She fired me. I'll be lucky if I can find a new job, period. And as long as Pris is living there at your house, I'm not coming over."
"Pris is engaged,"
he said.
"to Derek Cummins. I guess it happened Christmas Eve."
"Good for her." He settled onto the couch, looking perplexed.
"I don't get it. What do you have against her?"
Ella couldn't take it anymore. Outraged, she jumped to her feet. The pain she'd hidden for years began gushing out. "She set me up, Dad! Pris must have stolen those items and planted them in my locker. She has to have hired someone to alter that company's security feed."
"Pris?"
Dad said in disbelief. "Who else? She's had this weird idea that I'm going to steal Derek from her or something. You should have seen her Christmas Eve at the company ball. She was so vindictive, so horrible. She attacked me, threw a drink in my face. All because she wanted me away from where she and Derek were. Maybe she got engaged and wanted to make sure I stay out of the way for good."
"Isn't that going a little far?"
Ella's mouth gaped. "So you'd rather believe I'm a thief than take my side against her?" Spots flashed in her vision.
No, of course not."
He scooted to the edge of the couch.
"I'll talk to her. We can get this straightened out."
Ella shook her head. "She'll just cozy up to you like she always has, and find some other way to get back at me for it later." She grew dizzy. This was one more thing she didn't want to deal with. Gritting her teeth, she attempted to control her trembling limbs. "Thanks for coming by, Dad, but I'd like for you to leave. I've got to go job hunting so I can keep paying rent. Unless word leaks here, too, and I get kicked out." In a rare moment of frustration, she was tempted to kick the couch. It would be just her luck to get evicted on top of everything else. Dad stood, taking her hands. This time she let him.
"Ella."
His voice sounded empty.
"I'm sorry."
History dredged up at the admission she'd been hoping to hear for years. He was sorry? For siding with Pris and Stina? For allowing them to shut her out for years? Ella didn't know. Suddenly, she didn't want to. She didn't want the reminder of just how unlovable she was after all. "Bye, Dad." Chapter 19. Days had passed since the miserable confrontation with Ella. Hawk still couldn't believe it of her. He'd spent more time than ever in Ethan's office, searching the footage from Christmas Eve. With Ethan and the other security guards' help, he analyzed things, over and over and over again. Watching Ella arrive, watching himself talk to her, viewing her stepsister, Priscilla Malice, attack her and splash wine on her dress, reliving the invitation to change clothes in his office. Their kiss had even been captured on camera, and while mingling sight with memory pulled heat inside of him, He tried not to let it affect him. He'd walked Ella out, and that had been that. She didn't show up anywhere else on the feed for the rest of the night. Not until a strange ripple in the feed appeared. It was as though something had been cut and spliced. And then there she was, with keys, in her custodial uniform, on the 5th floor. This didn't make any sense. In despair, he sagged against the seat, until Hawk caught a flash of something. He jerked to attention again, squinting to discern the difference in the video.
Hang on, Ethan,
he said.
Can you zoom in and play this again?
Ethan zoomed in. Ella's face flickered for the briefest moment, almost as though, in an instant, she turned into someone else and back to herself again. How could that be?
Is that?
Hawk asked.
Yeah,
Ethan said slowly.
Look, here too. This feed has been tampered with. Go back to the ball,
Hawk said. They streamed to the scene where Ella's stepsister splashed wine on her. Pris's face was revolting, twisted with malice as it had been.
There. Can you find this woman elsewhere in the feed?
I'll try, Ethan said. Then, a few minutes later, he said, Strange.
What is?
Hawk asked.
Here, look at this.
Ethan pointed. Beside him, his fellow security leaned in closer as well.
Unbelievable,
he muttered. Hawk copied the other 2 men, tilting in for a better look. The change was barely noticeable. Hawk thought of all the crime shows he'd seen on TV. This was the point he'd criticize the criminal. If they went through all the trouble of something like this, at least make sure it was thorough. Whoever did this was an amateur at best. The same flash from earlier appeared, but Ethan managed to slow it, making it last a bit longer. And then Ethan opened a new file.
What? What are we looking at?
Hawk asked.
I think it's the deleted feed,
Ethan said, musing. Sure enough, Pris Malice went into the bathroom in her ball gown on the 5th floor and emerged in her custodial attire, carrying Ella's purse over her shoulder. Clandestinely sneaking into the office, the same image Hawk had first seen appeared, but with Ella's face instead. The jarring pixelation was gone, whereas Pris's image was completely clear. Stealing the tablets, returning to the break room, planting the items in Ella's locker.
It appears they attempted to overlay Miss Ember's face on this woman's and then delete the footage, but they neglected to ensure all the original files were actually deleted. They didn't have my access code for something like that, though how they managed to hack in as much as they did is still a mystery. Is there any evidence of them coming to the security room?
Hawk asked.
None so far, sir, but if they covered their tracks this poorly, I'm sure I can find it.
His fingers flew on the keyboard for several minutes.
Wait! Here! Look, it's encrypted. Matt, can you work with this?
Ethan asked his fellow security guard.
I'm sure I can,
said Matt. Hawk exhaled with an unexpected release of all the tension in his body. He'd been so pent up for days after that accusation in the custodial break room. He didn't care that Ella was a custodian, though she must have kept it from him for some reason. But to think she'd been the one stealing from him and his company? He'd been so distraught. He needed a woman he could trust, and he'd come to care for her more than he'd ever thought in such a short time. She was innocent, just as she'd claimed. Impatience sprouted inside him. He wanted to scramble from the room and find her that instant. Other things needed to be handled first, though, like confronting Stina and Pris Malice. Hawk extended a hand toward Ethan, and the two shook heartily.
Thank you, Ethan. I can't tell you what a relief this is, to have some answers. Would you like me to call the police, sir? Immediately,
Hawk said, holding out a finger as his phone rang. He'd said he wouldn't press charges against Ella, but this was different. This woman, Ella's stepsister, had attempted framing Ella on top of the theft. That needed to be dealt with as swiftly as possible. He answered, feeling better than he had in days.
Hey, Clary, what's up?
There's a woman who wants to talk to you. She's waiting in your office.
Not now, Clary,
he said.
We've just had a breakthrough.
Sir, Clary's voice was insistent, I think you'll want to hear what she has to say. Hawk had always relied on Clary's intuition. Did she know who this woman was or what she wanted? What if it was Ella? Would Clary have known who she was? Maybe not. His pulse kicked. He wanted to talk to her more than anyone else. Hawk thought things over for a moment before turning back to Ethan.
Hold off on calling the police. Clary mentioned an update, and I'd like to see who this woman is before we make any major decisions. All right, sir, Ethan said, but we will need to inform them, and I think you should tell the rest of the staff as well so that people feel safe here. Sir, if I may suggest, it might also be time to find a new custodial service, one without such terrible management.
Hawk was halfway to the door.
Thanks, Ethan. I think you're right.
He returned to his phone.
Clary, are you still there?
I am, sir, she replied.
Good. I need you to search out custodial services, please. Find reliable companies with the utmost integrity.
He thought of the innocent members of Malice Custodial Management. They couldn't all be involved. Perhaps there was a way to identify the blameless employees and offer them a job directly, so they didn't risk losing theirs. It wasn't fair for everyone to be punished in all of this. You got it.
Tell whoever this woman is I'll be right there.
He hung up and shook Ethan's and Matt's hands a final time before dashing out. The elevator ride passed in a blur, and within minutes he was up at his office on the 12th floor. His pulse flurried like a whirlwind. If it was Ella waiting for him, what would he say to her? He had to make this right. Shame stole through him, of the way he treated her in the break room a few days ago, of the things he'd said. How could he have been so harsh? How could he have not believed her? Looking back now, it had been so obvious. She couldn't have faked her humiliation, the embarrassed tears, or the plea in her voice begging him to believe her. He should have believed her. Hawk took a moment to straighten his tie and pull in a slow breath that did nothing to ease his anxiety over the prospect of seeing her again. Still, he had to do this. He opened the door. A woman with dark hair sat in one of his leather seats in the center of his office. She wore jeans and a lavender shirt, which was visible through the unzipped front of a black coat, and she gripped a small purse in one hand. Worry pinched her pretty face. He froze in his tracks. For a moment, he thought it was the woman at the ball, Priscilla Malice, the one who'd maliciously shamed Ella, the woman who'd framed her. But this woman's features were the slightest bit dissimilar. She had a wider brow and jawline, with fuller lips which were turned down in worry. He realized where he'd seen her before. She'd been in the break room when he and Ethan had shown the custodial staff the video feed. "Mr. Danielson," she said, standing clumsily and catching her balance.
Hello, Miss...
"Malice. My name is Charlotte Malice. Stina Malice is my mother." Her admission put him on his guard. What was she doing here?
Hello, Charlotte. What can I do for you?
Charlotte wrung her purse in front of her. She swallowed twice before speaking. "I came because I couldn't keep silent any longer. It's not fair to Ella, and it's not fair to you." Her words were rushed and clipped. This was obviously tough for her. He attempted to put her at ease.
Please, sit down. Can I get you a drink? A water bottle?
"No, thanks. I need to get this out."
Okay.
He moved toward her and gestured for her to sit down again. She did so, and he took the chair opposite her.
It's all right, Charlotte. I'll hear whatever you have to tell me.
He didn't realize how badly she was trembling until she attempted to sit still. Maybe he should have let her stand after all.
"Whenever you're ready,"
he added. She bobbed her head. "I overheard my mom and sister, Pris, this morning. Pris has been so angry with Ella for so long. It happened a long time ago, over a guy of all things. But it's totally over. Except Pris can't let it go. She can't just be happy she's back with Derek. She has to keep targeting Ella. And of course, she's my mom's little darling, so Mom goes along with it."
"I'm sorry,"
Hawk said, trying to keep up.
"I'm not sure what you're getting at."
"They were talking after the confrontation in the break room when you found all that stuff in Ella's locker. They were laughing about it over coffee this morning, cheering each other on for succeeding. Mom couldn't outright fire Ella, not without upsetting Ella's dad, who happens to be Mom's husband. And Pris wanted to get back at Ella once and for all now that she's with Derek, to send her the message that he's off limits and Ella better not mess with them again." Hawk tried to keep up with her rushed rant. He remembered Ella explaining something similar after she'd come up here with him, before their dance. Before their first kiss. Pris's attack had been the reason Ella had left the ball. "Then, when Ella didn't show up to the job Mom assigned her to do on Christmas Eve, it pushed Mom and Pris over the edge. They snuck in here in the middle of the night, using their keys. Mom has some experience with video. She had some footage of Ella's face and photoshopped it over Pris's to make it look like it was Ella in those offices instead." Charlotte hung her head. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Hawk rose and offered her the box of tissues in the drawer of his desk. She yanked one and dabbed her face. "They saw me in the hall and swore me to secrecy, but this is so serious, Mr. Danielson. I couldn't keep it to myself. It's not fair, not to your company, not to the people who work here and rely on your guarantee of security, to your good name. It's not fair to Ella's. She's a good person. I may not have always gotten along with her either, but she's always been kind to me. She's a kind person, Mr. Danielson. She wouldn't have done this." She tore another Kleenex from the box on the table beside her and blew her nose into it. Hawk's thoughts jumbled. Charlotte couldn't have come at a better time. His chest expanded with sheer relief. After Ethan's discovery downstairs, this was exactly what he needed to hear.
"Charlotte,"
he began, trying to word things carefully.
"I can't tell you what this means to me, to know the truth. I appreciate your honesty and integrity. Thank you."
Her cheeks were flushed, but her shoulders were still. She inhaled a long, slow breath, as if thankful to finally have it off her mind. Hawk stepped toward her and offered a hand. Tentatively, she slid hers into his, and he pulled her to her feet. He couldn't hug her, though he wanted to. Instead, he kept her hand in his and clasped it.
"You did the right thing. It will be okay. I think you should know I have to call the police. I can't let this slide, not when, as you said, my company's reputation is on the line. And they need to know they can't get away with this kind of criminal action."
She stared at a distant spot on the floor. "I understand. I knew you would. I knew what I was doing, but I had to."
"I'm glad you did,"
he said, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze.
"If you're worried about your safety—"
Charlotte shook her head. "I'll be fine. Just do what you have to do, Mr. Danielson."
"Thank you,"
he said again, walking her to the door. Hawk opened it for her and didn't allow himself to completely process everything until she'd gone. The minute he closed the door behind her, he sagged against the wall and let his head fall back. Hawk stared up at the ceiling, swimming in waves of gratitude. This was it. Ella was innocent. Now he had to find her and tell her how sorry he was for ever thinking otherwise. Chapter 20. It seemed as though time had stopped. Ella's muscles were sore, her stomach burbling with disgrace. She was in a constant state of motion, unable to settle in one place. If she held still too long, her thoughts would catch up with her, and so she busied herself in the only way she could. Scrubbing, cleaning, washing, everything. She emptied every dish from its cupboard and wiped every surface. She scrubbed the grout in her bathroom with a toothbrush. She even vacuumed the windowsills and wiped the glass, which hadn't been done since either she and Chloe had moved in. It all needed to be done. What better time than now? Kneeling in front of the pantry door, Ella scrubbed at a stubborn black streak on the wood. She wasn't sure when or how it had gotten there, just that it had to go. If only she could scrub away her own black spots as easily. Footsteps shuffled in the confined kitchen behind her. "I can't stand seeing you like this," Chloe said. Though Ella couldn't see her, she heard the arm-folded displeasure in Chloe's tone. She peered over her shoulder to find her roommate in that exact pose. Arms folded, hips slumped against the counter, grimacing down at her. "Like what?" Ella said, pausing and resting her hand on her knee. "Like this busy. You've been cleaning for days, exerting yourself, wiping baseboards and walls, cleaning drains. We can even see out of our windows now," she added with a laugh. "I don't think you've held still since I got back from Springville." Ella hung her head. She hadn't had the heart to tell Chloe what had happened, even though Chloe had asked several times. How could she admit the horrible truth? Chloe shuffled forward and crouched before Ella, resting her hand on the wall for balance. Her high cheekbones were rosy, and her dark eyes met Ella's with insistent openness. The fist in Ella's chest loosened just enough under that look. She sank onto her feet. "They accused me of stealing at Ever After." Chloe scoffed. "You're joking, right?" Ella shook her head. "Before Christmas, there was an incident, and then Christmas Eve, they supposedly caught me on camera." She sniffed. Speaking the words made her hollow inside. And yet, it was its own sense of cleansing. She needed to get this off her chest to someone she could trust. Someone who wouldn't rub it in her face or make her feel worse about everything. Chloe settled onto the teal and white checkered linoleum. "Clearly, they don't know you at all." "You believe I didn't do it?" "Of course I do. You're the most giving person I know. All of your extra time goes to making things for other people. How could they ever think you'd do that? Who was really on the camera?" "That's just it," Ella said, dropping her washcloth into the bucket of murky water. She needed to rinse the water out anyway. "I don't know who it was, but I saw the feed. It looked like me. I got set up." "It was Stina, wasn't it?" Chloe guessed. "No wonder you haven't gone to work since." Ella sniffed, glad she'd apparently cried herself out. This was so refreshing, to be able to just discuss this without tears getting in the way. "I think so. I think it was Stina and Pris, but even my dad didn't believe me." "Go to the police," Chloe insisted, nudging Ella's knee with the back of her hand. "And say what? It's my word against theirs." Chloe inhaled, thinking it over. "What about that billionaire of yours?" Ella winced. She'd told Chloe about the kiss and about the kids' hospital store with Hawk, but she hadn't shared the ultimate disgust on his face when he'd left the break room after depositing her shoe on the bench. "He thinks I'm guilty." "Seriously? I wouldn't have pegged him to be that big of an idiot." In spite of herself, Ella chuckled and brought her gaze to Chloe's. A mischievous, piteous smirk was on her face. "I can't say I blame him for thinking that," Ella said. "What else is he supposed to think?" He said he wouldn't press charges, but he never wants to see me again." "Yep." Chloe's tone was decisive. "Idiot." Ella couldn't laugh this time. "I've been trying to get over it. I know it could be so much worse. I could be in jail right now, you know? But I can't seem to move on. Usually I can perk right back up, find the silver lining. This time, I'm seriously sinking, Chloe, and the only way to keep my head above water is to move. Hence the cleaning." Ella didn't deny it. The two roommates sat in silence. "When was the last time you went outside?" Chloe asked after several moments. "The day it happened," Ella was embarrassed to admit. Chloe pushed herself from the floor. She gently took the bucket of dirty water, dumped it into the sink, and then pulled Ella to her feet. "Well then," Chloe said, "time to get moving. Go on, get some sunshine. Job hunt. Do something other than drive us both crazy here cleaning." Ella's spirits lifted that much more. "My cleaning has been driving you crazy?" "It's too obsessive. A little here and there is okay, but sparkling clean? That's going too far." That did the trick. Another laugh crept up from Ella's chest, lightening her heart along with it. Chloe was right. Ella hadn't just been cleaning, she'd been wallowing. She couldn't stay in here, hiding forever behind a bucket. She'd have to face the world again, sooner or later. "You're right," Ella said. "What was I thinking?" "You're a good person, Elle. If he's any sort of decent, he'll come around, and so will everyone else." Chloe pulled Ella into a hug. Her friend's embrace washed over her, pooling inside her ribs. She'd needed this. A friend, someone she could talk to, someone who would listen and not judge her. "I've got to get to work," Chloe said. "Never a dull moment at the paper factory. Otherwise, I'd go with you." "Go with me?" Ella said. Had she missed something? "Where?" "Job hunting," Chloe said with a wink, bopping Ella on the shoulder before weaving her way out of the kitchen and down the hall toward the door. "Somebody's got to help me pay rent around here." Though she knew Chloe hadn't meant to be insulting, remorse struck Ella all over again. It was almost January, and rent would be due before she knew it. How could she be so selfish? Ella needed to move on. She needed to compartmentalize Hawk's accusation, along with the conversation with her dad, enough so she could function again. She'd give herself time to decide how she could deal with it, but that didn't mean it had to be today. Someday she would heal and move on, but for now she would take the new direction. She needed a distraction, a positive twist to an awful situation. Job hunting it was. There was always some good to be found in any circumstance. That had always been her motto. And thanks to Chloe, she'd been able to finally find the light at the end of this dismal tunnel of gloom and torment. There was still plenty of tunnel to get through, but at least something had begun to flicker again, bringing hope she hadn't felt in days. Ella cleaned herself up, showering, curling her hair, putting on makeup. Every step was like a fresh breath, like a final hinge closing the awful door she'd opened after Christmas. That door would still loom over her. She wasn't sure how to avoid the awful memories. But at least she was trying to move on. Coat buttoned, boots climbing up her jeans, the comfy red scarf Hawk had given her secure around her neck, Ella stepped outside her apartment and paused, inhaling the frigid, cool, crisp air. Sunshine sparkled on the snow, making it glitter. Ella wanted to imitate it, to be able to appreciate its beauty without a rock in her chest. Someday, she told herself with a prayer. Someday. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been out, dressed and ready, at a normal hour in the morning. She was awake when everyone else was, and it was time she started making the most of it. "Where to first?" she asked the chilly air. Craving the motion, she decided to hoof it, go along the streets and look for help-wanted signs. Ella scrounged around, searching place by place, forcing a smile at every turn. A cupcake shop appeared promising. They scheduled an interview right then. She had stopped by a scuba diving store, but the overwhelming smell of neoprene was bound to make her pass out before noon. She turned around and exited without an application. Feet aching enough to rival her still broken heart, Ella paused at the sight of the Ever After sweet shop on 17th. Memories of Christmas morning hit so hard they made her gasp. The little shop he'd set up in Harmony Children's had gone down as one of her all-time favorite experiences. Would it be too akin to pouring salt in a wound if she went in now? Hawk was at his corporate office. The chances of bumping into him were minimal. She hadn't stepped foot in one of these in so long, not since she'd first begun working for Stina. Whether she liked it or not, any hopes Ella had had of a future with Hawk had been demolished. She missed him. The quirk of interest in his brow, the admiration in his gaze, the cutesy comments, and the way he found small ways to touch her or be close to her. Thanks to Stina and Pris, Ella would never have that again. She wanted just one more reminder, one more glimpse of what she'd almost had. Something trickled inside of her. Temptation, sweet and agonizing all at the same time. She'd never struggled with addiction before, but Ella suspected this was similar to the way an addict might feel after being deprived for a time and then coming face to face with their addiction once more. With the way things had been going for her lately, this was probably as close to Hawk as she would ever get again. Ella gripped the handle, pressing her forehead to the glass while the prospect of pain, of a full frontal reminder of what she'd almost had, was just a door away. Two different scenarios played out in her mind. She could walk away, leave the store behind, go back to her apartment and keep things the way they were, always wondering what it would have hurt to just go inside. Or she could go in, smell the chocolate air, bask in the nostalgia of everything she'd lost. "One last time," she muttered to the glass, knowing she looked like a lunatic to whoever might see her paused here outside the entrance. Just once. She would do it. She wanted the reminder of him, even if it hurt. A rush of heat seeped through as she entered. Though it was almost New Year's, Christmas music still played overhead, and she found herself dazzled by shelves of candy in every assortment. A single, colorful wall held vertical columns of sweets, from colorful twists of licorice to cinnamon bears to candy blocks shaped like Legos. Bags were available, and a woman stood beside them, helping her children fill their bags with sugar-coated gummies and candy necklaces. Ella browsed, bursting with a sense of wonder as though she'd gone back to being 10 years old. A young woman in a pink apron was serving Italian sodas and ice cream cones at a bar where a pair of teenagers sat, looking at their phones and laughing as they drank from a bulb-shaped glass. Shelves offered boxed chocolates with the Ever After Sweet Shop label, caramels, divinity, and toffee. There were apples dipped in caramel and tied with a bow, cake pops, and confections she couldn't name. An entirely different section offered candy canes, licorice, and taffy, packaged in festive ways, perfect to pick for a last-minute gift. It was the shop in Harmony Children's times 1,000. Ella loved how charming everything was, how personal it all seemed to be. Hawk had talked about production and distribution, about keeping up the appearance while things were done on a large scale, but still keep the homemade feel. She hoped he managed it because these amazing displays should be everywhere. "Can I help you?" a short, elderly woman asked. No thanks, I'm just... Grammy? Ella blinked several times to make sure she was seeing who she thought she was. Grandma Larson, with her wrinkly smile and short, curly gray hair, wore one of the pink aprons and gave Ella the biggest smile. Didn't expect to see you here, Grammy said. Nor did I you. Ella pulled her into a hug. She hadn't seen Grammy since her miracle Christmas Eve. So much had happened in the short days that had passed. How could Ella ever explain it all? You work here? I do, Grandma Larson said. That godson of mine got me a job at his candy store. Ella froze. Grammy had talked plenty of times about her godson. He was the son of a pair of friends Grandma had met in Europe long ago, back in her glory days of traveling with her university choir. The couple had also been in the choir with her, and young as they were, Grammy had been friends with them. She'd even attended their wedding. When the woman had become pregnant, as their own parents were dead, they asked Grandma Larson if she would be the boy's godmother. Apart from that, though, Ella had never known anything about him, not even his name. Wait, you've never told me much about him. You're saying he owns a candy store? This candy store? It couldn't be. Grammy couldn't be referring to who Ella thought she was. Grammy offered her a gummy smile and several enthusiastic nods. A whole string of stores. Isn't it delightful? I've always loved coming in here. When I told him I needed extra funds for Christmas, he arranged for a part-time job for me through the holidays. The floor slanted. Ella gripped the nearby shelf for support. Grammy, you never told me Hawk Danielson was your godson. She took Ella's hand in hers. Her skin was baby soft. I didn't know I needed to. But I can tell this bothers you. How come? Feeling as though she might lose her balance, Ella reached out a hand. Grammy guided her to the nearest empty table, and Ella sat. I know him, Grammy. It was his ball. Hawk's ball. He was the one I danced with Christmas Eve. He was the reason I canceled with you on Christmas morning. I spent it with him, helping him at the hospital, giving out candy to the sick kids. Her lungs constricted, so the words had to choke their way out. Ah, I see. Hang on. She patted Ella's hand again before shuffling toward the bar. Ella's mind was a tizzy of thought. Why should this strike her as so unusual? What did it matter if Grandma Larson also happened to be Hawk Danielson's godmother? Moments later, Grammy returned with 2 mugs of hot chocolate. She took the seat across from Ella. Tell me what's bothering you. Did my boy mistreat you? The mug's sides heated Ella's hands. No, nothing like that. We've had a misunderstanding. I'm not quite sure what to do about it. After a moment of pause, she glanced around. Are you sure you should be sitting here with me? Aren't you supposed to be working? What are they going to do? Fire me? Grammy laughed. Ella managed a smile. You tell me all about what happened. So Ella told her. About the dance. About Pris splashing wine in her face and ruining the dress Grammy had surprised her with. About blowing Stina off to help Hawk at the hospital instead. And finally, the theft. The video with her on it. He thinks I stole from his office, Grammy. He thinks I'm just some stupid, lowly criminal. She cradled the warm mug and stared at the whipped cream melting on its surface. Did you steal anything? No! Ella said too loudly. She couldn't believe Grammy would even ask. Grandma inclined her head to one side. Sorry, Ella girl. I had to ask. You know I believe you. But did you tell Hawk you didn't? I told him, but he said he never wanted to see me again. Things were good, Grammy. He kissed me. We were going to go ice skating. Now this has completely come between us. Not that there was an us to come between. Not anymore. If he kissed you on Christmas Eve, that sounds like an us situation, Grammy stated, warming Ella with a smile. How can it ever be now? Ella asked. He thought I was stealing from his corporate office. Does a suspicion like that ever go away? Could he ever trust her again? Once trust was lost, it was so hard to earn back again. You need to give that man the benefit of the doubt, Grammy said. Truth will come out. It always does. This might have shocked him, but he'll get over it. He completely ignored me in my custodial attire, Ella said. She decided not to point out the fact that she'd hidden behind a large garbage can at the time. He stopped talking to me after he thought I was nothing more than a common thief. It's clear he has standards that I just don't fit. He's a billionaire, Grammy. I've known him all his life, Grammy argued, pointing a crooked finger at her. While he's not perfect, he may not be as judgmental as you think. He hasn't given me a reason to think otherwise. Grammy tossed up her hands in exasperation. She stared out at the empty store before shifting her attention to Ella once more. Her aged hand closed over Ella's. Drink your cocoa, Ella, and don't worry so much. Things will work out, honey. As for that step-family of yours, don't, Ella said, squeezing her eyes closed. Please don't say anything. Grandma Larson's tone shifted to something more suited to a reprimand. I haven't talked much with your dad since your mom died. He would have kept me from you completely if he'd had his way. But sounds to me like that man needs a talking to, and so does his wife. The idea fisted with panic in Ella's ribs. Look what Stina and Pris concocted to get back at Ella. She didn't want to think what they might do to Grammy if they found she was meddling. Please, I'll handle it. Grandma Larson pinched her lips, bringing out wrinkles around her mouth. Clearly, she didn't like the idea of backing down. Eventually, her expression relaxed. Okay, then. But it sounds like we have a lot to catch up on. Why don't you meet me for lunch tomorrow? This came out of left field. First, Grammy was talking about dealing with Ella's stepfamily, and then this? Lunch? Assuming you don't have a job interview or something. She gestured to the stack Ella placed on the table beside her cocoa. Ella smoothed a hand over the applications and lowered her head. Right. Yeah, I'm not going to work for Stina anymore. Not after she helped Pris frame me. Good girl. It's about time you're walking away from that viper's nest. Who knows? Maybe my hockey boy is hiring in one of his stores. Her hockey boy. The moniker brought a smile to Ella's lips. Grammy always had a pet name for Ella and her cousins. Her smile soon faded, though. Hawk would never even consider her after this whole thievery fiasco. Ella didn't want to bring the conversation back there. She gestured to the shelves in an attempt to keep the mood light. I'm not sure I'd survive working here around all this temptation. I'd gain 20 pounds during my first week. True enough. Grandma laughed and patted her belly. I'm tempted to eat the whole store. Ah, well, I'd better get back on my feet. But lunch? Tomorrow? She pushed her chair back. Sure, Ella said, taking a sip of the cocoa. Hot chocolate heated all the way to her stomach. It would be nice to have someone to talk to. She knew she needed to tell Hawk the truth, but she wasn't sure how to convince him, not when there was video evidence. She had to make him believe her. Maybe Grammy had a way of doing just that. Chapter 21. Hawk flipped through the list that Clary had left on his desk. Several of the new custodial companies looked promising, but he wanted background checks and serious interview questions with each candidate. That whole situation with the burglary, with suspecting Ella had betrayed him, was something he never wanted to repeat. And then to find out Ella had been set up, that her stepmom and stepsister had been the ones to stab her in the back, so to speak, was outrageous. Ella had mentioned bad feelings between her and her stepsister, but to stoop that low? They were people he wanted nowhere near his business, having access to offices or employees' private areas and information. He needed a company with workers he could count on. Clary remained near his desk, clipboard in hand. She wore a tan suit today, her red hair pulled back into a bun like always.
"Let's bring them in for interviews,"
he said to her, tapping the stack of papers vertically against the desk to straighten them. "All of them, sir?"
"No, just the top 3.
He pointed to the papers before passing them to her.
They seem to have the best ratings."
She added them to the heap on her clipboard. "All righty, will do, sir."
"Thanks, Clary."
"No problem." She adjusted her glasses. "And, sir, have you checked the time? Isn't today your lunch date with Faye?" Hawk's glance skimmed to the clock on his desk. Clary was right. He wasn't sure how other people survived without an assistant pointing out the obvious on an hourly basis.
"Right,"
he said, rising and making his way to the coat stand in the corner.
"Time to head out. Thanks, Clary."
"You got it. I'll let you know how the interviews go."
"Awesome. Thanks. One more thing. Can you do me a favor? Can you get me Ella Ember's phone number?"
"The girl who stole from you?" Hawk winced. Though Clary had called right afterward, she hadn't been there in Ethan's office when they'd found the tampered feed. He'd been too preoccupied to fill her in.
"About that,"
he said.
"Turns out that was a complete setup. Someone framed her."
"Seriously?" Clary's tone was shocked. "How did they even get past your security?"
"It was someone on the custodial staff. They had keys to places they shouldn't have," he said. "She smooth-talked one of the guards and got in. Needless to say, that guard has been fired and the 2 women involved have been arrested."
"Unbelievable," Clary said. "Which is why you're on the hunt for new staffing."
"You got it."
Even though he'd be heading out into the late December air, Hawk decided to leave his overcoat and shrugged into his suit coat instead. He was actually looking forward to a brisk walk. He braved the elevator, grateful when it reached the lobby and opened when his text notification pinged. Hawk stepped aside, out of the flow of lunchtime traffic in the lobby, and checked his screen. Faye was texting? "Hockey boy, meet me here at La Comida Buena." Confusion rattled through him.
"Since when does Faye text?"
he mused aloud, glancing around, half expecting her to be waiting at her usual spot by the fountain. She wasn't there. He shot a quick reply that he was on his way and pushed aside the doubt crinkling his thoughts. This was probably the first time in all of their weekly lunches Faye had not come to meet him. She'd always insisted she didn't want to show up alone and wait for him, that she'd rather loiter in his lobby and be accompanied to wherever their lunch destinations were. What was she up to? Crossing the snowy street, Hawk dashed down the sidewalk to La Comida Buena's entrance. He opened the door, kicked snow from his shoes, and immersed himself in the smells of pork and beans and the loud clang of pans and dishes. Hawk wasn't sure where Faye would be, but he searched the space, taking in families, couples, and singles occupying tables, until his heart dropped to his stomach. Faye occupied the table they'd sat at the last time, but she wasn't there alone. Ella Embers sat across from Faye, smiling and sipping her drink as if she was the one with the lunch date instead of him. A purple beanie hung over her chestnut hair, and the scarf he gave her on Christmas hugged her neck. A kiss of pink still hadn't left her cheeks from trading cold outside for the warmth inside. No food was before either of them. Hawk hadn't been able to get over the panicked plea in Ella's eyes when she'd been accused of stealing. While he'd asked Clary to find Ella's number, this was different. He certainly didn't want to talk about it in front of Faye. He intended on laying everything out for her, including how she made him feel. He considered strolling out and leaving them to it, but Faye would never forgive him if he walked out on her. It could be a coincidence. Maybe Faye knew Ella, and Ella had just stopped by to say hi on her way out. He could talk to her, keep it casual, save what he needed to say for later. Hawk exhaled as he approached. Faye's grin stretched across her face, but Ella swallowed as if she was being confronted by an unwanted spider. She scooted against the back of her seat and stared up at him with wide, frightened eyes. Great. Fear wasn't exactly the reaction he wanted when approaching a woman, especially not her. Still, what did he expect, considering the way he'd ended their last conversation? He slicked on a smile.
Hey there,
Hawk said.
What's going on here?
Faye beamed at him as if this were the most normal thing in the world. She patted Ella's hand, the same way she always did to his. Hockey boy, I don't think you've met even one of my grandkids. His brow puzzled. Ella? Ella was Faye's granddaughter?
You've never wanted me to.
Faye slapped the table. Well, I do now. Have you met Ella, my late daughter's girl?
Faye
didn't wait for his thoughts to sort themselves out. Ella, this is my godson, Hawk. Though something tells me you already know who he is. I've heard things from both sides, and it sounds to me like the two of you need to talk.
What do you mean, you've heard things from both sides?
Hawk asked. He'd mentioned the theft after all, but had Ella also told Faye what happened? Faye pushed away from the table, using it to brace herself as she stood. I'm not feeling la comida buena today after all. I think I'll just pop over to Debbie's, that coffee shop on the corner. They have the most delicious sandwiches. Back hunched, she wrangled her coat from the seat. Instinctively, Hawk held it for her, but he didn't offer it for her arms to slip through until she scowled at him.
Faye, come on,
he said.
You don't have to go.
Yeah, Grammy, stay here. Eat with us. Grammy. He couldn't believe his godmother was grandmother to the woman he'd been daydreaming about for days. There was something fairy tale-like about this whole situation. Nonsense, Faye said. You two enjoy yourselves. I'm perfectly capable of getting a sandwich on my own. Faye was already halfway to the door. See you two later, she added, waving as she branched out into the afternoon. Hawk continued staring, dumbfounded, as though Faye really was a fairy who would reappear any moment. Of all the things he would have imagined when he'd gotten Faye's text 20 minutes ago, this was not it. Sorry, Ella began, rising to her feet with her fingertips splayed on the edge of the table. She didn't mention what she was up to. She invited me out to lunch and said she wanted to wait before ordering. I had no idea you already had plans to meet her. Hawk grinned in spite of himself. Good old Faye. He glanced at the door one last time before removing his suit coat and settling it onto the back of the seat Faye vacated. Chapter 22. Ella couldn't believe Hawk was there. Grammy knew. She'd known the whole time, from the minute she'd invited Ella to meet her. What a sneaky thing to do. Then again, Grammy was all about surprises. And miracles. Maybe she thought she was working another miracle by arranging a time for Ella and Hawk to catch up.
I'm glad you're here, actually,
Hawk began.
I feel awful about the way I treated you.
Did that mean he thought she was innocent? Ella couldn't chance it. She had to say the words, to do everything she could to clear her name and ease his mind all at once. I don't blame you, Ella said. But you have to know I didn't steal from you. I wouldn't do that.
I know.
Her brows leaped. She'd been ready for a full recourse, for total groveling if she had to. You do? Ella could practically taste the anticipation seeping from him. His eyes were soft and reassuring, and they made hope shout from her heart. If it were anyone else, in any other circumstance, he might drag things out and tease her a bit, but not with something this serious.
I received a visit from your stepsister,
he said. The word stepsister was like a whip crack to an already wary lion. Ella went stiff. Pris? Why would Pris go see him, unless it was to further incriminate Ella with more lies?
Charlotte, actually,
Hawk said. Charlotte?
It turns out she'd overheard a conversation between your stepmother and her daughter. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but they
set me up, Ella suggested. He nodded.
Yeah, they did. I'm so sorry.
Ella had suspected it from the start, but it was quite another thing to hear it confirmed. And to hear it had been Charlotte who'd come clean. During their interlude as supposed family, Charlotte had always remained on the sidelines in every scuffle that had happened between Ella and Pris. I'm not surprised it was them, Ella said with honesty. I am surprised Charlotte told you, though.
She was in tears about it,
he said.
She said she wanted to do the right thing, and so she confessed everything. Your stepsister's jealousy, her desire to ensure you didn't get in the way of her recent engagement. Even Stina's desire to save face with your dad so she didn't have to outright fire you.
Pris's stinging words from the ball reverberated in her mind. When she'd said she hated her, she'd really hated her. And Stina as well. Ella wasn't sure why. Aside from the mix-up with Derek, she'd always done her best to get to know them, to get along with them. She was the type of person to find the good in every situation, including prickly people. What had she ever done to make them feel so harshly about her? She couldn't deny how much it hurt to hear the words. From Hawk Danielson, no less. Had her father known any of this? Unbelievable, Ella said. And yet, totally believable at the same time. Charlotte had been warming toward Ella for some time. Ella remembered the way she'd invited her to go dress shopping after work with her. It had been genuine after all. She took heart in that.
I knew before she called, though. Ethan managed to find the faulty video feed and connect us with the original. Seems your stepmom and sister didn't cover their tracks as well as they thought. We even found some deleted feeds showing them in the process, glancing over their shoulders, acting quite suspicious.
Did you call the police? Ella asked. He inclined his head.
I hope you don't hold it against me. I had to do it.
Something fluttered in her chest. I'm glad you did, she said. I've always been afraid of Stina, of Pris, and even Charlotte. When my dad married Stina, they waltzed into our lives, and, I'm sorry to say, I just let them walk all over me. I don't do well with confrontations.
It's okay,
Hawk said, staring openly at her. After a brief pause, he went on.
I've been bewildered by something during all of this, and there's something I think I've figured out.
She wasn't sure she could handle any more at this point. Stina and Pris had been arrested. Her name had been cleared. And he'd discovered something else? Still, she brought herself to ask. What's that?
How anyone could know you at all and feel that way. Just shows poor character on their part, not yours. Ella, I'm so sorry I let the situation get to me. I regret that I assumed the worst of you. It won't happen again.
She squirmed under the frankness of his focus. His words held no guile, no additional underlying meaning. Truth resonated from his eyes. Truth and an underlying intention she couldn't quite discern. Desire? It wasn't physical, though. It was almost like a plea for her to believe him. Because he felt it so strongly, he wanted her to know. It brought tears to her eyes. "Thank you," she said softly. "Thank you for saying that."
I said it because it's true.
Ella wasn't sure she could endure such a look much longer. Aside from Grammy and Chloe, no one had ever been so openly admiring of her. Not even Derek. He'd always been too preoccupied with Pris. This unquestioning honesty was so refreshing, so completely rejuvenating. With a single, pointed glance, Hawk implied faith in her. He declared belief in her good character, in her honest nature, in her soul as being something beautiful and wanted. She longed to return the sentiment, to tell him how highly she thought of him too, but she couldn't find the words. It meant so much to know he trusted her, to know she could trust him in return. Another couple entered La Comida Buena, sending a flurry of cold air until the door closed behind them once more. Ella realized they were both still standing, but she didn't want to sit, not until she said what she needed to say. "I'm sorry, too," she said. For some reason, this amused him. His posture loosened, and the most adorable smirk pulled the corner of his mouth.
What do you possibly have to be sorry for?
Her stomach fluttered. "For not just telling you who I really was. I guess I worried you wouldn't be interested in me if you knew." He took her hand.
If I knew you were a custodian?
She couldn't bring herself to look at him. Shame at the admission was too unbearable. Hawk tipped her chin upward, and the touch of his fingertips sent fire coursing through her.
Ella,
He said.
Do you think I care about that?
Ella's thoughts froze. His eyes were the crystal blue of water beneath ice, but they were the opposite of cold. He inched closer.
The only thing I have ever noticed about you, the only thing I have ever cared about, has been your heart. Your sweetness to me that day in the elevator. If anyone is embarrassed about themselves, it should be me.
He laughed inwardly.
But you saw past that. You saw past my insecurity and my profession, too. Why should I care about yours?
Her brow nudged upward. A smirk played at her mouth. The only thing you cared about was my sweetness? A shrug.
And maybe how badly I wanted to kiss you.
Ella didn't wait for another invitation. She didn't care that they were standing in the middle of a restaurant bustling with people. She tiptoed toward him, slid her hand behind his neck, and pressed her lips to his. Hawk's arms encircled her. She didn't need to be in a stalled elevator for time to slow, for the weightless sensation that the ground would drop out from underneath them, that they were plunging towards something incredible and unbelievable, and only theirs. The kiss slowed, but still he held her. Their gazes locked, his hands secured around her waist, and she teased the hair at his nape with her fingers, while her heart thrummed a melody in her chest. She had the sense they were sharing a moment of wonder, the kind of moment where her heart no longer belonged to only her, where a piece of it detached and drifted to plant itself only with him, where she was vaguely certain it would always remain. Hawk Danielson was even more handsome up close. She held tightly to him, as tightly as she could, basking in the realness of this moment and stomping away any notion of interruption. She'd thought she'd lost this, the chance at a connection with him, at being held by him, at having him look at her as though she were something precious. The fact that she was here in his arms now made the whole room twizzle. She never wanted it to end. Now what? Ella's voice was still timid, but oh so grateful. Hawk pressed another kiss to her mouth before releasing her. The restaurant bounded back into place with startling clarity. She'd forgotten they were there, standing in La Comida Buena. She'd forgotten anything else existed at all. Hawk sank into the seat Grammy had vacated.
Now, I could tell you I've fired Stina Malice's custodial services and am looking for new staffing. But I think I'd rather tell you how I want to spend the afternoon with no one else but you.
It was an enticing sentiment, but she could only focus on the first aspect. You fired Stina? What about her crew? What about Janice Hepworth and Charlotte? They had nothing to do with what happened. They can't lose their jobs. Janice has 3 kids. Why was he finding this funny? His eyes gleamed with admiration as he waved away her worry.
It's okay. I've had Clary contact the other members of her company and see if they'd like to be hired directly.
Really? Ella wasn't sure her heart could handle any more of his generosity, and yet it somehow continued to swell. How could this man be so decent?
I could also tell you you're included in that invitation, if you wanted.
I don't, she said. Thank you. But I've lived my whole life trying to please everyone else. I want to do something for me now.
And what's that?
I love to design clothes, she said. Did I ever tell you that?
No, you didn't,
he said, sounding impressed. He held up a finger to stop her from continuing.
You know what, though? I vaguely remember Faye telling me about you. About your talent.
Ella's ears flamed. She wasn't sure she'd ever get used to the fact that this man was also her beloved grandmother's godson. Or that Grammy had spoken of her to him. What else had she said over the years? Yeah, Ella said. I'm the only one of her grandkids who showed any interest in sewing. I think I'd like to sell my designs, my creations.
That sounds awesome. I'd like to see them sometime,
Hawk said. She braced herself for the confession. You almost did, actually. I tried making my dress on Christmas Eve.
You made that?
She shook her head, unable to pull away from his gaze. I designed a dress but ran out of time. Grammy tried to help me finish it, but she ended up buying me a dress instead. Hawk stared at her as though she was still wearing the gown. He exhaled a puff of air.
You looked so gorgeous that night. I was beside myself to not pull you to me and kiss you right there in front of everyone. But, you were just as amazing in my sweats and shirt.
She licked her bottom lip, trying to think of a way to deflect his praise. There you go, talking about me in your clothes again. He laughed. His smile was a burst of sunlight on a wintry afternoon. It sizzled through the remaining chill in her bones. Speaking of which, she said, I still need to get those back to you.
We have time,
Hawk said with a shrug. Happiness radiated through her body. Her heart drummed in her chest. We do?
Sure. I don't want this.
He gestured to her and back to himself again.
To be over. That is, if you're willing to give me a second chance.
Her thoughts scattered as trembling overtook her. Give you a second chance? Hawk, the fact that you're even talking to me now means so much. He reached for her hand. His warm touch made her sing.
I want to spend every second I can with you. To talk to you,
he said with a promise.
Every day, for as long as you want. As long as we both want. I want to get to know you, to hear more about your life and have you become a part of mine. We don't have to limit it to talking, either, he added with a mischievous gleam in his eyes.
Still reeling from their kiss, Ella couldn't stop her smile at the suggestion. he went on, his thumb making light circles on her hand.
That is, if you're in favor of the occasional interruption.
I'm absolutely in favor. They shared a secret look that burned with 1,000 hints and suggestions and hoped-for moments alone.
Are you hungry?
Hawk asked. Starving. He extended his hand. Ella's fingers prickled as she slid them across his soft skin. He wrapped his arms around her and held her against his chest. His apology, his earnest words, his request to continue what they started, his faith in her good name, and the spark that had flared in his eyes seeped into their embrace. It coursed through her with vindication. It ignited yearning within her, to be held like this by him for the rest of her life. The scent of his cologne teased her darkest thoughts as his heart pounded promises to her ear. Possibility, longing, redemption, and more midnight kisses. Each was a trumpet blast with every lub-dub. Hawk had forgiven her, and not only that, he wanted her for who she was. Christmas miracle indeed. Chapter 23. Ella thought keenly of the last time she'd stood on the step of her father's home. It had been Christmas morning, 2 years ago, right after she'd started dating Derek, that Stina had opened the door with a smile, only to have the expression flip like a pancake into a grimace. That she'd demanded to know what Ella thought she was doing there. And that she'd refused to let Ella speak with her father, and instead dismissed her before slamming the door, Ella's door, in her face. Memories didn't hold on to pain after a while, though, and Ella was pleased to discover she could lift her heart as she elevated her hand toward the doorbell. Dad answered, wearing a striped sweater, jeans, and socked feet. His surprise was evident in his lifted brow.
Hey there,
he said.
How's my girl?
She was still his girl? That was promising. Dad hadn't called or stopped by to visit again since she'd asked him to leave her apartment. She hadn't been sure about stopping by, but he was her father. Ella had allowed Stina to stand between them for too long. She wanted to make things up with her dad, and this seemed like a good start. Hi, Dad. Can I come in?
Sure, but...
Stina's here? Ella suggested.
Yeah,
he said with defeat. This didn't bother her as much as it might once have. It shouldn't surprise her that her dad had offered whatever bail had been posted for Stina's release from jail. She still couldn't completely grasp what had happened. Stina and Pris being arrested, serving time in jail? That's okay, Ella said. I'm here to see you. Her father stepped aside and invited her in. The house looked Stina-fied. After Stina had married Dad, she'd swept through, taking down pictures and souvenirs from family trips, decorations and quotes Ella's mom had picked out and displayed. She'd renovated the place completely, with her own yuppie style. Ella had resented her for it, but saw it in a new light now. Had it been hard for Stina to move into a home where another woman's touch was everywhere she looked? Regardless, she didn't need to try and erase Ella's mom completely from the picture the way she had. How are you doing with all of this? Ella asked her father, there in the entryway. The cream carpet had been updated since the last time she'd been here.
I've been okay. We're getting by, though it's difficult without Stina's income.
Part of her was startled that he decided to stay with the woman after all she'd done to emotionally blackmail Ella. But she'd long since known her father's weak character. She pitied him for it now. Partly because she knew from her own fear of confrontation how hard it must be to be with someone so strong-willed. Ella attempted a kind response. I'm sure it's hard for her to find work after having such a black mark on her record.
Listen, Ella,
Dad said with effort, as though the words were difficult. He held his arms rigidly at his sides.
I never should have taken her side all this time. I should never have let her push me around the way she always did.
Surprise gripped Ella. Wasn't Stina around to overhear? Dad, it's okay. I forgive you. I love you. Tears welled in his eyes. He pulled her into a hug.
You don't know how it feels to hear that.
She embraced her father for a few more moments. Her gaze drifted up the stairs behind him, to the landing where the bedrooms were. It was too quiet. Dad, Ella said carefully, where is she? Where is Stina? He pulled away with a smile and wiped his eyes.
Hiding, probably. She's not exactly happy with me right now.
What else is new? Ella hoped the words and her accompanying smile would be enough to lighten his mood. They weren't. Dad shook his head.
The truth is, she won't be here much longer. I kicked her out.
A battering ram may as well have struck her. You what? Taking her hand, Dad led her to the exorbitant white leather couches covered in leopard print pillows. He sat, guiding her to take the cushion beside him. He stared at her hand in his.
I couldn't stay with her after what she did to you. How she could ever think that was okay, I'll never understand. I told her as much.
Happiness blossomed within her. It had been such a long time coming. The relief that he'd finally done it was overwhelming. Daddy, I'm so proud of you. He beamed at her. The expression took years off of him. She hugged him once more, and he laughed at the gesture. Where is she now? Ella asked. Is she moving out? I mean, are you guys divorcing? Behind her, the front door crashed open. Stina stumbled through with her arms full of boxes. The sound of her entrance was broken by Pris's hysterical exclamations. She followed after, phone to her ear. Derek, don't do this! You know I never would have if it hadn't been my mom's idea. Derek, no, wait! Pris held the phone aloft, staring at it as though it had insulted her. Her gaze drifted from her mother's scowl first, and then to the living room, where Ella sat beside her father. Stina dropped the cardboard boxes to the floor. She glowered at Ella, sniffed, then turned to the decorative wall hanging, lifted it from the wall, and slammed it into the nearest box. Pris didn't take such a cold shoulder approach. She lowered her phone and stormed into the room. You! She said through her teeth. Mascara made black rivers down her cheeks. She was crying? You did this! Did what? Hi, Pris, Ella said, standing. She had a feeling she'd need her footing. Don't hi me! First you have me arrested, then you tell Derek? Ella lifted her hands. I haven't talked to Derek in over a year. He ended our engagement! With a shriek, she rounded, jettisoning her phone at the wall and releasing a sob at the same time. After all I did for him, all that crap I stole to get extra money for him, and he didn't even care. That was a bombshell. You stole those items for Derek? Had he even known? I put my whole life on the line for him, and he dumped me for it. Sounds typical, Stina said, glaring at Ella's dad as she removed a few more items from the shelf and dropped them unceremoniously in the box. What do you expect? Ella said, unable to contain her shock. It sounded to her as though he'd found out the truth of what Pris had done and was none too happy about it. Wasn't it you who always told me behavior has consequences? Oh, please, Pris said, rolling her eyes. Don't even! Why shouldn't I? You both blackmailed me. How could you think you could just go on with your lives after something like that? It wasn't blackmail, Pris argued. Taken aback, Ella gaped at her. No? What would you call it then? Retribution! After the way you ruined things for me with Derek, how could I help but take advantage of an opportunity? There was no reasoning with her, with either of them. Dad lifted a palm as if to speak, but Ella quieted him with a hand on his shoulder before approaching Pris. I didn't ruin anything with you and Derek. You ruined things between you and Derek. He knew how you treated me, Pris. And if he heard about you stealing, about the way you tried to peg it on me, why do you think he's ended things again now? Pris sniffed, but to Ella's surprise, she didn't argue. She folded her arms, refusing to meet her gaze. In any other instance, Ella might have allowed her behavior and accusations. She might have given in or apologized. But pity took place of whatever fear would have driven her to that point before. The realization startled her. She pitied Pris. Pris had been so insecure about her relationship that she had to steal? To threaten Ella just to keep the man she wanted to be with? That didn't sound like any kind of relationship Ella ever wanted to have. And if that was all Pris could hope for, she definitely needed to rethink things. Ella wasn't about to say as much, not when Pris was in this kind of mood. Then again, when was she in any other mood? Much as she wanted to make things right, to have some kind of resolution between them, she had to accept that it wasn't going to happen right now. Maybe not ever. Ella peered in the direction Stina had been standing, but she'd disappeared into the kitchen, boxing things up as haphazardly and noisily as possible. Clearly, she wanted to be out of Ella's dad's house as quickly as she could be. Though an apology from the two of them would have been welcome, she knew she wouldn't get one. And that was okay. Forgiveness came easily for Ella. It always had. Sorry Derek ended things with you, Ella said. Pris sniffed and scuffed a hand under her nose. Yeah, well, looks like that's over for good this time. They stood before one another awkwardly, before Pris made her way over to retrieve her phone and headed up the stairs. It was enough. She didn't need any more words. Something told Ella Pris's relationship with Derek wasn't the only thing that was over for good this time. She hoped her own relationship with her wicked stepsister, such as it was over as well. Ella turned to her dad and gave him a final hug.
You want to come over for dinner on Sunday?
He asked. Nearby, Stina slammed a cupboard. Sure, Ella said, recovering from her brief wince. As long as you don't mind if I bring someone. Dad's brow crinkled with surprise.
Oh? Are you dating someone?
Another cupboard slam. Evidently, Stina was protesting in whatever way she could. Now was probably not the best time to go into details, though Ella was ready to shout them from the rooftops. She was dating someone, a handsome someone, and she couldn't wait to have him be part of her life in every way he could be. If that meant meeting her dad, all the better. Yeah, she said. His name is Hawk. Pris or Stina would have heralded Hawk's billionaire status. They would have crowed of his successful candy company, of how she had managed to snag him before anyone else did. Ella might tell her dad all of that, sometime. But for now, it was enough to have a man like Hawk care about her, to want to be with her. When she was with him, all those other details didn't really matter. Even if he had no money, no status, no candy, she thought with a chuckle, she'd want to brag about him anyway. He was a good man, generous, thoughtful, open and forgiving. She couldn't have asked for anyone better. Epilogue. Ella couldn't stop staring. The designs had turned out even better than she'd hoped. She flipped through the pages, one after the other, taking in the fringe on the sleeves of one outfit, the contours of the skirt on the next. This was brash and bold. It was delicate and unexpected. Her portfolio was finally ready to be presented to the head of fashion at Garson's School of Fashion Design. She'd gotten the email only yesterday. After a year of preparation, after applications and interviews, the Dean of Fashion Design had replied stating how impressed the team was at her submissions, one of which included the gown she'd finally finished. They wanted to consider her for their program. Ella had only to present her portfolio during a final interview with the department head. Singing came from down the hall. Charlotte had taken the third room in the apartment Ella and Chloe shared, and she often hummed to herself or belted the latest Taylor Swift hit at the top of her lungs. It wasn't as annoying as she remembered Charlotte's spontaneous singing to be. She'd improved a lot in the years since Ella had left their home. She found she didn't use her earbuds quite as much these days. Today, the serenade was a chorus from The Messiah, the oratorio Charlotte's choir was preparing to perform for the Christmas season. For some reason, it jarred Ella into motion. She had to hurry. If she wasn't careful, she'd end up answering the door in her jeans and t-shirt once Hawk came to pick her up. Something told her he wouldn't mind, but she didn't want to miss the look on his face when he saw her newly made gown, finished with Grandma Larson's help. Carefully, she placed the designs in their folder and set it on the shelf near her closet. She then dodged around the maze of piles on her floor to where her gown hung. Quitting custodial and focusing on selling her designs instead hadn't changed that much about her. But she was happier than she could ever remember being. Happier than she'd been since before her mom had died 11 years ago. "If only Mom could see you," Ella cooed to her halter-top gown, in all its teal, spangled glory. The base layer was a curve-hugging underdress that cut to her thighs and was softened by a much longer, translucent A-line overlay of such thin fabric it made her feel as though she were floating. Charlotte poked her head in. Fake lashes made her eyes pop. "You say something?" Her dark hair was already curled in a tasteful pile atop her head. She'd clearly been ready for some time now. Hawk was setting her up with his security guard, Ethan, and Charlotte was over the moon about it. "Just talking to my dress," Ella said, shrugging it off. "You look beautiful, by the way." Charlotte pinched her pink lips together in a pleased stupor. "I can't wait. I've always had a thing for security guards, you know? I've wanted to get to know him since I saw him during your disastrous accusation." Yeah, Ella said. "Being accused of theft is the prime matchmaking setup." Charlotte laughed. "You know I didn't mean it like that. I just meant he's hot. I couldn't help but notice, regardless of the circumstances." She shrugged. Ella returned her laughter, playfully pushing her out of the room. She dressed as quickly, but as carefully as she could. Chloe helped twist her hair into a French knot at the back of her head, as Ella powdered and plucked and got her makeup in order just in time for a knock to sound at the door. Charlotte squeaked. "Is that him? I mean, do you think Ethan is with him right now?" "Not sure," Ella said, her own heart chiming as well. It didn't matter how many dates she went on with Hawk, or how long the distance was between seeing him from one time to the next. Her heart never failed to flutter at the prospect of more. Time, dates, hugs, kisses. She would always want more everything with him. Barefooted, she padded across the hardwood, steeling herself before answering. Hawk wore a suit like no one else could. He somehow managed to make it look natural and yet suave all at once. His blonde hair gelled in obedient delectability, and his eyes flicked down her body and back up again.
"Wow,"
was all he said, before slipping his hand around her waist to draw her in closer. Her grin refused to fade. She relished the feel of being held by him. "Wow, is that good?" He smelled amazing, like winter spice and temptation. He drew away from her just enough to place his lips near her ear and whisper,
"You take my breath away."
Ella's stomach curled at the low timbre of his voice. Like always, she didn't know what to say in return, but saying nothing seemed to be enough. She pulled back. "We're almost ready. Is Ethan here? Charlotte is dying to dance with him." "Dying!" Charlotte called from down the hall. Hawk chuckled.
"He's in the limo. You look like you're missing something."
His gaze flicked down to her feet. "Shoes," she said, wiggling her toes. "Who needs those? With my luck, I'll end up leaving one behind again." He straightened.
"Ella Embers, I solemnly swear you will lose no more shoes on my watch."
"I'll hold you to it." She grinned at him before turning to dip her toes into the fuzzy snow boots waiting near the door. With the 3 feet of additional snow Westville had gotten just last night, she wasn't about to try and walk anywhere in heels. She'd change into them once they arrived. Once they made it out to the limousine, Ella startled to find a few extra people waiting in the back seat. The couple occupied the corner of the stretched leather seat. The good-looking man with dark hair and a wool coat over his suit waved a hand, while the blonde woman beside him pressed her lips together in a thin smile. A sparkling blue gown draped over her knees and pooled on the limo floor, hiding her feet. Ella situated herself next to Hawk, and they waited for Charlotte to settle at Ethan's side before closing out the frigid, snowy air.
"Hey there,"
the man said. The woman at his side gave a little wave. "Who's this?" Ella asked. Hawk adjusted his coat and gestured toward them.
"I'd like you all to meet some friends of mine. This is Adrian and Gabby Bear. I invited them to join us last year, but they couldn't make it. Fortunately, circumstances are different this year." For some reason, this pronouncement made Gabby exchange a glance with her husband and beam like a lovesick schoolgirl. "Just how old is your baby now?"
Hawk asked. "She's 6 months old," Gabby said, rolling and cooing all over the place. "Oh, a baby! Congratulations," Ella said. The limo driver turned a corner, giving her ample opportunity to lean against Hawk's side.
"Yeah, we left her with her grandma for a few days,"
Adrian said, rubbing a hand along Gabby's shoulder.
"We didn't want to miss the ball this year."
"Too bad all this snow is here, or we could hit up Wonderland again, too," Gabby added. "Oh, you've been?" Ella asked, thinking of the few times she'd attended the nearby theme park. For some reason, this made her think about Adelie. She'd invited her cousin to come with her the last time, but Adelie claimed she'd been busy. Maybe once things warmed up again, she'd have to try inviting her again. "Yes, it was seriously so much fun. We went last year during our honeymoon trip." Again, Gabby beamed. "It was probably the coolest place I've ever seen. Whoever owns it really outdid themselves with the tapestry of rides all centered around the book." Wonderland was a one-of-a-kind theme park, though from Ella's understanding, it wasn't doing as well lately. The winter season probably didn't help much. "It's nice you could come now," Ella said.
"We wouldn't want to miss such an important event,"
Adrian said, but his attention wasn't on Ella. It was on Hawk. In return, Hawk shot him a warning glare. She wasn't sure, but some kind of unspoken communication just happened between the two men. What in the world was he talking about? A ball couldn't be that big of a deal for them, could it? Hawk guided Ella around the ballroom. A live band embodied the season in a sultry rendition of "It Came Upon a Midnight Clear," and couples swayed together beneath a glittering drape of tulle and man-made starlight. one hand around her waist and the other holding her hand. He pressed his cheek to hers and held her close. Her teal gown flowed, wafting above the floor like mist. She'd never worn anything so daring, with its short underdress contrasting the longer, see-through fabric. But she loved it.
I'm glad I got the chance to dance with you this year,
Hawk said into her ear. Ella tightened her embrace. What do you mean? We danced last year. It was our own personal ball.
It was one of the best nights of my life,
he said in agreement.
But I think this year is going to be even better.
Oh? There it was again. A hint. What was she missing? He twirled her out and brought her back to him. This was a dress made for twirling. The skirt flared out in such a satisfying way, she wanted him to do it again. Why is that? Hawk grinned, a devilish thing, and stopped right there on the ballroom floor in the middle of the song. Peering across the couples, he caught Clary's eye near the orchestra, lifted a hand and gave her a nod. It was like a lineup of collapsing dominoes. Clary responded. She tapped a finger to her ear before trotting toward the conductor. The conductor lifted his white-gloved hands, swirling his baton in the air. The orchestra obeyed, ceasing their playing. As if they'd been planning to already, the surrounding couples parted like the Red Sea, backing toward the outskirts, forming a circle so the only two people standing in the center were Hawk and Ella. Blood pounded in her ears. Every gaze pinned on her. What are you doing? Hawk had secrets in his smile. He pressed a kiss to her hand before, never taking his eyes from hers, he lowered to one knee. Ella's heart stopped. Instinctively, her hands flew to her mouth with a gasp.
This,
he said, reaching into his suit coat. His hand returned with a little black box within its grasp. With deliberation, Hawk creaked open the tiny box, displaying a magnificent diamond ring that caught the low light and sparked in his grasp. His blue eyes held all the confidence of a doting benefactor about to bestow an outrageous gift on an unsuspecting recipient.
Ella Marie Embers,
he began. His tone pealed with certainty, and a hint of the admiration she'd come to expect from him over the past year.
You are the most adorable woman I've ever met. Your kindness, your thoughtfulness, your delight at small things, and positivity in tough situations. The way you kiss when you think no one is looking.
Her cheeks blazed at having this pronounced to the room. Still, she couldn't help grinning. Behind Hawk, Gabby and Adrian smirked with all too knowing smiles. Sneaky. Considering Adrian's comment in the limo, he had to have known what Hawk was up to tonight.
For all these reasons and more, I want to be with you for the rest of my life. Will you marry me?
The tears answered first. They sprang without warning as she lowered her hands and declared a resounding, "Yes!" The room exploded with applause. Hawk slipped the stunning ring on the fourth finger of her left hand, stood, and swept her into his arms. Her feet lifted from the floor as he spun her, whispering in her ear.
I love you. I love you so much.
She squeezed around him, bursting with warmth and bliss that could never compare with any other feeling. I love you too, she said. Though her feet returned to the ground, she continued soaring, especially when Hawk brought his lips to hers. Though raucous applause doubled, everyone else faded. The edges of her vision blurred. Ella flew in a fog in his embrace, with his lips sealing the promise of the forever kind of love she'd always dreamed of. Ella took a moment to admire the ring on her finger. It was spectacular, with multiple facets and tiny diamonds surrounding the circular cut of the large rock in the center. She couldn't wait to show it to Chloe, Brandy, and Charlotte, not to mention her cousin, Adelie, and Grammy Larson, and the kids at the hospital. She and Hawk visited them regularly. Hawk wove his fingers through hers and kissed the back of her hand before waving to the surrounding crowd in gratitude. He must have had this planned, just as he'd done with everything else. Why else would the other dancers have responded and given them space so instinctively? Her dad waved to her from the sidelines. No wonder Hawk had invited him to the ball this year. He patted the arm of his date, a short woman with a ready smile and an affinity for cats that Ella couldn't fault her for. She'd take a kooky cat lady over her dad's last choice any day. Ella hadn't heard from Stina or Pris since her visit home when Stina had been packing up all of her belongings. Hawk signaled, and the conductor switched gears, leading the orchestra through a jazzy accompaniment.
"Ready to dance, Mrs. Danielson?"
he asked. "I love how that sounds." He held her to his chest.
"Which part? The dance or the name?"
"The name," she said. "I can't wait to marry you. Though your dancing isn't bad either." His laugh rumbled in his chest as he dipped down for another mind-numbing kiss.
Hey there, it's Catelyn here. Thanks so much for listening to my audiobook. I hope you enjoyed it. If you liked it, please hit that like button and please subscribe to my channel and keep an eye out for Book 3, Alice and the Billionaire's Wonderland.
Thank you for listening. This has been Ella and the Billionaire's Ball, a clean billionaire fairy tale romance, Once Upon a Billionaire. Written by Catelyn Meadows, narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya. Copyright 2019 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright 2020 by Courtney Pearson.